Друзі, всім привіт! Раді вас вітати на ETHKyiv. Мене звуть Іра. Я дуже пишаюсь тим, що можу вас всіх тут привітати, і я сьогодні буду модерувати цей івент. Я переключаюсь на англійську, буду підглядати в телефон, щоб нічого не забути вам сказати. So, hello everyone. Welcome to ETHKyiv. My name is Ira. I'm honored to welcome you all here today, and I'll be your host. So today you can expect lectures, workshops from the best Web3 companies of the world. And all the participants will take part in hackathon with a prize pool of $100,000. And we have small organizational Q&A. So lecture room is here. Thank you for joining me here today. And we also have hackerspaces around the location. They are marked by hackerspace mark on the doors. If you can find them, our volunteers will help you. And if there is an air raid alert on, you can follow to the shelter. It's downstairs. If you can find it, please ask our volunteers. They will help you to find it. And yeah, I think that's it for just this moment. And please welcome Rostislav, the co-founder of ETHKyiv. He will start our lectures today.
Guys, hello. Hello.
We can hear and see you.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, thanks. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm super excited that it's happening right now. I am a bit disappointed that I cannot be there with you. I see all of you there, and I'm super happy about all of this happening. So, yeah, I would like to start from the beginning, actually. I would like to introduce myself and tell a bit about the story of the Ethereum community in Ukraine. So, yeah, my name is Rostislav. I am just a builder and developer. And I would like to, I have like a 8-year experience in Solidity, and I can, and also in 2021, I was doing like Solidity courses in Ukraine with Sigma Software University, and we had like a last lecture inside their business center, inside their office in a startup business center on Podol. And I felt that after the courses, there was nowhere to go, no place to discuss Ethereum and its ecosystem with anyone. So I remember that day well. And on my way home in the taxi, I created a chat group, which I called Kyiv Ethereum Community. And I started inviting all my students and all my friends from the Web3 space. Within a week, there were already like over 100 people in this chat. So everything started 2.5 years ago. And right now is like where we are, which is super exciting. Today, we are opening our first ETHKyiv hackathon in the history, but I really hope that it will not be the last one. So basically, yeah, and today we have a prize pool with $100,000, which is super nice amount of money, I believe. And we were able to do it even during the time of the war, which is also super cool. Yeah, and one more thing, I would like to thank you everyone that helped us with the organization. All our team, like all the efforts we spent just for you guys in Ukraine to feel that actually we still can build no matter what. Yeah, and basically we can do everything that people do in different countries. So I would like you to feel this atmosphere of collaboration with each other, of building, yeah, of meeting with cool people who are actually also interested in Ethereum ecosystem and in Web3 in general. I invite you to this journey for the next 3 days, and I would love to see a lot of cool projects from you guys. Yeah, and so please build, yeah, and do your best. So I really expect to see a lot of cool projects on Sunday to evaluate. Sorry guys, I'm a bit nervous because my laptop, I don't know, it doesn't work. That's why I'm from the phone. My web camera doesn't work. Like a lot of things doesn't work, but it doesn't matter. What does matter basically that you are all there, yeah. So it means that everything is good, and it means that ETHKyiv 2024 happening no matter what, even in the conditions of the war, doesn't matter. And you all know that Vitalik is here as well. So I really appreciate that he came even during the time of the war. Of course, it's not the first time, but still, I'm super happy to see him there. So it's super nice. And I want to say also thank you for all our sponsors who actually supported us, who actually gave us a lot of funds to make this real. Yeah, and because it's interesting that that such companies like we see today on this in the sponsors, they supported Ukraine devs. For me, it means that we still and we will have a lot of cool devs. We still have super cool engineers in Ukraine who can build a lot of super nice stuff, and I think we will prove it like in Sunday, yeah, when we see all the projects happening in Kyiv, in Ukraine, on this ETHKyiv hackathon. And I would like to highlight that ETHKyiv hackathon itself is not it's not that you need to collaborate only one time per year. You can continue after our hackathon. We just gathered everyone together, so you can talk to people, you can find a team, you can start a startup. Yeah, you can collaborate, and you can continue your journey after our hackathon as well. For me, I'm doing it because I want to see Ukraine as one of the Web3 hubs in Europe, where we create a lot of like cool startups and launch unicorns. Because I know that our people are super smart, super technical, and also they have a lot of skills and knowledge to launch the startups and build cool products no matter what. Yeah, I think that's it, mostly it from my side. Yeah, thanks one more time for everyone, and yeah, enjoy the hackathon. Sorry again for the technical problems, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Have a great hackathon, guys.
Thank you, Rostislav. I hope you can hear these applauses. Thank you for this
Yeah.
inspirational speech and for
Thank
kick
you.
off this event. So our next speaker will be Serge, also co-founder of ETHKyiv. Let's welcome him. We have a few spare minutes, so our speaker will be here in 2 to 3 minutes.
Yo, hello everybody.
Hello.
Yo, I'm very happy, guys, to be here. It's an amazing day. It's very important for all of us. I'm very happy that we have a huge team, amazing people who make this happen, who did it with me. And Rostik just told about community, how long he built it, and how important it's for him. And it's very nice that I met him a few years ago, and he was so passionate about Ethereum. And I understand that for me, the Ethereum, it's like Vitali, it's daddy of the crypto. It's the base, is the main things which happens. And I'm very happy that together with him and with the amazing team and with all of you people who are there, we make it happen. It's amazing. Over past 4 years, I was visiting ETH hackathons all over the world, and it was amazing. Great people, great meetings, amazing energy, and I was hoping that one day it can happen in Ukraine. And now you all guys here. I'm very proud to be part of it, and I'm very proud that you all here. I believe that extremely important for Ethereum ecosystem in Ukraine, for our hackers, for their development skills, for their connections with international projects, to make those hackathons every year, and to build very strong community. It's also very important for international projects to build with Ukrainian hackers, because they have amazing development skills, amazing security skills. They work. They're one of the most hard workers people in the world, developers who I know, and the most professionals in the world who I know. Um, Guys, I will not take a lot of your time. You are all amazing. I wish you spend amazing event, build beautiful projects, earn some money from bounties. I wish you all best luck, and I want to say few words to Vitaly Buterin, who is an amazing person, who is not, no matter what, he's coming to Ukraine second time and supporting us, and like he's physically there. It's amazing. I want to thank you. Big thank you to him. Yeah. Guys, you're all amazing. I wish you the best. Slava Ukraini. Bye, brothers. Bye. Have a best hackathon.
Thank you, Serge.
Bye.
So the next speaker will be Sergey Kravchenko. He is a lead security auditor of Consensus Diligence, and we will speak about how to secure your project. But while we are waiting for him, here is a small but important announcement. Today, we collect money for Ukrainian army. Our goal is to collect 5,000 USD for 1220 FPV drones with batteries for FPV pilots of the National Guard of Ukraine. You can find QR code and make donations. Thank you very much for the support of Ukrainian army.
Hi. Oh, hi. My name is Yulia. I'm here as event manager as well. So please come here if you have any organizational questions. For about this activity, I would like to say that one guy from our community, he basically manufactured all the drones by himself. So all these things just like pieces made it by himself. So we decided to support him because we are community and we support each other as well. So please donate. When you scan, you will find this link to, you know what to do. You're all from crypto community. So yeah, thank you so much, guys, for supporting us. And next speaker is Sergey. We welcome you. Thank you.
According to schedule, which you can find on your page or on your mailbox, our next speaker will be at 11. So you have a few minutes to drink coffee or anything. Thank you. Okay, everyone, please return to the lecture hall because we will start the presentation soon. Запрошуємо всіх повертатися в лекторій, бо скоро починаємо нашу доповідь. Hey everyone, please come back to lecture hall because we are starting our next speech. The next speaker will be Sergey Kravchenko, lead security auditor at Consensus Diligence, and we will speak about how to secure your project.
Hello, everybody. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. So my name is Sergey. I've been working at Consensus since early 2018, and I've been doing audits, and I'm a lead auditor there. It's a great honor. It's a great honor to be on this event. It's a unique event at such tough times, even though on the mind, but it's great to be present. Um, So over the last 5 years of my work, I witnessed a lot of security incidents and different crazy events in the Ethereum ecosystem, and I decided to give some kind of a guideline for new projects that still they didn't do security audits before, and they want to launch their project and they don't know where to go. There's a huge variety of auditing companies, auditing methodologies, and you know, they just need to figure out what to do. And today's talk is targeted for those people with a high level overview of like what approaches to auditing exist and what you should choose. What's the best fit for you? That's something that people ask me a lot, and I think that's can be really valuable. Um, so let's start with the history. Um, this is the big boom of security and security audits in particular started with the DAO hack. It's a very infamous event of 2016. Back in the days, a lot of this if were stolen from the smart contract using a pretty simple reentrancy attack, and it was like around $60 million, but in terms of Ethereum, because the price wasn't too big, it was 306 million, and it inevitably led us to the hard fork and splitting Ethereum in two. So that was a crazy event that really showed people that security is important, and the security audits became a gold standard after that, and pretty much every protocol that's launching since then is trying to get a security audit before they launch. So that was, I think, one of the most important events that started that. And the reason for it is also kind of obvious, is the difference between the Web2 world and Web3 world is that you do see the code, it's public, it's simplified, so it's small because you need to pay gas for execution, and it shouldn't be too big. So the code is kind of simple and open for everybody, and you can interact with it easily, and it operates money directly, money that you can easily then steal and withdraw. So that just gave a huge boom to the hackers trying to do that, and we need to protect it. If you see what's happening right now, it's still popular to hack projects. As you see right now, this is like the Rec News website, which describes all the current hacks, recent hacks that happened. And as you see, May was pretty successful for the hackers, and they steal a lot of money. But if you also see the leaderboard, you'll see that some of those projects were either not audited, or it was not in scope. The code that was hacked specifically was not in scope, or it was changed after the audit. So of course, audits don't give you insurance, that don't give you any guarantees, because audits essentially what it is you give your code to the auditors for to fixed group of people for a fixed amount of time, and they just try to do their best to find whatever they can, but it's never guaranteed. But at the same time, most of the audits do find major critical issues that, if you didn't have this audit, maybe that would be a problem and people would steal even more money, and every protocol would be hacked. So before we dive into the audits, there's a good question that people always ask is like, how to prepare for the audit, what the state of the code is the best, or what the state of the project is the best before the audit. And the first thing to mention is there should be a code freeze. So the code should not be changed after the audit started, because whenever you try to audit the moving target, the always changing code, it's really, really hard to focus, because you have different pictures of kind of the same code, but a little bit different in your head. So the auditors are getting really confused by that, and it just increases chance of getting mistakes. Another thing is having great documentation. It helps a lot to speed up the process. As everybody probably knows, auditing is expensive. And what you really want to do is for auditors to be as efficient as possible, so they can audit fast and don't waste their time on trying to think of what's happening here. If you could just write the documentation and it's going to be much faster. So auditors will be spending much more time trying to find issues, trying to hack your code, and eventually bring you a lot of value. Documentation can be different. It's very, very useful to have the high-level architecture, the white paper, the description of everything, the description of every function too, and all the user flows. So basically whatever user can do and how it goes through the code should be written, and that's something that's really, really valuable. Another thing to think about is simplicity. The real difference between secure and unsecure code is usually in how simple that is. It's been a time where when some projects were trying to optimize everything as efficiently, and they write everything in assembly, and that is really hard to audit, and that is really easy to make mistakes in this kind of code. Even though it could save you a little bit of gas, there's a high chance that there is an attack vector hidden in this code. So sometimes you should focus on making code simpler, and hence it is getting more secure. Another thing is writing tests. You should have a good test coverage, because sometimes we do witness the fact that even a happy path doesn't really work. And that really means that there's no test covering a single piece of code. And yeah, that leads again, if there's too many issues, the auditors cannot, there's a limit in how many issues auditors can find. After some time, your eyes get blurry again, and you act under some assumptions of how the fixed code will look like, and you audit further, and it's really, really hard. It's really, really hard to do so. So try to make the code as secure as possible. And that leads us to the last point, is do your own security. So the ideal version would be if the project would go to its security audits just as if they would go to the market. If they are ready to launch and ready to put their money on it, that's if you have this approach, this mindset, then you'll probably have the most secure product you can have, and then with as little issues as you can possibly achieve, the auditors can try to find the rest, and it will be as smooth as possible. Because we do witness sometimes that the code is written, is finalized one day before the audit. There's definitely a lot of mistakes, and when there's a lot of mistakes, and then you need to do a lot of fixes, you might have to rewrite pretty much everything because the code was not good enough, and that will just increase time and money that you spend for security and for development also. So that might not be super efficient. So what type of audits you should choose, and what type of audits exist in general? So let's start with the traditional audits. So again, when there's a auditing company You go to this company, you give them your code, they work for a fixed amount of time with a fixed amount of resources on it, and give you the report and recommendations for it. And I think there's like few types of the companies. This is like one extreme example, which is like a black box audit. So you don't really interact with them much. You go to these companies, you just give them the code, and a few weeks after you receive the report with all the recommendations and comments. It's an extreme example. Of course, every company is like somewhere in between of this and the next slide, but that is something that the model that we hear a lot of complaints about, like clients that go to us, they don't like this approach and they are hoping for a different one. So this is the extreme version, but it happens. And for some people, it really works. For maybe some clients don't really want to talk to auditors a lot and consult, closely. Maybe then it's a good approach for some cases. On the other extreme hand, there's like a very integrated consulting, where uh, you communicate a lot. So in the first place, what's established is a good communication between the auditors and the team, and the communications happening all the time. The auditors are consulting, can ask questions, and that really increases the efficiency of everything. It also increases transparency because the client sees what's happening. They understand that auditors are working, because with a black box approach, you don't really know if they're working at all on anything. And with this approach, when you just have meetings every 2 days or something, that's something that clients would usually prefer, and it's really transparent because they know what you're doing and you're discussing everything. Because of that, you can have early issue delivery and discussions, which we tend to do, for example, and some other companies also do that. It really helps to deliver issue earlier and discuss them with the client directly, because you are the developer, you know your project, you know how to fix things better, and we can discuss it together of like how it should be happening. And you will also have more time to do the fixes even during the audit, and be ready for fix review right after. You don't need to wait a lot of time to analyze the report and then make fixes and then do all of those some weeks after. So when you have this direct communication, which is just done continuously, that's really helpful for most of our clients. They really like that and they prefer that approach. It also makes it very efficient, because when you don't have this communication line, um, you don't auditors need to spend a lot of time first understanding the code. If they cannot ask questions, it's just taking more time, and time is money, as you know. And everybody wants to be the most efficient as possible. And so the first thing is asking questions, and another thing uh, is basically when you find the issue, you can also in this model you can also just ask questions. You can go to the client, you can consult with them if the issue is valid or not, and it takes much less time than if you need to compile a report and put an issue there. You really need to make sure it works. So people, they don't have this communication. They have to double check, triple check the issue. They have to write proof of concept, and it also takes time. And again, client pays for this time that is really unnecessary to spend. Another thing that the more boutique consulting is doing is early engagements. Sometimes, unlike finalized code that's ready to launch, sometimes they do early engagements to consult the project about broken architectures. And it really works because we do have clients sometimes that did not think about architecture in the beginning well enough, and they were forced to rewrite everything after they thought they're already ready to launch. And that's, again, a waste of money and waste of time for them. Another option is, of course, individual auditors. That's pretty much the same as companies, but with lower resources, because it's only one person, and for the bigger code bases, one person is really hard. It takes a lot of time, and you don't have anybody to talk to consult with internally. So it's much more efficient to add a second person. My sweet spot, I think, is 2 people per audit. 3 people per audit sometimes works when the audit is very big and there are different modules, and you do like off-chain, on-chain, or like different technologies, maybe. But in general, for the smart contracts, the sweet spot, I would say, is 2 people to have the most efficient value, and provide, value money ratio is going to be the best for that. But at the same time, individual auditors might be more cost efficient if you're limited in resources. Working with individuals is sometimes better. And again, you need to know who you're working with, because I think with the brand you have a bit more standardized result of output. And if you work with the individual auditor, if it's a great auditor and you know he's a great auditor, then take it, because it's very efficient. Otherwise, it might not be as good if you just go to a random person. The next thing is the contest, and starting from 2021, the market changed a lot, because they the contest, they entered the market and they changed it. So basically, what are the contests? It's the same audit. It's a fixed term, fixed code, but unfixed amount of people. So anybody can try to hack your project and get the piece of the pie that you're offering. So for example, you have a contest for I don't know, $50,000, and hundreds of people can compete to get portion of this money. The great benefits, and it's the obvious great benefit that they say they do, is more eyes on the code, and that's definitely true. If you look at the slide, it's just one of the audits on Code Arena, which was the pioneer. Code Arena is a pioneer in this contest model. You see there's like up to 100 of people that received some amount of money, even though the last people only received like $1. Still, these people spend some time and spend some effort to get this done, to participate in this audit. So you do have more eyes on the code, and that's a good alternative. Another benefit is less waiting time. Sometimes security audit companies, they don't really have a lot of time. They don't really have a lot of resources, and when there's a bull run, everybody wants an audit. Sometimes you had to wait for half a year to get your slot for an audit, and you need to launch tomorrow, and that's definitely not what you want to do. So again, it really happened in 2021 a lot. So the contests were like helping the ecosystem. Another thing is it really boosted auditing community. Before that, auditing community was like really small elite circle. It's kind of hard to get in. I don't really know why, but it was not that many auditors. But Code Arena is just something that really helped people to how to start. So people started from zero. Anybody can just go there, try their skills, and if apparently they're good enough, there's a portfolio and there's money there too, so they could do that, and it was really great. Talking about the downside of the contest, that's a bit different. Of course, there can be a lot of eyes on the code, but there's no guarantee that there's any eyes on the code. And of course, there might be people looking at it, but you can look at it for a day, not for 2 weeks or whatever the timeline is, and just try to find something. Just try to find something which you know, what you are good at. Like I really like re-entrance issues, and I can find them really fast. So I'll just go there for one day and try to find those. But I will not look for all the logic and everything, because I'm not official on this engagement. So it's not like, and many people would do this too. Another thing is that over time there's less incentives for experienced auditors, because once there's a huge competition and everybody's sort of good at finding issues, the really experienced auditors don't really have incentive to go there, and it might create some waves effect where the quality can vary. Though in practice, it's probably not the case, because the people are still doing that. So another thing is like because of the limited pool and limited pool of auditors still, um, and a lot of projects trying to get the contest, they do tend to have really shorter periods of time for the review. So if the traditional company would take 3 weeks for the audit, they would probably scope it in like 1 week or 2 weeks, and not a single auditor will probably cover all the code, and that's also a risk. There's also a significant judging overhead right now. Like sometimes judges has to struggle with thousands of potential issues that are not really issues. It's just getting spammed by random people or bots, and it's really crazy overhead. And they try to solve this problem somehow. Another thing is, like, again, comparing to the boutique model, auditors don't really have a lot of communication and have to prove their issues, again, because of this huge competition and people spamming judges. You need to provide proof of concept, you need to write a lot, and that just takes their time. There's a lot of hybrid variations of contests that tries to fix these problems, and one of the hybrid solutions is Sherlock. They do combine both of like traditional security and the contests. So they have contests, and they have 1 or 2 dedicated people that are getting paid for overtime. So pretty much the same as security company, and it does give some guarantees of the eyes on the code, and it kind of works for them. And they do this model is pretty good for the final engagement before the launch. But again, it still has some of the problems from the previous slide. Another thing is private contests. Private contests are not free for all. You need an invitation for it, and again, it tries to and Code Arena is actually also pretty good at evaluating and trying to give all these different types of models. So private contests limit the number of auditors by invitation. So more experienced auditors can stay and have more incentives, and at the same time, the judging overhead isn't that crazy. So again, what should you choose, the contest or audits? And given the previous things that I said, there's pros and cons always. And if you have resources, my always main recommendation is to go for the auditing companies first, for maybe a bit earlier consultancy, so they can like talk to you more and guide you through some of the issues, and it will be more interactive process, and it's much a better experience. And do the contest in the end right before you launch, to like proofread it by the thousands of potential auditors that can go there. And that's my main recommendation. But of course, the budgets aren't there yet for many projects, and it's then your choice to decide what fits you better for your specific situation. So what happens after? Of course, the bug bounty. That's something that every project should have, and I see no single reason not to have it, because it's better to pay somebody some money instead of just lose much more money from your protocol. It does incentivize a lot of white hats that are just looking for money to try to see, just go for the different protocols. And hey, Stefan. And and try to secure your project. And at the same time, if somebody accidentally found the hack in your project, that gives them the opportunity to do the right thing and just take smaller amount of money, but not steal anything. So this is extremely important, as I see it, and everybody should have it. Another thing is set up the monitoring. So you know your project, you know the metrics that should be there and should not be there. You know what's not should not be happening in your protocol, and you should have the monitoring infrastructure to see if the vulnerability or if some exploit happened, and be able to see that early and react quickly. So the next thing is have an incident response plan. So if something is happening, you need to know beforehand what you're going to do with it. Maybe have some kind of buttons to stop the protocol in any way, or something like that. And at the same time, there's the SEAL 911 group, is a fast response group. They have a Telegram bot with the same name that do help with these things. It's an incident response group. We're very good to have connection with somebody from this group. And another thing, the last thing I want to mention is monitor for the new types of issues that are coming up. A great example would be the curve reentrancy, view reentrancy thing. Everybody was using their virtual price function for pricing LP tokens, and it was like a golden standard. Everybody was just safely using that because they were saying it's safe. And then apparently for many very popular players, it could be hacked, it could be manipulated, and all the old projects that were considered safe and auditors easily missed this because again they were relying on the safety of the curve. This thing, a lot of projects had to revisit their their security, so you should monitor all the new big issues that are happening and if they can impact your specific project. Okay, that's it. I hope that was useful for for the new projects trying to find an audit and choose what was the best. Is there any questions or is there time even for questions?
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Anyone have questions to Sergey? If yes, please raise your hand and I give you a mic. Okay, Sergey, we don't have any questions. I think that is because your speech was pretty interesting and everyone understand everything. So thank you very much. See you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and our next speaker is Stefan George. He is a co-founder and CTO at Gnosis, and we will speak about full-stack decentralization at Gnosis 3.0.
Thank you for having me. Not sure if you can see me and hear me.
I can hear you, but we can't see you still.
Oh, okay. Wait 1 second. Let me share.
Yeah, we can see you now. Thank you.
Oh, great. Okay, cool. I'm very excited to join today. I wish I could be there in person. Hopefully next time. Been to Kyiv before, and I really love the city. So it's a pity I cannot be there in person. But yeah, I hope next year is finally the time to be there again. Yeah, today I would like to talk to you about what we call full stack decentralization and give you an overview what we do at Gnosis. And there's many different projects involved. And I just want to give you a high-level overview over kind of everything we're currently touching, but then also give you a little bit more context on one specific project that we recently launched, and or let's say we launched like an alpha version that kind of should give everyone access to everything that we are building. So what do we mean with Gnosis 3.0? So Gnosis has been around for a long time. At this point, you can think of Gnosis as as a large group of different teams working on many different initiatives, but they're all strategically aligned by a token, by one economy. And what we're trying to solve, like every of those single projects is trying to solve in itself like one very ambitious project or one very ambitious problem. And while they're all like independently developed from each other, we try to, of course, align them, and they all operate on the same substrate, which is GnosisChain, and try to create synergy effects between all of those projects. So what do we mean with full stack decentralization? For us is twofold. One is ownership, the other is agency. We want everyone to be part of the full stack ideally. This starts with the network, but this goes also into the infrastructure running on top of the network, goes up to the applications. And at Gnosis, we have been becoming slowly experts in the full stack that is required to allow decentralized networks to thrive. We've been working on clients, we've been working on wallets, we've been working on applications, and well, we always had the idea in mind, how can we build fair systems that allow those two things, like allow users to have ownership in what they are operating on, and also have agency in what they're operating on. And yeah, I want to touch into like 8 topics, which in our view are strongly related to those two things. And well, this here is kind of, again, high-level overview of Gnosis 3.0. What do we mean by Gnosis 3.0? We have 3 different, let's say, main areas. One is Gnosis DAO and Gnosis Chain. So Gnosis Chain is you can think of the substrate where everything that we're building should run on. Then we have Gnosis DAO, which is effectively the organization that has the resources to build everything, and that is governed by the GNO token holders. And we have then Gnosis Venture Studio and Gnosis Venture Capital. Gnosis Venture Studio is basically incubating the different ideas I will now talk about. And Gnosis Venture Capital is about enriching the ecosystem with everything else. Obviously, we cannot do everything ourselves, but we have to make sure that like everything is there that our users and our ecosystem demands. And for this, we try to invest into strategically aligned projects. And yeah, in the center of this is the token, of course. Ideally, economically, everything is aligned around this one token to make sure that things go towards the same goal. So talking about ownership and agency. So the most important is, in our view, is having your own account. Everyone should be able to have a digital identity they own. And well, you can do this thought experiment that I would like to encourage everyone, like, what is actually the oldest account that you own? And if you think about it, that you still have access to. And probably the first account that everyone had when they were very young is probably parents opened up a bank account for you. But probably at this point, you do not have access to this anymore. I think probably all of us at some point had a Facebook account. Most of us probably do not really have this account anymore, or like close to it eventually. So there's accounts come and go, but the reason why we might not have those anymore is also because we never really owned them ourselves, but the ownership was within another like company or structure. And I think here we have the opportunity to create an account structure that actually represents you and that you actually can own. And obviously we see Safe as a core primitive for this. So Gnosis Safe, now Safe, has been building smart contract account infrastructure, which allows users to have their own account, access to their own account, and build their identity ideally around this account structure, which they can fully own. And that should be flexible enough to satisfy all use cases where this account might be useful. And of course, everything that we do at Gnosis Safe is the core fundamental account. So all the different projects that require a user to have an account will have Safe as a basis. And that's not even only for wallet infrastructures, even for infrastructure like we now will also talk about Gnosis VPN, where every of those identities every of those nodes is operating via a Safe account. And even if you're looking into AI, then also the AI agents are also all represented by this same account structure. And then, if you look at the Gnosis ecosystem, what do we have here? We have Safe as the core infrastructure, but then we also have, similar to ENS, we have Genome, we have POAPs that probably many of you have collected, which are also, of course, kind of enriching your profile, and many more initiatives. And then, talking about the most fundamental substrate itself is the network. And as you know, we are operating GnosisChain as our network, which we kind of consider a sister chain to Ethereum. It's I think technically probably the most aligned network to Ethereum. We are running the same execution clients as well as the same consensus clients. So most of the infrastructure that has been built around Ethereum for operating nodes can also be utilized for GnosisChain. Ethereum has the great property of allowing like a large number of validators to participate in the consensus, and that's something that GnosisChain also inherits. GnosisChain has about 220,000 validators right now operating the network, which are run by over 1,500 different individuals and entities, which makes GnosisChain de facto one of the most decentralized networks. And that is possible because node infrastructure requirements are still very low, so low that everyone can, in theory, run a node at home, can run a full node at home, or can even start validating the network at home. And for this, we're working together with a company called DepNode, which provides this infrastructure in a very easy, consumable way. And I think that is basically allowing you to have ownership and agency in the network you are operating on. And node requirements are low, but also the capital cost required to participate are also very low. You can start validating the network with one GNO, which is currently at like $300 approximately. So the costs also for you to participate are very low, and that allowed us to have very rich validator set that is also geographically very diversified. Then, well, in a ownership economy and agency economy, where everyone should have ownership in the infrastructure and the applications, this ownership will be, of course, reflected in tokens. And obviously, there are already many of those out there. And that also requires to have a possibility to easily and trade those tokens in a way that is also fair for the user. And that's why we doubled down and built other infrastructure as well, such as CowSwap, which allows users to effectively trade and is a protocol that puts user interests first by making sure that users are not exploited through mechanisms such as sandwich attacks and so on. Then the fourth project is probably the most ambitious, which is trying to revolutionize the way how money works. And obviously, like Bitcoin itself was started as a way to revolutionize how money works. But if you ask your question yourself, like, would the world be a better place if now everyone would just transact in Bitcoin? Then I think that is very questionable, simply because the way how distribution of Bitcoin is today would benefit very few people, but certainly not everyone. And that's why I think, and we think, this kind of distribution does not really allow to have a new form of money. And we present the project here, Circles, as an alternative to this. So Circles works fundamentally different, where the money is issued to every of the users in a periodic basis. So every day, every user is receiving some Circles. You can think of it as UBI. Everyone gets unconditionally tokens every day. Of course, the concept of UBI is very ambitious in itself, but Circles is a way to kind of bootstrap this in a way that is also Sybil resistant while not creating any sort of centralized points of failure. Like obviously WorldCoin is another example that's trying to do something kind of similar. But in their case, like obviously you have to go through a very, let's say, invasive KYC process where some of your biometric data is collected. In Circles, is fundamentally different. There, it's based on peer-to-peer trust. You're building trust connections, which allows to have the Sybil resistance. And that's a product we are very excited about. And we will make sure that hopefully all of you at some point will have a Circles account and also start participating in the Circles economy. Yeah, the logo has changed. And then the fifth part is about how can we connect all of this to the real world. And I think that was, especially talking about Circles before, the question was always, what can you actually do with the Circles that you're receiving? Obviously, if you imply it is money, then the expectation is also that you can actually spend this money somewhere. And yeah, Gnosis Pay and Monerium are our answer to acceptance. So we have been working with Visa on a partnership that allows users to spend money that they hold in their safe accounts that I mentioned before, anywhere where Visa is accepted. And that obviously is a massive network that allows you to globally spend money that you hold on chain. And yeah, we have built infrastructure around the safe account that still allows users to have a self-custodial account while still being able to also transact on the Visa network. And the card itself is just a starting point. We try to integrate as many transactional systems as possible. Monerium is another example, which is effectively integrating the SEPA network into blockchain and allows users effectively to do regular bank transfers from their safe account and also directly top up, for example, their pay card via a regular bank transfer. And that, of course, increases utility tremendously of the assets that you have on chain. And what we will work on is to effectively connect circles and also Gnosis Pay in a way that allows you to spend circles that you have also on the Visa network. Then sixth is very important part is often neglected is simply privacy. I think we have solved a lot of the issues around scalability and also user experience. And I think there's still like a longer way to go in terms of privacy. Just speaking about Gnosis Pay is great and everyone loves to transact using Gnosis Pay, but there's one shortcoming, which is all the transactions that you do effectively are also visible on chain. And that's, of course, also a massive privacy issue. Think about you're going to buy like I don't know, you're going to a restaurant and buy, I don't know, a Big Mac or so, and then this amount is immediately visible on chain, then people can easily, of course, connect the dots and realize that, okay, you actually went to a certain restaurant and bought something. That's obviously information that no one else should have. And yeah, there are solutions to this. They are currently being developed. And right now we're working on 3 privacy initiatives, Gnosis VPN, Shutter, and Bermuda. Gnosis VPN, Shutter, and Shutter are both more on the network level. So Gnosis VPN actually is a mixed network that allows different nodes to join the mixed net, coordinating over GnosisChain, which effectively then can be used as a VPN service that is way more decentralized compared to the existing VPN services, and therefore also allows you to have much more privacy. Shutter is a project which tries to obfuscate the mempool, which is something that is another concern. Like the reason why there are so many MEV opportunities out there is because the mempool is not encrypted. And this is a very, like, if you would actually start implementing this on the client level, that would be a very, let's say, invasive operation that is very unlikely to happen. So what we did is we built Shutter as an application on top of the network that allows node operators and application providers to opt into using Shutter, which effectively allows users to send encrypted transactions to the mempool, which then are included by node operators which actually participate in Shutter to obfuscate what transactions users actually would like to send. And then the last but not least, Bermuda effectively is a way for users to obfuscate transactions that they are sending in terms of regular like transfers of tokens, and is something that potentially can also be integrated into Gnosis Pay and other applications to obfuscate spending and also just basic transaction between different accounts that the user might have. And then last but not least, we also started to get involved in AI. It's definitely a topic that I think all of us agree cannot be ignored anymore. AI is here to stay, and right now, as it seems like, AI mostly will benefit big corporations. We saw, I think recently, the market cap of NVIDIA surpassed even the ones of Microsoft. It's now the largest internet company by market cap. And it seems like most benefits right now went into like large, big tech companies. But instead, what AI actually should allow us to do is to benefit all of us. And I think there's a decent opportunity that we can make sure that AIs operate on blockchain. We see a future where there are many different AI agents that are interacting with each other, and those AI agents need a substrate to coordinate with each other. And for this, they need something that is credibly neutral, and there are not that many different solutions to that. And one we see is blockchain. And in fact, right now we have many different AI agents operating on GnosisChain, which coordinate with each other and use GnosisChain also to actually pay each other. And we also see the opportunity for more open source models that I think are currently being worked on. And I think there's many projects also trying to leverage blockchain technology to allow more distributed and decentralized creation of those models. So I think there are multiple angles where blockchain can play a very important role, and make sure that AI is in fact hopefully working for us and not only for a few big tech companies. Yeah, and then last but not least, I would like to present to you a project that we've been now working on for a while, which I actually should try to combine most of the things that I previously mentioned. And this project is called Metri. Metri is a progressive web app. It's a very easy to use wallet. It's a wallet that we designed for Homer Simpson. So it's a wallet for everyone. It's based on top of safe contracts. So every Metri user is a safe user. It is integrating natively the project that I mentioned, Gnosis Pay, Monerium, and Circles. It is of our kind of solution to allow users to benefit from all of the work that we are currently doing. So what is in short? So we want to allow users to experience the financial freedom with the accessibility of a self-custodial wallet. And we really try to be on par or even better, offer a better user experience than what users are used to from their, let's say, neobank-like experience, something like Revolut or N26. And simplicity is here key. So we're not trying to integrate 1,000 features. We rather try to integrate a few features, but those should be really polished and top-notch. We saw the issues that many applications had with being actually an application on an app store like Apple or Google. They have recently been much more restrictive in terms of what is being allowed. Thankfully, however, you do not even necessarily have to be in an app store. What we realized is that a progressive web app at this point is a better solution. It allows you to have the same or very, very similar user experience compared to an app in the app store, and is obviously not restricted in terms of having to go through the app store process, listing process. And it's also, of course, actually a nicer onboarding experience. So we're currently working on a solution that allows you to just send a link, for example, to transfer money to someone else. And if someone's clicking on this link, then in fact, this opens already the Metri progressive web app, allows the user to create an account and receive the money without even having to install any application on their phone. As I mentioned, it's built on top of Safe, and that allows to unlock really like a Web2-like experience as we were always promoting it. So it allows us to have to kind of abstract fees from the transaction itself. So a user can show or like sign the intent of what they would like to do, and then we can process these transactions in the background for the user, making sure the user doesn't have to actually pay those fees. It also allows us to have a nice secure setup, which is also user-friendly. So we are working actually with passkeys to do key generation and also authenticate transactions, which allows a very nice user experience. Yeah, as I just mentioned. Here we are partnering with Cometh. So effectively, what we did is we are deploying safe contract where we have one module enabled, which allows the user to use passkey signatures in order to authenticate any transaction. Yeah, we also, of course, with the solution of Metri, we also have to promote a way for users to have easy recovery of their accounts. Right now, the passkey is the primary wallet owner in Metri, but there's the possibility to add any other account as a guardian, which is leveraging the Safe Recovery Hub. We're also looking into other ways of recovery. So Safe has been working on different partnerships with the Signum Bank, for example, and also CoinCover, which will effectively allow you to go through a KYC process with those entities, and then effectively, in the case of a recovery, you can go through these entities again to regain access to your account. Probably will have to go through multiple of those, and probably this recovery process will also depend on the amount of assets that you're actually holding in this account. So the more you hold, the more security steps you will have to go through in order to actually regain access. Another opportunity of what we're looking into is the trust graph from Circles. So Circles, again, is peer-to-peer money, which is enabled by a trust graph, by people trusting each other. And eventually there's a solution where we can leverage this trust graph also for recovery. You can use the existing connections that you already have to effectively have those entities confirming that you are in fact recovering your account. And that will be another way. So we are basically experimenting with many different solutions to the same problem, and probably offer also different solutions to our end users, so they have the choice of what they would like to use. You can already today, you can use Metri to manage your Circle account. So if you already signed up for Circles before, you can just import it. Otherwise, you can easily just create a new Circles account, and that's it. Also, GnosisPay obviously is integrated. It's for you very easy to top up your card with the Metri wallet. It's easy to track your balances and card transactions, and it should offer the most seamless experience for you. So what's next? We have this genome service, which in fact is like similar to ENS, was effectively like ENS, and allows you to have your own domain name registered and associated to your account. And we're also integrating SDAI, which is effectively like a savings account. You can hold SDAI on your Metri wallet and earn the 8% yield, 8% plus yield on the token that you're holding. So in fact, if you look at Metri from a high level, what does Metri allow you to do? Metri allows you to easily have like a self-custodial account, which is connected via Monerium to your banking infrastructure, which is connected to Visa via GnosisPay, which is in fact offering you a savings account by giving you exposure to SDAI and other yield-bearing assets in a very convenient way. So obviously through CowSwap, people can easily trade those assets back and forth. And last but not least, gives you access to your Circles account, which allows you to in fact earn like fair money on a periodic basis that you can spend. So that will probably be also one of the main initiatives for us to advertise Metri to a larger audience, giving people access to fair, free money, which they can in fact then use even in the real world through GnosisPay and Monerium. I can briefly show you a demo. I think I can just probably change to here. We don't have much time, but I think you can probably see this here. This is not the right form factor. I'm here showing it on my desktop. This website is supposed to be open in your mobile phone, but right now, if you open Metri, and I'll send show you the QR code, or I can just go to app.metri.xyz. You can go there right now and you see the same screen. Then in fact, you can either create a new Circles account, you can import an existing account, or you can import a Metri account. So I've already created an account, so I'm just gonna import here the Metri account, then what you can see here, it is opening, or you actually cannot see it. It is opening the passkey interface, and now I can select a passkey that I used before. I authenticate via my fingerprint, and then it's loading and using the key that I generated previously, and yeah, it's opening my Metri wallet in my browser. And then it becomes very straightforward to transact. So I've here topped up Metri with 100 euros via my regular bank account. Associated here actually it's not connected for some reason right now. It should be my Gnosis Pay account, which I can then easily top up as well. And yeah, I can just show you, I will send now here Ernst, my co-founder, Friederike Ernst. I'll send her now some of my, here's either circles or a euro. Now I'll send her some euros. And I can send her, let's say, 10 euros, review the transfer, and then click send. And I just have to confirm with my passkey. And then, in fact, the transaction is sent. And yeah, there's nothing else I have to do. Just wait here for the transaction to go through. And yeah, and that's it. So it's like a very straightforward, I would say, very easy to use wallet. Still have to polish it, but you can expect us to really double down on this and also put significant resources behind distribution to make sure that many people are onboarded to Metri and get exposure to all the infrastructure that has been built in the past. Yeah, that's it from my side. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you very much. So anyone have questions to Stefan? Please raise your hand if yes. Okay, here is a question.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. Can you tell us a bit more about your KYC?
Sure. Yeah. So KYC is a very good question because most people do not like KYC, and so what we did is we worked with a company called Fractal, and what Fractal allows you to do is to passport the KYC information and give this KYC information back to the user. So if a user goes through KYC with us, then in fact we can share this KYC information with the user again, and the user can reuse the same KYC information with other services. And in fact, we already almost about to launch this, where a user can sign up, for example, with Gnosis Pay, has to go through KYC. That is a requirement because otherwise you cannot actually access the Visa network. But then when the user has gone through this KYC, then the user can use this KYC data again to, for example, sign up with Monerium. So he doesn't have to go through KYC again with Monerium and can just passport this information. And that's what we will try to do. A KYC, which let's say is asking the minimum required information from the user and also gives this information to the user so he can actually use it in any context where he needs his KYC information again. I think there's also other interesting innovations have been implemented in KYC processes. Like, for example, there are ways how you can scan your passport even with your normal iPhone or Android phone, and then generate zero knowledge proof, which can prove that certain data is associated to your passport. Like, for example, your day, your birthday, or like country. So, for example, you could, if the service requires you to be over 18 years old, then you could generate a ZK proof, which proves that you are over 18 without revealing your actual age. And the same would go also for regions. If someone requires you to be from the European Union, but you don't want to reveal from which country you're from, then this could also be proven with the ZK proof just using your phone. Those are things that are currently looking into, but it's still like a bit further away from actually actually being used in production. But yeah, we try to kind of be as privacy preserving as possible and also offer a good user experience to the user. And yeah, that's what we currently do. Also, maybe important to note, like obviously those are mostly also regulatory requirements to go through KYC. And there's, I think, always regulators always have a certain intention of why they require this, but they're kind of open for the solution space of how to address those problems. So you can definitely try to innovate and try to also convince regulators that there's another way to do things, which is better, because also the regulator is concerned about users' privacy. So they would also favor those solutions if they actually work and and can be implemented.
Thank you very much. We have another one question.
Hi, Steph. Sorry, it's too loud. Hi, Stefan. Thanks a lot for the interesting speech. And also, considering the KYC, I have one question. So right now, we're basically on the merge, let's say, between traditional and decentralized finance, merging these two worlds, having the Visa integrations, et cetera, et cetera. And I think everybody here knows that Mika soon is going to come out. So my question here is more about, do you have any plans of Gnosis company in general, and Gnosis Safe particularly, and Gnosis Wallet, how you're going to incorporate AML, if you're going to, like, especially in the part where the traditional fiat money take place? Thank you.
Yes, also a very good question. And the answer is absolutely yes. So we are, in fact, already integrating AML. And that's also a requirement, or like, it's not really a requirement, but you have to, you kind of have to show that you put the best effort in making sure there's no money laundering done over your platform. So what does it mean in Gnosis case? So there is the decentralized part, which is everything on GnosisChain and how people interact with each other. And then there is a part where we have to bridge to, let's say, Visa or other banks. And this part, of course, there we have to apply AML. So any top up that you do on your Gnosis Pay card, for example, is screened. And you can only use it with the Visa network if it passes our AML requirements. And that's something we're also working on directly with Visa and related parties to define like what is like to actually assess risk, and also make those parties more comfortable with risk by showing them that we take this very seriously, and show them exactly like how the process works. Obviously, there's a big knowledge gap, but yeah, it's kind of an educational process as well to make sure that we can keep those requirements on a level that we think makes sense, and not on a level that kind of they feel like 100% safe, where because they have a knowledge gap, are not really able to assess risk as we can.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Stefan. So we are moving to the next speaker. It will be Nick. He is here with us, so he will join me on the stage. Nick is a CIO at Solos Group, and he will tell you about hackathons and pitches.
Yes, thanks. So, hey everyone, I'm Nick, working at a Solos Group, which is basically a big company that provides different services, working as a chief investment officer there, and today I will tell you a bit more about the hackathons and pitches in general, and what are the steps for successful fundraising. So, let me start a bit and tell you a bit more about myself. So, I have an experience in Web3 for like more than 8 years right now. Was starting back in 2013, 2014, mining the Litecoin with my friends, working and like researching the space and checking what we can have here, but deeply into the research and into the investment story, I just joined in 2020, so started somewhere there. From that time, I have worked with like different companies, except the Solos Group. There is like the Cryptomeria Capital, which is the VC fund based in Dubai. Also, we have worked on our own startup, ETHKyiv, which is the AI startup for the communities. Merge with Capital, which is the M&A brokerage, where I'm also head of investor relations, Pragma Technologies. We were doing a lot of R&D and scientific research and tokenomics. Basically, from the name, you can understand that I was creating the tokenomics for different projects, and we were working on consulting them and working together. From my backstory, I have checked more than like 1,000 or even 1,500 decks. Have heard like probably close to 1,000 pitches, so I think I can share my experience here, and I totally understand what is the idea of building a successful pitch that will be interesting for the VC. And often I see a lot of the problems that like new startuppers are doing. A lot of the problems not only in their decks, but also when they're pitching their idea. So I think it's valuable to start from the idea of pitch itself. And basically, let me start from the hackathons. Yeah. The hackathons are great for like 5 points. First of all, it's like the building and networking, because like only on the hackathons you can see the quality audience that will communicate with you. You can build like quality contacts, check the network, and work together with someone after that. I think that's the main point and the main idea. You can build a product, that's it. Also, that's validating the idea, because on the hackathon you have judges. You can like talk with them and understand what are they looking for. You can talk with different people that basically are interested in what you're doing in their ecosystem or in the other ecosystems, and validate the idea, because there are a lot of points and a lot of stuff going on. You can't always do the best research on your end, so it's always better to have a network that can assist you and validate the idea. Next, it's like the background for yourself and new success cases, basically new cases in your portfolio, which on my personal point of view is really a great point, because without portfolio, it's really hard in our time to build something from zero, especially if you don't have any kind of network or any kind of like space presence. Yeah. Also, it's like testing yourself a new experience. Hackathons are always fun to test something that you were thinking of, to check something that may be interesting for you, get new experiences, get new contacts, sometimes do something that you would not prefer to do, to be honest. As from my side, I have started like with the hackathons back in 2021, and from that time I have a lot of like unrealized ideas, because I need to write scientific paper before. But even with that, I think the hackathons are great for validating and testing the ideas that you have probably heard about new things. And the fifth one is like the prizes. You can get rewarded. Our hackathon has a great prize for $100,000, and I think like a lot of people will appreciate if their startup will win. So yeah, let's move on to the types of pitches. Basically, we have like 4 classical types of pitches. It's like elevator pitch, and I really like when like on the hackathons or on the conferences, someone comes to me not with like the idea in words, but with idea in the slide format. They can show me one slide from which I can understand what is the point here, what they are building, and why it's valuable. So it's always better to be prepared, especially you can like put the slide on your lock screen and chill out, communicate with investors, communicate with community, and validate idea even faster. Also, it's like a demo pitch. Demo pitch is basically a Loom video always, where you can like show the case, your MVP, and understand, like for people to understand how everything would work. Because sometimes the idea is really great, you can like tell about it, you did all the research, but the product is working in some strange way. So it's also the case to understand how like to better formulate the idea, how to better show the project, and what is behind it. Also, it's like the investor pitch. Yeah, investor pitch is a classical one, but you need to show the correct positioning. Because from my point of view, and we will talk a bit more about it later, from my point of view, there are a lot of startups that are missed on positioning. They're solving the problems of the startups. They're solving the problems for the foundations. They're solving the problems for everyone except the VCs, and pitch into VCs with that. So for VCs, you need to show basically 2 points. You can show the ROI if you are not solving the problem for VCs. Yeah, you would just need to tell them where they can earn money. Yeah, basically. Or the second one is to point out where you are solving their own problems. Because like from my point of view as an like investment analyst, investment manager in funds, it's totally fine when you are solving some problem and this problem does exist. But for me personally, I'm not really interested if you're helping the like startups, because that's not on my point of interest. That's on the point of interest of startups, on the point of interest of ecosystems, if you're helping them survive, and many, many more. And the last one is a pitch to share. It's like the combination. You can have a Loom video in it, you can have all the research you have done, and basically you can have everything in this pitch. It can be really long, but I would say that the best format is probably 18 pages, when you have all the research, where you have all the details about the product. Probably you can even integrate a video in it. And basically, that's why I integrated this meme here. I think you have checked the Toy Story, and there is a point where the pig is clicking really fast. And basically, that's what Wiz is doing. They're clicking your pitch really fast from the start. So like you just need to have this selling phrase or USPs clear that is going on through the deck, because they will definitely do it like that. Click, 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 and that's it. So first of all, 1 minute check or 30-second check, that's what is going on through all the WYSIs. After that, probably 3 minutes if they're interested, and after that, they will share it to their analytics for the research and basically to understand if the project is interesting or not. Yeah, and the main problem of probably most of the pitches that I have seen recently is like the market and competitors. I don't know why, but for probably last 100 of decks that I have checked, only 10 of them have had the competitor analysis, and that is really strange because like that's basically me when someone says that they have a unique idea but they didn't do the competitor analysis and they one and only, as they allowed to say. I understand that everyone here, if you're building the unique idea that definitely is not something that anyone else is building, but you need to showcase it. Because there are a lot of startups that comes to me personally and asks if like this point is interesting. And yeah, the points they're showing is interesting, the product they're showing is interesting, but from my point of view, I know like 10 more projects like that, yeah, and I don't understand what is the difference, because they didn't showcase it. And all the time, it's like in small details. Sometimes it's like the smaller price, the smaller entry barrier. Sometimes it's like the correct regulation framework, or like basically they have a legal framework for their startup. Sometimes it can be like some unique feature. But just to clarify here, always remember that on our market, especially for the investors, that is always valuable to point out that we are starting from the team first, especially on the pre-seed round. From the team first, we are checking for the team. It has experience, it's awesome, then we can move forward. Then we will check the market. If the market has the request, if the project has a product market fit, and if we need it in general. And if we need it in general, it's like definitely the point to move forward. Then we will check for the traction, and only for the last point, unfortunately, but yeah, only for the last point, we will check for the features. I understand that most of you will like sell the features that you have, will sell your own product, but the best idea to validate your product is to show the traction, and the best idea to like validate yourself is to show that not only you think it's great, but the people around think it's great too. Or the VCs think it's great too. That's why a lot of like small researchers are starting from checking the backers and then go into everything else, because probably big funds have did their research, so you can check it a bit on a high level. So yeah, don't forget about the market analysis and competitor analysis. It's really valuable for any kind of pitch. Totally understands not the point for the hackathons, probably sometimes, because you're building and you're building really quick. But for the future, I can say if you will go to the investors, it's definitely a valuable point, and please don't miss it. Next, I will talk a bit more about the VCs. So basically, when I'm talking with the VCs by myself, or I'm even writing it from my own point of view, that's the most popular phrase that you will get. Hey guys, thanks for sharing. I'm afraid that's not a fit for us. And for most of the VCs, that probably won't be a fit, because they have a specific investment thesis. And that's not a problem if you will go to 100 VCs and got the specific update or specific information. They can share the idea, they can share the details about the idea, they can share the feedback, but it won't be a fit. Simply because they have their own vision of the market. They probably don't see the problem that you are sharing because they have not experienced it. And just to remember once again, they don't see the market as a whole. Probably some bigger VCs that has more than 100 people in the team, they totally understand everything that you have said, but for them, your like investment round is too small. Yeah, like Pantera can't go in any kind of investments if it's lower than $500 or $1 million. Yeah, so that's the point here. And basically, for the smaller VCs, they don't have the full picture of the market, and that's why you need to showcase it. And it's totally okay for the conversion rate to be like really small. If you have gone to 300 VCs and got the feedback that everything is good and they would like to talk from like 20 or 10 of them, it's like an awesome point for you because you will get your investments and you don't have that crazy round. Sometimes even one person can fulfill it, like honestly, and that would be great. If you're raising like 200K, it's totally okay if there will be one VC on board that can bring all the strategic support and all the services that you basically need. So there is not a problem here. But don't be tired of these replies because from my point of view, I was tired because of it at the beginning. But for now, it's like totally fine for me. I'm just checking for the feedback, I'm checking for the thoughts, and checking for the broader scope and the broader view on the market, because no one of us can have the full view. So it's always better to start from like the small idea, then validate it, and check for the broad view for the market. The next point will be basically about the pitch in itself, because we have come to the VCs and probably we have passed the initial due diligence. And when we have passed to the initial due diligence, the next step is basically a call. Yeah, so you are going to call with the VC and need to pitch them out. And there are like some types of pitches. But the best for all of them is storytelling. You can go with stats. Yeah, statistics is always insane. You're showing the numbers, like the VC can calculate, but the guys that are like on the bigger scale, or the foundations, or the ecosystems, from my point of view, they like to understand the story behind it. They like to understand why are you building that, and basically the storytelling point is really valuable, and that's the skill you need to train. You can just come and tell a story about why did you build this AI startup when there are a ton of other AI startups. But when you trained it, when you understand all your skill sets and all the great points that you have in your experience, you can like storytell it the way that everyone will love it. So that's a small meme about the story that the cat eat his hamsters, and basically the point, why did we build the Telegram app for the potato harvesting? So don't forget about the storytelling. You need to grasp the like vision of the fund, their time, because when you have and you build your own one startup, it's totally okay for you to go and push all your time to this startup. But for the VC, when they're checking 100 per week, that's a bit hard basically to like grasp all the ideas. And if you will do something that the people will remember, basically for the VCs even, it's really great and really valuable, because they can remember it and can go back to it in a week or like 2 weeks. So storytelling is really valuable point for the calls, because if you are in the middle of the day of the VC, that's 5 more calls after that, 5 more calls before that. They're all in the row, and if you want have a great story and a great point about the stuff you're building, for you it can be like they will forget and they won't come back. So yeah, don't forget about it. Yeah, so let's come to the most valuable point. What basically we need for the successful fundraising, and that's the point when you're starting, you have built your startup, you have a product, probably an MVP, you have shown a demo on the hackathon, and after that you come to that point because you like don't have a network and don't have the basic understanding, so like what should I do next? And next, basically you have this type of checklist before the communication with like the community, checklist before communicating with advisors, VCs, and many more people. Yeah, like your to-do list, you have built the startup, that's all. That's funny, that's nice. Probably you have won the hackathon prize, and even for the hackathon prize winners, there are often a case where the people have built something, they have got the great feedback, they have got the prize money, but they have stopped because they don't understand what to do next. And basically what to do next is to communicate with people, communicate and check for the VCs or for the people who can introduce you to the VCs, for the advisors or for the people who can introduce you to the advisors. And the best points and the best people here is probably like the network on the hackathon that you have gathered, or the service companies, or the third point is like the foundations and ecosystems. Because from the first point of view, when you're talking to people with the people on the hackathon, they are all interested to build something together. If we are talking about the service companies, that basically the revenue generating model of them, because they can just introduce you to the VCs, they will get their commission, you're happy, they're happy, everyone is happy. And like the last point for the ecosystems, they're like interested to grow their ecosystem, to build strong products, to have the strong team on board, and to scale everything up. So these are like the 3 main points. And all of them will tell you that stuff. They will give you the comments, they will support you with the deck, they will support you on different points that can be valuable for you. And here is like the small checklist from my side. Small and basic checklist will look like that. You will have the deck. You will hopefully have the data room with all the documentation and all the info about the product, about the researches that you have done, about like the tokenomics, which is the next point, about like everything that is connected to your project, even connected with the team and their background. Data room is like the full portfolio for your startup. Then you have a tokenomics, which is mostly an Excel table, yeah, and the more you show how you did your mathematical modeling, for example, or like the more you show how you prepare it and the vision of it, it will be better, because after the initial research, there won't be a guy who have told to their managing or general partners that tokenomics is shit, we won't invest in it simply because like the valuation is high or the unlocks are stupid or something else. And you can never understand for which VCs the unlocks are stupid and for which VCs your unlocks will be great at the same time. That's simply the point that we have before the investment thesis. For someone, 10% on TG is like awesome point. For someone, it's like bullshit, we don't want it. Yeah, for someone like having the 3 years of vesting for the big infrastructure product is like okay. But for a lot of VCs, that won't be okay, at least before the bigger VCs come in. Yeah, and after tokenomics, there is also a point with socials, because you need to have a presence in the space. You need to show your community and you need to build it, because on our side, yeah, I heard the point, and I heard it a lot, that the crypto is unfortunately about marketing. I'm not totally agreeing about that. For the shittier projects, it's about marketing, because their product is not the best. But for the better projects, that's all about the community and the guys who are building it, about the idea, the strategic vision, like the positioning and finding the right product market fit. So like you need to build the socials. There are a lot of stuff that you can do around, like ambassadorship programs, like different campaigns, different contests and stuff. Sometimes even like the hackathons for your own community, which is basically like the internal hackathons, but it can really boost everything that you have inside. Next will be the like 2 classical points, the website and docs plus white paper. Also, it's great to have like 1-pager or white paper if you can't go with the white paper from the beginning. Yeah, and just to remember for the point from the last conversation, you will need to have a white paper if you are building in Europe, because when the MiCA will be accepted, we will have the requirement that we need to have a white paper that is specifically structured for your project so you can operate on the like European region for all the countries. So don't forget about the white paper. You will need it anyway. I understand that probably from 2020 there was like a small lack of white papers. Everyone is tired to check the long papers. Everyone is tired to write them. Yeah, most of them, even for now, are written through ChatGPT, and that's tiring, because basically if you have written your documentation or white papers through ChatGPT, like I personally won't check it. I will just say that documentation is here, but it's written through ChatGPT. It's boring. I'm sorry. You can't use it. Like you can use it if you can use it properly. But if you are just using GPT-3 to write the general text with a lot of water, that's the problem. And that's why I have added this picture here. Yeah, there are often startups that are building like pretty logical solutions, but then there is a unique selling point. You are building like a business, you have a great business point, but then you come to the guys with whom you're working and they're saying, okay, what is your unique selling proposition? And you're saying, oh, I don't know. And you try to formulate it, you try to structure it the right way. And after the USP, you're starting to do the complete opposite, even if you have the great idea before. And that's why like the positioning matters here. Because with the right positioning, you will have the USP from the beginning and the product market fit from the beginning. You can like structure it and describe it in like a really simple way. But there are a lot of points where the guys, as I have said, come into the VCs with solving the problem for the startups, come into the foundations while they're not solving the issues that foundation has and they are not interested for the foundations, or building the product on the hackathons that are not interested for the guys who have supported the hackathon. So always did this preliminary research and position yourself correctly, show the unique selling proposition for that group of people to whom you come. Because like without it, it's a bit hard, to be honest, to like fundraise on your project. Yeah, on top of that, there are a couple of points that are not showed here. Yeah, for the deck, there is like the classical structure for the 18 slides and for the 12 slides. Depends on what you're doing and what you want to build. For the data room, don't say that there is a classical structure, same as for tokenomics, but you can check for a lot of the templates online. Like me personally have created my own due diligence template, and just from the experience, not an NDA if I share the number, I would say, but most of the exchanges, most of the VCs have their own due diligence template. For example, my due diligence template for the VCs is like 100 questions. Yeah, and when you are building the startup, you can't know all these 100 questions. And sometimes, for example, the Gate.io has almost 100 questions. The Binance and the OKX, they have the specific questions that probably all the VCs will skip simply because they're interested in pushing the product through their exchange. Same for the foundation. Yeah, for example, like if you're applying your startup somewhere, there will be a specific Google form for now, unfortunately, but I know that we have a lot of interesting startups that trying to structure it the right way, so it won't be a Google form when you're applying for the grant. But even with that, I would say that for now it's like a Google form that has specific questions, that has like milestone-based funding, and for milestone-based funding you need the roadmap, and that's probably the last but not least point here. The roadmap is really valuable. It is connected with the storytelling, it has connected with the project, it also shows your vision of the great product market fit, and it also like shows that you have a strategic vision for your startup. You're not the guys who have just built something from the beginning. Okay, we have a great toy here, but we don't know what to do next. The main point for the VCs is to understand what to do next. So don't forget about the roadmap that is combined with storytelling. Because from my own experience, for example, I know Nelson from the Gate.io, and he have said a great point some time ago, that he's not interested in checking the product demo for 5 minutes or checking the market opportunity with all this PMF and stuff, which can like put across on your startup and on your deck. He is interested to hear the 10-minute story with one slide of the roadmap, yeah, and understand where are you going in the future. So when you are building the product, always remember to understand when you are building in the future. And the last point here is like you won't make it ideal from the first time, so just make it as you see it from the beginning. You can experience a lot of pivots throughout the building. You can experience like a lot of fuck-ups and stuff throughout the time when you are building, but still keep building. There is a great point that before the successful case you need to fuck up yourself probably 9 or 10 times. So it's totally okay if it's not the best solution from the first time. That's why you need networking, because with the networking you can understand that the stuff you are building is great, the stuff you are building is interested, and interested not only for you but for like a lot more people. So keep building, and as Rostik have sent this picture and I really allow it, dream, build, repeat. And basically that's it. So don't forget to dream, don't forget to build, and just repeat it if you like it. So yeah, thanks. That's pretty much it.
Please raise your hand if you have questions? Anyone?
Alex, just to clarify, you have my contact. No need to check it.
First of all, thanks for the speech. It was really interesting. My point may be not directly related to this topic, but how to invite investment from the traditional finance, how to make this not suspicious, reliable, and cool projects. Thanks.
Like basically great questions. I diversify the funds for like 3 main topics. First of all, we have like Web2 funds who would like to invest only in equity, and that's it. They're looking for the equity. They need like all the details structured. They need to understand like not only the roadmap but the financial projections and many more, and they will be investing in equity. Then there is like the Web2 to Web3, as I call them, funds that are like they are also happy to invest in tokens, for example, through SAFT, but they are also seeking for the equity at the same time. And basically Web3 funds that are scared of equity. I don't know why, but they just don't want to work with it. Probably they have earned a lot of money before, and for now they don't want to understand how the traditional market works. To get back to your question, the best point here is to understand for whom you are building the project, because sometimes, and like from my experience, there's a lot of startups that are building the project for the Web2 audience and come into Web3 startups, to Web3 VCs. And why would you come to the Web3 VCs if they are not interested in solving the Web2 problem? Same for the like other startups, as I have said, they are building the solution that can scale the ecosystem, for example. But they're coming to VCs that are out of the ecosystem, and they're like everything agnostic that I can say. They're just investing in high ROI, and they're looking like to make money and nothing more. That's basically the problem in our market, simply because in 2021 we have like a great unrealized profit metrics. After that, market falls down, and for now all the funds that has like LPs are hitting them and said that they need to realize the profit. That's why we have this drop downs right now when the project is launching, because VCs are selling. But even with that, you need to understand with whom you would like to work and for whom you are needed. So if your startup is really for the Web2, structure it in the way that Web2 will need it. Web2 guys will need it. If your startup is somewhere in between, you can like do it the both ways. But don't be scared of equity, please, because a lot of guys are scared of equity. And if your business doesn't need token but need blockchain, it's okay to fundraise in equity. It will be a bit different way, but still it's the way.
Thank you very much. I think we have one more question.
Thank you so much, Nick. That was awesome.
Thanks.
If you're doing a crypto startup and you can only meet one person in Ukraine, who would you suggest meeting?
Wow, that's really a great question. Like if we are talking about the investments, who would I suggest meeting? In the Ukraine for now, I would say that's a great. There are a lot of great companies, and there are a lot of like funds that are diversified between like a group of people. So I would suggest like a couple of groups of people. First of all, it's probably the 3x Capital. There are the guys who have their own like fund. They have their own academy. They have their syndicate. They have They have everything. They're also building their own startups, so they understand all the scope and all the scale. So that's probably the one guys to talk with. Also, as I have said, we have like great communities. We have like the specific communities that was founded back in 2016 and has probably all the founders from Ukraine in one group. So I would say that you can speak like to me or to anyone else from this group and like connect with the guys that are interested for you. And I remember the point that you were asking on our last call, so no worries here. But I can introduce you to someone here also. I know probably half of the people here, and if you will be on the next conferences, same stuff, can introduce you to the people. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, thanks for the speak. If you would give 3 points that would be the most important for a 90-second hackathon pitch, which would be the things that you wouldn't leave out?
A great point regarding the elevator pitch, if I get it right. So for a 90-second pitch, I would say that there are a lot of specific points that can be like ticked out in your specific solution. For example, the points for the infrastructural product won't be the same as the points for the gamify. But for your solution, the best way to structure it in my way is to make a short story, that will hit it up in the mind of the investor, and he will remember it. Tell them how did you start it and how the idea have found it, and after that go quickly through the product market fit, your positioning, specific USPs, and then the market opportunity and competitor analysis. These are the quickest way to show that your product is great and you have did your research. So as I have said, a quick story that will make it structured with product market fit, positioning, and basically unique selling propositions that will be combined in market opportunity plus competitor analysis. So that's basically the point. But I would say don't forget about that you're talking with people. You're not talking with the machines that need the numbers. You're talking with people, and people are always interested in solving the pains that they have, and VCs are interested in solving the pains that they have, and not in one more RWA project that can't be realized simply because the regulations are not here. So just tell them the story, I would say.
Okay, I think that's it. Or maybe anyone else want to ask a question? No, thank you very much. Let's give a shout out to Nick. So we wanted to remind you that today we are collecting money for Ukrainian armed forces. I hope we will see QR code soon. Yes. And thanks to you, we already collected money for 40 FPV drones. So we already doubled the amount of drones. And please don't stop. We are very thankful for your help. So let me know if the next speaker is ready. The next speaker will be Matt from Redstone Oracles, head of BD. And he will speak about roll-up as a service and oracles. What's the intersection between them?
Yeah, I'm just putting that out there.
We can hear you, but cannot see you still.
Okay, and what about now?
Still can hear you, but no, yeah, it works.
Okay,
Great,
there
thank
you go. There you go. Hi, everyone. Matt from Redstone here. I lead the BD efforts of the company. Let me just try to share my screen as well, just so that you can see some collateral on that front. Okay, that should be up and running at this point. So once again, Matt from Redstone here. We are an Oracle provider, so we really are deep on all things when it comes to delivering data, specifically pricing data and specifically yield-bearing collateral for lending markets. This has been our focus for the past couple of months, and this has allowed us to grow quite significantly over the past couple of months. But this is also something I'll dive deeper later on. But maybe just to start, probably the best way to summarize the whole presentation is just a simple sentence. So specifically, what's the role of an oracle in the world of 1,000 chains, and how do you choose one? But before I do dive deeper into that, a bit of context about the company. So we have started in December 2020 or Q4 2020. That was quite some time ago already. And since then, we have grown quite a lot. We've started production implementations in January 2023. So we are 1.5 years into the market with production clients and securing real money on mainnets. This is around $4 billion at this point. Depends on how you count it, but more or less that's the rough number. So we do have already some experience, still a long way for us to go to become probably the oracle of choice for the whole DeFi space. That's still TBD, but that's high level how we operate. Also, if any of the streams and items on this presentation interest you, you can also dive deeper into our blog articles and reports, because we do have a research arm as well. So feel free to do so after the presentation. Okay. So first things first, what is the role of an oracle and why do you need one in the first place? So oracles deliver data to smart contracts. That is probably something that you already know. And in theory, this could be any arbitrary kind of data. This could be sports results, weather results. This could be any arbitrary events like election results. But the most important and the most prominent use case is definitely pricing data and delivering the prices of specific assets, such as collateral assets, to specific protocols, such as lending markets. And this is also what we specialize in as well. So specifically, pricing is the thing that we do almost exclusively, if not exclusively, at this point. And going more high level, oracles are also necessary for DeFi to happen in the first place, because without oracles, lending markets cannot accept collateral, because without oracles, synthetic platforms cannot operate in general, because they don't have any way to actually access the prices of the underlying assets. So you can think of an oracle as basically the backbone of DeFi activity. And this is specifically important when you are building a chain, a new ecosystem, whether this is a RAS-enabled chain, so a roll-up as a service-enabled chain, or just a standard chain built with your own stack or some other stack like OP stack, Arbitrum Orbit stack, the Polygon CDK or others. And that is because in order for any DeFi activity to happen on top of your chain, you need a couple of primitives in place to be ready for people to use before any DeFi can happen. And the first of those primitives is a DEX. But a spot DEX does not require an oracle in place. If it's just a constant product market function DEX, then you can just deploy it. You don't need an oracle setup for that. So once you deploy it, the people in your ecosystem can exchange value, and that's the first primitive that needs to be deployed. But immediately after that, what you need is a way for people to create leverage on top of the ecosystem. And that's where lending markets come into play. And that's where oracles come into play as well, because lending markets do require oracles for pricing collateral and also to know when to liquidate some of the loans to avoid bad debt for the protocol. So that's the second primitive, leverage. And summing that up, when you open up a new ecosystem, you need to have value exchange, tools for value exchange, that's a DEX. And then you need to have leverage, that's a lending market, because lending market is usually the easiest way of doing leverage on top of a new ecosystem. And that's where the oracles come into play. And that's also why, from the chain's perspective, oracles are the enabler for any DeFi activity to happen on top of a given ecosystem. Now, we know why chains need oracles, so let's dive a bit deeper into the specific use cases. So one of the most prominent use cases for oracles is lending markets, and this is also
our biggest clients category. So our biggest clients are lending markets currently, or yield products as well. But lending markets, I think, are the majority still. And these are the protocols like Aave, Compound, Venus, Silo, the cross-margin types, the isolated lending pools as well. There is plenty of them, and definitely their reliance on oracles is very, very important in the sense that security really comes into play here. Because if something goes wrong, if the oracle misprices an asset, then the protocol can be hit badly. So that is very, very important for them to choose the right oracle partner at all times. You've got the CDP stablecoins, which is basically a form of a lending market that's just built for a specific purpose with specific set of parameters. These are the Liquidities, the Prismas, and many, many other protocols of this world. You also have the leverage protocols. This is one of the most interesting categories in my mind when it comes to our clients. And these are more of a later stage protocols, just because they require an existing DeFi ecosystem to be ready in a given on a given chain to be able to deploy. These are basically smart contract wallets that allow to interact with DeFi in a given ecosystem with the addition of leverage, and they need highly frequently updated price feeds as well to be able to provide those services. So these are the Gearboxes, the Delta Primes of this world. You also have the derivatives protocols such as GMX, Synthetics, and many, many others that require specifically an external price discovery mechanism to be able to price the underlying and create a synthetic exposure on top of the underlying asset. You also have the yield protocols that I mentioned at the beginning, usually the ER626 standard, the sommeliers, the enzymes, and some of the other protocols out there, as well as algorithmic stables, such as Frax, for example. This is also an interesting category that's coming into play when it comes to the oracles use cases. And maybe just a caveat here when it comes to the derivative protocols and the DEXs that I mentioned at the beginning. So at the beginning, I mentioned that DEXs do not require an oracle, and that's usually true for most of the constant product market function DEXs, such as the Uni V2, V3, and Forex, and many others. But there is also different varieties of DEXs that can use an oracle as an external price discovery mechanism just to make sure that the capital efficiency is as high as possible. So when you have a scale between a pure spot and a pure synthetic DEX, such as GMX or Synthetics, then you can also have use cases in between that are not purely spot, neither they are purely synthetic, but they are mostly spot, but then also add an oracle price feed just to minimize LVR, minimize MEV leakage, or just to make the trading experience better or as good as possible. So this is also an interesting example of actually using an oracle on the application level, not only to make it exist in the first place, as is the case when it comes to lending markets, for example, but also to increase the capital efficiency. So an oracle used as a boost of efficiency to the protocol. Now, why all of this is important to rollup as a service providers and the chains that are being built on top of rollup as a service providers? Well, that is because some of the existing oracle providers, such as Chainlink still being the market standard and the biggest oracle providers, the biggest oracle provider, they are not well suited for the rollup as a service world. Just because, let's say you want to create a chain on top of a rollup as a service provider, such as Caldera, for example. You go and deploy the chain, and then, okay, you want to have DeFi activity happen on top of that chain. So what you do is you go and ask for an oracle setup. You go to Chainlink and ask them to deploy on your chain. But there's a problem with that. Chainlink is not going to be able to do that, at least not quickly. Usually what they have to do is, in order to deploy on a new ecosystem, they have to redeploy their whole infrastructure on that ecosystem, which generates quite a lot of costs for them and takes a lot of time, usually at least a couple of months. And there is also a hefty price tag that's associated with it. Just because of how Chainlink's infrastructure is built, it's not really well suited for redeployments. So the things that you have to do with every other chain that launches. And that's the main problem with some of the existing Oracle providers. Now, there is a caveat here that I should mention. So let's think about the future, and let's say we live in the future that's described by Ethereum Foundation, or at least Justin Drake from Ethereum Foundation. So let's say we have synchronous composability, a universal composability across all EVM rollups, or across all Ethereum ecosystem rollups. So in that kind of scenario, what would be possible for you as a rollup or a DApp based on top of a rollup is just to access the state of the price feed contracts of Chainlink on Ethereum L1 and just read the prices out of these contracts without having Chainlink to deploy on your chain. Now, this is not the case, and it's probably not going to be the case for the next couple of years, if ever this becomes the end game for the Ethereum ecosystem. So if that happens, then the standard chaining infrastructure would be fitted for a Rust, just because they wouldn't have to redeploy. People could just access the prices on Ethereum mainnet, or even on Chainlink rollup if they wanted to create a rollup on their own and just update the prices out there. But for now, it's not the case. Things are fragmented, as you know very well. So that's why you have to do sort of redeployments as an Oracle provider on each and every new chain that comes into existence. And that's why this is a big problem for new chains and existing chains as well, so that they can't have chaining deploy just because the costs are too high and the price tag is also too heavy for that. But this also opens quite a lot of possibilities for new Oracle providers, such as ourselves, for example, or Pith, Chronicle, and others. Now, double-clicking into this, the most important distinction to be made here is between the push and pull oracles. And the push oracles are the standard chaining model that we all know. So the way it works is the oracle prices are updated every couple of minutes or seconds, depending on the use case, or deviation threshold. So if the price moves upwards or downwards by a certain percentage, for example, 50 basis points, then update the price. And that's the standard model. But the problem with that is that you have to update those prices at all times, even if there is not really any traffic happening on the chain. Even if the price updates are not needed, you still have to update them. And this can be problematic, especially on more expensive chains, such as Ethereum mainnet, where you just have to pay for these updates, and you have to pay for them handsomely. Usually when the network is congested, it's really high costs that you have to bear. And this becomes a huge liability for an Oracle provider that's built in such a way, so in a push model. So you really have to calculate that well. You have to calculate that for the future. And Chainlink cannot do too many deployments as well, just because each and every deployment for them is a liability in that model. And that means they will have to pay for it presumably forever, or at least for a long periods of time. So they really have to be cautious when it comes to deploying to new ecosystems. You can't just stop the price feed once it's deployed. I mean, you can do it, but you really have to be super careful with doing this because there's people using it. But in general, in the push model, you have to update it frequently, or like fairly frequently, but you have to update it constantly, even if nobody is using those price feeds. And this is not the case in the pull model. So the newer type, on-demand type of an Oracle, just because the updates of the prices in that model can be triggered by user interactions or some of the other events, arbitrary events that you would like to schedule as the DApp. So it really is more flexible. And the second most important differentiation between the push and the pull model is the access to different data types. So in the push model, you have to deploy separate instances of infrastructure for each and every price feed you would like to deploy on a new chain. So a price feed is, for example, ETH, USD, BTC, USD. Every single asset is a separate price feed. And for every single asset, you have to redeploy separate instances of infrastructure. And this is not the case for the pool oracles. So basically how pool oracles work, and I will also dive deeper into that in a second, But high level, they give you this all-you-can-eat access to all of the production price feeds that an Oracle provider has ever created. So you are not only limited to the price feeds that are specifically deployed in a given ecosystem, as it is the case in the push model. So in the push model, only a couple of price feeds that you have access to. In the pull model, you can have the all-you-can-eat access to all of the possible price feeds that have ever been created by a given Oracle provider. Now, why this is the case, that is specifically because in the older model, so in the push Oracle model, the Oracle nodes push data packages directly to the target chain. So they gather the data from data sources such as sexes, dexes, and aggregate that, push that to the target chain, and that's basically their job, and they have to do it constantly at a heartbeat or a deviation threshold. Now, what is different about the full Oracle is this middle layer in between the Oracle's nodes and the target chain. And what this middle layer gives you is you can actually gather the data as an Oracle node. You can gather the data, aggregate that, and push that to the middle layer as opposed to the target chain, because it's infinitely cheaper. It's basically zero cost for you to do it and to keep it in this middle layer. And then only when the data is needed, you can push that to the target chain for the target DApps to use those data feeds. And specifically what this also gives you is, since all of the price feeds are kept within the middle layer as opposed to the target chains, you have the all-you-can-eat access if you just connect to the middle layer. So in our case, this is called a data distribution layer, and you can think of it as a decentralized cloud that's composed of a couple of services. And you can just directly access this cloud as a DApp and push those prices on-chain yourself. Or what we can do is we can set up a bot on the target chain to actually query this middle layer and push the prices on-chain as well to a price feed contract. So we can also simulate the Chainlink interface by putting a bot on-chain and doing basically the Chainlink work, but we are not limited to it. If somebody asks for it, we can do it. It's less scalable that way, but you can always have the access of actually accessing the data distribution layer directly and making it super scalable and having the all-you-can-eat access to all of the production price feeds. For us, it's called the DDL for Pyth, for example, which is another pool Oracle. They use PythNet, which is a fork of Solana, their own proprietary chain built for this specific purpose. And then they use Wormhole as the underlying messaging layer to actually push the data packages from PythNet to the target chain. Now, there's different types of trust assumptions, security assumptions that are associated with different types of designs like this. But just to give you the high level perspective, the middle layer is what really makes the difference when it comes to the pool oracles, because it gives you quite a lot of flexibility and it gives you the ability to update those prices specifically when you need them and not constantly, as it is the case with the push oracles. And this is also a big unlock for chains, especially the ones that are built on top of a rollup as a service providers, because you as a chain, what you can do is, instead of asking Chainlink to come and redeploy their infrastructure on your chain and pay a lot of money for it, what you can do is you can just plug in the middle layer, thus making it possible for everybody on the chain to access the Oracle data, either from us, Pyth, or other pool oracles. And then it's just easy because people can build things with the Oracle data already. If somebody needs the Chainlink-like interface, we can also step in, put up a bot on chain and connect it to the middle layer just to simulate the Chainlink interface. But in the grand scheme of things, what you can do is just connect to the middle layer directly from the freshly deployed chain, and it's basically done. You can start building a DApp that requires an Oracle in place. Now, not to get too technical here. Okay, that was covered. So when it comes to the case studies, what we see, obviously there is more and more chains being deployed in the RAS model. There's quite a lot of super well-designed RAS providers such as Caldera, Gelato, Gateway, and many others. An interesting trend that we see is the XL1s becoming Ethereum L2s, just because they want to tap into the audience, the mindshare, and potentially the liquidity as well in the future, given that we will have the synchronous composability in the Ethereum ecosystem in the future. That also makes sense for them. So there is definitely more and more demand for deploying your own chains. There's quite a lot of interesting designs of new chains, interesting value propositions that they offer. But in the grand scheme of things, the demand for Oracle services on all of those chains is super high. That's why we also have quite a lot of things to do. And it's just good to see the this rollup centric roadmap of Ethereum come to life through rollup as a service providers, which basically acts as wholesale stores, if you want to call it that way, when it comes to distributing the tech stack, such as the OP stack, the Orbit from Orbit stack, the Polygon CDK and whatnot, and also distributing our technology as an Oracle provider, because they have the scale to do it. So that's why we want to cooperate with them closely, and that's what we do. Now, lastly, just to give you a little perspective on how you should cooperate with an Oracle provider if you want to deploy either a chain or just a DApp on top of an existing chain or a rollup as a service enabled chain. So there's quite a couple of verticals that you should cover and ask about while chatting with your Oracle provider. So these are things like customizability, for example. So can you decide on which data providers to trust, which assets to trust as well? Since there is quite a wide range of use cases that you can try to build with an Oracle in place, it's always good to ideate on your use case with an Oracle provider already in that talk, just so that you know what's possible, what's not possible, what's expensive, what's not expensive, what makes sense from the technological standpoint as well, just not to build something that is not going to be able to be deployed to production if you build it in the wrong way. Then redundancy. So redundancy and security, all of the questions around that are of paramount importance, just because you only have one chance to get it right. And this is true for the DApps, that's one, but also for an Oracle providers such as ourselves. So you really, really have to be redundant when it comes to all of the possible services that we offer. And this applies to high-level infrastructure, like the middle layer, the data delivery layer, but also super low-level stuff, such as redundancy on the bot that's deployed on-chain that pushes prices on-chain as well, and a couple of redundant layers of monitoring on top of that. So this is a complex matter to make sure that the Oracle never goes offline, but it's always good to ask your Oracle provider about this, and just to make sure you are on the same page, because there might be some edge cases, maybe in the design of your protocol, that could trigger something that would not be accepted as a valid result. And then it's always good to chat with the Oracle provider to see, for example, what happens with some of the data sources go offline, or if they go out of range when it comes to the slippage, when it comes to the order book depth, and a couple of other things. Compatibility when it comes to L2s and L1s, always good to check if the Oracle provider you would like to use is already deployed on the chain you would like to use, as well as if they have the right data feeds available on that chain. And then price aggregation, always something good to ask. How is the price calculated? What's the data sources? How are the outliers cut off? What happens if some of the data sources go offline and whatnot? Just to make sure that you understand how the mechanism works, and just to make sure you can cover the edge cases if something goes wrong, if there is some 7 Sigma event on the market, for example. You can also ask about historical mispricing and manipulations. Nobody is perfect, obviously. There is always some things in the past that could have gone wrong, maybe as, you know, and some learning points for the Oracle provider as well. It's always good to ask them about this. And then pricing and integration steps. This is important. The commercial aspects are important to get them out of the way at the beginning, so that everybody knows what you have to pay for, why, what's the value prop of that. And then there is 100 other aspects that you should definitely ask about. But the most important point here is that it's always good to open a conversation with an Oracle provider as soon as possible, even if you're still at the ideation phase with your protocol or with your ecosystem, just to make sure what's possible, just to see some best practices that the Oracle provider might have, and just to make sure that what you want to build is possible with the current tech stack. Okay, one last thing is if you are interested in the technological aspects of the things that we are discussing here, since it's not too far away from Kyiv, you can also come to Warsaw in September for ETH Warsaw. We are also going to be heavily present there, and we are definitely going to be looking for seasoned developers. So if that is something interesting to you, definitely chime in and come say hi. Okay, so that is it from my side. As I said, if you wanted to dive deeper into some of the technical aspects of what we do, I think our blog is going to be a good starting point. And apart from that, you can always try to hit us up on the social media, such as Twitter, on Warpcast, on LinkedIn as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt, very much. So we have a few minutes for Q&A. Does someone have any questions to Matt? Everything is clear. Okay, so thank you very much. According to the schedule, right now we have a lunch break, so please feel free to bite something. And we expect to see you come back here at 2 p.m. Thank you. Hey everyone, please come back to the lecture hall because we will start the presentation at 2 p.m. Запрошуємо всіх повертатись в лекторіум. Скоро почнемо нову доповідь.
Шановні гості, у зв'язку з повітряною тривогою ми не перериваємо наш захід, але ми дуже просимо спуститися в укриття. Укриття на першому поверсі біля ресепшену. Ваша безпека у ваших особистих руках. Будь ласка, проходьте в укриття. Івент продовжується, і ви можете дивитися його з Ютубу. Раз, два, три. Hi guys, in case of the emergency in Kyiv right now, alarm. We would like to ask you go to the shelter, but we won't stop our event. You can follow us through the links, through the video on our YouTube. But anyway, your safety is your responsibilities. Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, if you decided not to go to the shelter, please come back to the lectorium hall. We are waiting for you and we will start our next speech soon. We will start the next lecture in 1 minute, so please come back here, everyone. Thank you. Okay, so we are live. And our next speaker is Ekaterini from Netherman Research. And she will talk about incentives in blockchain protocols.
Here. First of all, can you see my screen that I'm sharing?
Yeah,
yes,
we
I
can see
it.
you
Yeah.
and the screen. Thanks.
Great. Let me hide also the video panel. Great. So I'm Ekaterini or Katerina, but whatever it's easier. I'm working in Nethermite Research, and previously I was working and I did my PhD and I was working at the University of Edinburgh. So today I will talk about a paper which is called a Common Private Order Book. This is a paper that we uploaded to ePrint a few months ago. It is a joint work with Adam Gagol and Damian Strazak from Ethereum Foundation and Cardinal Cryptography, and also with Albert Carreta and Michal Zayens from Nethermite Research, which is the department also I'm working at. There is a problem with the, okay. Just to say before I begin the talk, a very short legal disclaimer that for avoidance of doubt, this presentation, its content, access, and or users, including any associated services or materials, shall not be considered or relied upon as any form or of financial, investment, tax, legal, regulatory, or other advice. So in the beginning, I will give a very high-level overview of what Common is, what this protocol is, and later I will give some more details about how it is work. So Common is a decentralized exchange design that can be integrated with a shielded pool. I will give more details later. Maybe you all know what a shielded pool is, but I will give more details later. And the aim of this protocol, of this decentralized exchange design, is to allow users to perform exchanges, to exchange tokens, like to exchange token A for token B, without never exiting the shielded pool. And also to mitigate price inefficiency due to maximal extractable value. You may know, but like maximal extractable value is the profit that a block user can take from reordering the transactions or front running, sandwiching, and in general changing the order of the transactions. So our design, it consists of two smart contracts called order book and swap engine, and it uses the following cryptographic and mechanism design techniques, which are ZK snarks, Merkle tree membership, frequent batching, threshold encryption, multi-party computation, internal matching, and Dutch auction. So we will discuss more alike about these components later. Just because we will use very much the notion of shielded pool during our presentation, I will give an example of what a shielded pool is. In a shielded pool, with a shielded pool, users can transfer tokens privately, so they can spend a coin and create a new coin without revealing which coin they spent, and also without revealing the value of the coin. So when a user wants to spend a coin in a shielded pool, for example, in Zero Cash, and it wants also to create one or more new nodes, then what it will do, it will be that it will create a zero knowledge proof that proves that it owns a node in the shielded pool, and this node has the same value as the value of the new nodes. So it does not create value from nothing. And the second important thing that we will also use like during the presentation is that every single node there is entitled with a nullifier in order to prevent users to double spend. So when a user wants to spend a coin, it has to reveal a nullifier, and this should be like unique for every node. So when it tries to double spend, if it tries to double spend, it will need to reveal again the same nullifier, and it will be caught. And of course, this nullifier does not reveal anything about which is the node. It is just like used for this purpose. Let's continue with a high-level overview, the very high overview of Common. In Common, the orders are processed in batches, and what happens is that what is revealed, it's the aggregated amount per directed pair. So for example, if the batch has 10 orders, and these 10 orders in total, they want to exchange token A for token B, then like what will be revealed will be like revealed the aggregated amount, what like the sum of all these orders want to sell or buy. Their individual order values remain secret. And also another characteristic is that the time the aggregated amounts are revealed, the users cannot remove the orders from the batch or add orders in the batch in order like to prevent a block proposer from adding or front running orders in the batch. The collection of the orders, the creation of the batches, and transfers from to shielded pool are performed by the first smart contract, which is called order book, and the actual trading will be performed by the swap engine, the second smart contract. And also one other important thing is that all the orders in the batch will be executed at the same price, and this price will respect the price limit that every individual order in the batch has set. And here when we say like orders, we mean for the same directed pair, like for all the orders that sell token A for token B. Initially, let's see a very quick overview of how like the trading will be in the swap engine before we go to more details. At high level, the aggregated amounts for the pair that have been revealed will be matched internally. So we have like in total the aggregated amounts of token A that should be exchanged for token B. And we have also the opposite, how many token B we want to sell. And we perform an internal matching. Again, the internal matching respects the price limits. Of course, after that, there should be some excessive amount that cannot be traded. And this amount will be traded via a DOTS auction to external market makers via our second smart contract, the sub-engine. And the sub-engine in this way can attract on-chain and off-chain liquidity because like anybody can participate in the DOTS auction. After the DOTS auction has finished, I will explain later what the DOTS auction is, but here we're just in a high level. After the DOTS auction has been completed, we still may have some amount that it is not traded because like DOTS auction does not last forever, lasts for a specific number of rounds. So let's say that only 80% of the bats has been traded per directed pair. So what happens then? What happens is that the users who have orders inside the bats, they can claim the funds that correspond to 80% of their orders. And the remaining 20%, either they can take it back, cancel their orders and take back the remaining, or they can leave it there as it is. And this amount can be traded in a later batch. Let's summarize what the user keeps secret. So the user does not reveal which node it spends from the shielded pool when it tries to move funds from shielded pool to make them orders, and also does not reveal which order node it consumes when it tries to claim its funds from the orders and move them back to the shielded pool. And also it doesn't reveal the value of the new created order. This value will be encrypted. On the other side, the user will reveal which tokens IDs wants to exchange. For example, I want to exchange token A for token B. And it will also reveal which will be the worst price that it's willing to accept. And this was a very quick overview. And now we will see like some more details in the protocol. Just to say here that I have omitted some details in order to make the presentations like easier, and it's in order to be more understandable. So here you can see our smart contract, the first smart contract, which is the order book. The order book consists of 3 Merkle trees. Here we can see the 2 of them. The first Merkle tree is the token bag. This is the shielded pool, for example. This stores the nodes that the users have. And the second Merkle tree is the order bag, which will store the hash of the orders that the user will have. And also, it has some maps that store some public information, which is the order set. This set will store all the public information of the order, like which is the max price, which is the pair that's traded, and which is the fraction of the order that has been traded so far. For example, in our previous example, this would be like 80%. Initially, this is 0. And also, we have some sets that will store the nullifiers. Because if you recall, when you want to spend a node from one of these Merkle trees, the user will need to reveal a nullifier, and the smart contract check that this nullifier has not been appeared before. So just to say here that what happens is that when a user wants to create an order, then it spends a node from the token bag and creates a node to the order bag. And when it wants to claim the order, it does the opposite. So it moves funds from the order bag to the token bag. Of course, in zero, all things is without revealing the values and the secret informations. So here, what happens is that asynchronously, like every user can send its order, can create orders. And the way it creates orders is that, as we said, it will create a transaction that will include the max price. You can see here the definition of what the price is, but it's not very important, like for our presentation. It will declare in the transaction also which pair, like I want to exchange A for B. And what happens is that it reveals the nullifier that is entangled with a node that it wants to spend from the token bag. Let's assume that the node has value V1. And the user will put also in the transaction the hash of the order node that it wants to be added in the order bag. And also it will submit the encryption of the value of this order and the order ID, which is like the order, an identifier of this order. And finally, in order for the smart contract to be able to verify that all these things are correct, so the order node, the hash of the order node is something valid, and the user has the funds that it wants to sell, the user will add also ZK Snark proof that it constructed correctly the order node. So like this proof proves that the user indeed has these funds in the token bag, and that like he can move them, and the node, it's the same value of what it wants to sell. It's of the same value of what it owns and what it spends. So orders can be submitted in at any time, but common is progressing in rounds, how like the batching is happened and how the trading is happened. So per round, we have one batch per round. And every round will consist of phases collect, reveal, and trade. Before when the round is going to begin, we have an initialization before the batching happens, which is that the order bag will ask an oracle for the price per directed pair, and it will set which is the worst price that it promises to give per batch. And this price is determined via using a parameter called price lag, where price lag is it's a parameter and it can update it every time, it's hard-coded. So what happens is that the higher price lag is, the worse price the order book gives, but it's easier to trade. And after we have the worst price that the order book promises, we go to the phase collect. So in the collect, what happens is that a user, which is called updater, this can be any user, what happens is that it will track all the orders that have been submitted, before the route begins, and it will add to the batch orders whose price limit respects the price limit that the order book has promised for this round. So here, the updater will check that the max price is compatible with the worst price of the order book, and it will add it will add the orders. Here, the encryption is additively homomorphic, which means that the smart contract, by adding the encryption, can have the encryption of the sum of how many tokens per pair the users in total want to sell. And here we say encryption, and the decryption key, we didn't say who can decrypt. The decryption key will belong to a committee, and the committee, every member of the committee will have just a share of this key. So we will use a scheme, an El Gamal threshold encryption that had been used also in for a voting protocol in a paper that was presented in Eurocrypt many years ago. All the references are in the paper, so you can find all this there. And what happens is that when the updater puts orders inside, he also adds to the third Merkle tree that we have here some event that this order with this order ID has been added to this specific batch, so that the smart contract knows which order has been added to which batch. And this happens also from the opposite direction. Here we have A for B and B for A. The same happens for the opposite direction. And what happens is that now the smart contract at the end, this last number of rounds, which is also a parameter. So when this phase ends, the smart contract has the encryption of the aggregated amounts, and the committee will decrypt the aggregated amounts, and it will send the decryptions to the order book, and also it will provide a proof of correct decryption, that the amounts were decrypted correctly. Also, after that, when this phase is finished, we go to the next phase, which is the trading. If you recall, the trading is performed by the swap engine, the second smart contract. So like order book will pass all the information that it has to the swap engine, the information about the max price and the information about the aggregated amounts. And our swap engine will start and will perform the internal matching. Recall that the internal matching should respect the worst price promised by the order book. So here we need to have our price that we select, we need to have to respect this bound. In our case, we could take anything like before in the middle of this bound, but we have selected the geometric mean to take the geometric mean like for the internal matching. And also like the swap engine holds some vectors that they keep how much amount they have sold and bought per pair, like they track all this. So the internal matching is finishing, and after it's finishing, there may be some excessive amounts for one direction. The swap engine now, it is prepared, it begins to prepare like for the Dodge auction. For the Dodge auction, what happens is that we need an initial price. This initial price, in order to take this initial price, the swap engine will ask again the price oracle, because like some time has passed before the last time it asked, and it will, if the price oracle respects the worst price it has promised, it will retain it. Otherwise, it will remain with the worst price promised. And here we have the Dodge auction. The Dodge auction, what it is, the swap engine begins with this price. And what happens is that if users take the excessive amount with this price, then the Dodge auction stops. If there is still amount that is not get, in every round, the price changes and becomes more attractive for the market makers who want to buy this amount. But in any case, this auction cannot last more than auction length rounds. And also the price will never be like the final price will be the worst price that the order book has promised. In every time like market makers buy some amount, the vectors are updated. And finally, we have an updater that that the updater can like finalize the auction. The smart contract of course checks that the length is satisfied. And when this is finalized, the swap engine will pass the information back to the order book. It will pass how many tokens it has sold, it had bought per pair. And the order book has all the information it needs to compute the common price for the whole batch, to compute how much fraction it has been sold, for example, if 70%, 80%, what is the fraction? And also the order book adds an event to the third Merkle T, which is the event log, that describes how much, which is the price of this batch, and how much amount, a fraction of this batch has been traded. In order for the smart contract to know what happened with this batch, that like that 70% of this batch was traded and with this price, because the smart contract needs this so that it can able to verify if a user claimed the correct funds. And after that, we progress to the next round. And what happens is that the users can update. What happens is that the users, before they claim their funds, or before like their orders can be added to a next batch, an updater needs also to update the order. And what happens is that in order to update, when it calls with a smart contract to update the order, the fraction of how much of this order has been traded will be updated in the order set in the order book. So like the order book will keep that this order has been 70% of this order has been traded. So like 70% the user can claim the funds that are related to this amount. And after that, the user can claim back its funds, which is like, in order to claim back its funds, will do the opposite by direction compared to creating an order. So now it will try to spend a node from the order back and it will create a node that is whose hash is going to be added to the token bag. Again, we have nullifiers to check that it does not claim twice the same order. And also, like the users, refers to the events so that the smart contract can check that the new node that it creates and moves to the sealed pool has the correct amount. So like the user does not move, transfer to the token bag amounts that it shouldn't be. Like it's, so the smart contract has everything it has in the event log Merkle tree. And of course, like the user again makes as a case snark that the node that it wants to add to the token bag respects the values and what it should it can claim. So we said that the user cannot claim twice the same order. And like this was like an overview like of how the protocol works. In the paper, you can see many technical details how this works and the decryptions and all these things. Also much related work about how we compare with other constructions. Thank you very much like for hearing me. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Katerina. So any questions, please raise your hand if you have one. Also, if you have questions and you are joining us online, please let me know because I'm checking the chat. Yeah.
Would you mind telling me a reason why you choose Dutch auction instead of the other auctions? No, there's a bunch of type of auction like English type auction and also second price auction, weekly auction. And why is that Dutch auction?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks. A very good question. So what happens is that one characteristic like that we need is that everything is public, like in the second smart contract. So like we cannot have sealed bids. So Dutch auctions have some nice properties for example, they have some seal-proof property. Also, like there is a paper that it's very recent from Como Commoners and Raf Garden that they are discussing what's the advantages of Dutch auctions, especially in the settings where like the values are public. So what happens is that it's civil proof. So first of all, like the auctioneer does not have incentives to add its own fake bids. For example, this is one good property, and there are also good properties depending like of what like the auctioneer, in our case it's a smart contract, can take from this. Yeah, and this was like some of the reasons. Yeah, but in general, like Dutch auction has been. There are many constructions that, like for example, Uniswap X also used Dutch auction. It's something that it's like very, it's used very much recently, and like also you can check also this paper that's very recent. I think it's 2 months ago, like from the authors that I mentioned, where they explain like they prove why like Dutch auction is better in this setting for some specific characteristic like seal proof characteristic and some of these things.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? We don't have any, so thank you, Katerina, once again.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. Thanks. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Hanzo, Solidity Engineer from MetaMask, and we will discuss account abstraction.
Want to confirm that you can hear me?
We can see and hear you.
Okay. Do you see the screen too?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So yes, so 1 second. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the account instruction, which is very popular right now. And like, if you download wallets, you will find that most of those wallets are using now account instruction because it has a lot of benefits that the previous wallets didn't have. Also, it comes with some disadvantages that I will show you. But most of the features that it has will improve how users use blockchain in general. So here I will present some like things that are important for anyone. So you don't have to be technical to like understand, yeah, this is good. And also I will share some things that are more technical for people who are interested in like how I can start developing with it. So currently right now we have two types of accounts. The first type is EOAs, like this is the most common that people have been using for several years. For EOAs, like they are managed by private keys. We all know that. But private keys, like they have these special characteristics, right? It is like hard to keep them safe and things like that. Another characteristic of EOAs is that these are essential for network transactions. And also they have limitations in security, in customization, and user experience. These are pretty basic, you know, so it is limited. On the other side, we have contract accounts. I think everyone might know what are smart contracts, and you know that you can code logic inside of them. Like you can program anything you want. So there is a type of account that is a smart contract. This is what we have here on the right. These are more flexible than the EOA accounts, and like one thing is that they cannot initiate transactions by themselves, as you can do with EOAs. What was the issue that we had like before these smart accounts? Okay, before them we were using EOAs only. So, but EOAs cannot contain logic. You have an EOA, like for example, you create a private key and then you can start sending transactions to the blockchain. But it is just a key. It is nothing like nothing special. It cannot contain any logic as you can have in a smart contract. So this is a limitation that we had before. Another limitation is that they cannot be automated. Like, as you know, every transaction when you have an EOA has to be initiated by you. So you have to go and do the action manually, and that's the only way that you can do it. Um, Another thing is that it was mandatory to use ETH for paying gas fees. And yeah, so if you wanted to start a transaction, you would need to have, for example, ETH or any of the native tokens of the blockchain that you are at that moment. So if you have tried in the past, for example, to download a wallet and then you say, okay, I want to start using it, and then you start like with the first transaction and you'll see, oh, I cannot do it because I don't have ETH in my account. So that has been an issue for most of the users. And then if they are not like if they are just beginners in the space, they don't understand what is gas. They don't understand how to buy it, how to get it. They don't understand any of that. So they can download a wallet. They want to use it. They are interested in blockchain, but on the first step, when they try to do something, they are limited. So there is no ETH for paying gas. They cannot do anything. So they are limited there, and that was one of the issues of EOAs. Another one is that EOS were managed by a single private key. And yeah, so you just create a wallet. That wallet has a single private key and an address, right? That's the limitation there. So if you wanted to like have multiple people controlling that wallet, the only way that you had it is like you had to share your private key. And this is pretty insecure because once you share the private key, yeah, like anyone can do whatever they want with your account, and you are not the only one who controls that account. So this is pretty insecure. Then we have that it is hard to keep that key secure. Why? Because I, I don't know about you, but since I started here, like people tell you not to store the private keys in screenshot, not to store them in notes, things like that, because it is pretty easy for someone to hack your device and get access to your private keys. especially if they are like looking for that type of text. So it is very easy for someone to hack your accounts and get access to everything you have. And the other way that people have been doing is that they just write the private keys in a notebook or things like that. But then, yeah, it is something physical and you can lose it. Things like that are really hard to keep them safe. So this is another limitation that EOAs had. And like most of us are used to it, but it doesn't mean that new users will like have it easy to start if this is the limitation they have. Another thing is that they cannot batch transactions and it is expensive to do it. So I don't know if you have seen, like, for example, when you want to interact with like Uniswap or another protocol, sometimes you have to do one transaction for doing an approval of the tokens, and then you have to do another transaction for executing the action that you want to do. So those are two different transactions, and it is like many transactions for a user. We want to make it easier for them. So with the smart contract accounts, you can just say, okay, I want to participate here. What is needed? Okay, this action. Let's batch them. Let's group them in a single transaction and just send that. And it would be easier for the users. And then we have that the EOAs, they have higher complexity because like you have to explain someone what is a private key, what is a mnemonic, and what is like those things that are pretty hard to understand for someone, and that you have to get the native token of the blockchain to like interact with things. So that is like adds an extra complexity that is not necessary to the users. In general, account abstraction is trying to make it easier for users, especially like for new users who don't understand anything about blockchain and they just want to use it. Like, let's say that there is a game that is pretty popular. They just want to play. They just don't want to like learn about blockchain, about private keys, about mnemonics, about native tokens, nothing of that. They just want to play. So this is like an example of how account abstraction is going to be useful. You are going to simplify a lot of those steps that are necessary for using blockchain. Using account abstraction, that will be easier for them. So these were the issues that we had with EOAs. So now let's see some of the features that we have with account abstraction. As you can see here, we can have signless transactions and automated payments. So let's say that you like in the future, because as far as I know, like for example, right now it is not like integrated, but let's say that in the future, like you have a Netflix account or Spotify account or like any membership account, and you can just provide access that they will do a discount every like month to your account. So you can program that in the account, and then you don't have to worry. Like you're using your account as any Web2 service that you're using right now. So you don't worry about it. Just give access every month. It will be automatic, and that's it. Then that's a feature that you don't have with EOAs, of course. Then below here, we have co-owned wallets and social account recovery. As I was saying, like with EOAs, it is not possible to just share the account access to other people without sharing your key. So it is your key. This is the issue with EOAs. But with account abstraction, that's totally different. Like because you have an account and you can have multiple signers, multiple owners if you want, and every person will have their own key to access the account. So let's say, I don't know, just imagine that you can have an account for your family and like every of the members of your family have their own keys. So it is not that a single person is sharing the key, but everyone has their own. So when they initiate transactions, you can see, okay, this person is trying to do this, and this person was the one who executed something here. So something like that, or inside a company, for example, like all the leaders have their own keys and they have to approve the transactions between each other to be executed. Things like that can be integrated with account abstraction, and it was not possible with EOAs. That's co-owned wallets, like. But then also social account recovery. One good thing about it is that you can integrate other things, like for example Gmail or like social networks, things like that. You can integrate them, And like if you don't have access to your account, you can like, okay, click now, recover my account with Gmail. And then you verify your user with Gmail. And if you're good with that, you will get access to your account. Like what happens right now is that with EOS, if you lose your private key, like you lost your account completely. There is no way to go back. And there is no central entity that will tell you, here's your private key again, right? So you lost access, no one can help you. With this, social recovery can help you. Then we have on the right here, above, easy wallet recovery. Here, as I was saying before, like private keys are hard to understand and all that. It is hard. Like you just have to store that and you don't understand anything about it. But with account abstraction, you have like multi-factor authentication, biometrics, and there is elimination of the seed phrase. Why? Because you can code the account, the smart contract, to accept the same security mechanism that your device, for example, your phone, uses to unlock. It is pretty common right now with the latest like devices like cell phones and things like that, that you can unlock your phone with your face, for example. Just put your face and it will unlock and that's it, right? You don't have to worry about other things. Or you can like use your fingerprint, or you can use a code, things like that. Instead of like having to store a very complex key like the private key to unlock your phone, that's not useful. That's pretty hard for users. So account abstraction enables that. You can just access your account, approve transactions, and execute actions just with your face if you want. That's a feature that we didn't have before, or like with your fingerprint or other biometrics of your phone, like a small password. There is no need for you to have access to a private key or a mnemonic, and you don't have to store anything of that because your device already has that security mechanisms implemented. You just have to use it. And it is very easy to just say, okay, yeah, I want to do this transaction. You like scan your face and that's it. Like people are used to it. Then here we have that account abstraction can be safer than EOAs. I don't know if you have heard about it, but like currently, like quantum computers are like becoming more popular and people are working towards that. And some people say that maybe when quantum computers will exist, like for the most of the people, maybe that could be a danger for blockchain because of the that type of signatures that we are using. That can be vulnerable, but with account abstraction, you can integrate different types of signatures. For example, one type of signature could be, yeah, I want to still unlock my account with an EOA. That's one possibility. I want to unlock my account with a Face ID or fingerprint. That's another type of signatures. And then there's also this one, like you can create signatures that are quantum resistant signatures. There is already some algorithms for that. And if you want, like you can start integrating and testing and things like that with that type of signature that it didn't exist before. So there was not an option before, but now it is an option. Okay. Then we have other features of account abstraction. For example, since it is a smart contract, you can customize it. As I was saying at the beginning, like you can code anything that you want inside the smart contract. And you can say, yeah, I want to do automatic payments if you want, like every month. Or you can say, I want my account to be owned by a group of people. And then, like, let's say, like 4 people. Like, you can make your account be owned by 4 people, but you need at least 2 signatures from those 4 to execute that transaction. So that's possible with account abstraction. You can code anything that you want inside your account. It can be as customizable as you want. And that's pretty useful, to be honest. Then we have that smart contracts can be upgraded. That's an option. So if you say that you started your account to be unlocked only by yourself, like one person, one account, you started like that,
but then you decide, no, I want to make it so that I can own it by a group now. So if you want to use the same account, you can upgrade from what you had before to this new approach that you want, and that's totally possible. So the logic that you want to start using there, you can change it at any time. There's no problem, and that's pretty useful. Then here on this one, it says also transaction batching. As I said, you can like add multiple transactions in a single batch, send that to the blockchain. That will save a lot of time, no effort, nothing special, and you will get used to it very easy. Then here you have more options for payments. With EOS, you can pay only with ETH. With account abstraction, you can pay with other tokens like ERC20 tokens, for example, USDT, USDC, or DAI tokens that you didn't have before. You can use them now, and that's pretty useful for normal users. They don't want to understand anything about native token. If they have any of the others, they can still execute transactions. Here, this is going to be a little bit more technical now. So here there is a diagram of ERC4337. This is an Ethereum request of 1 million or something like that. I just don't remember the C, sorry. But yeah, this is the standard that people are using for account abstraction, and this is the name, so don't worry too much about it. But this is what they say. So there is a bunch of users here that they submit a user operation to a user operation mempool, which is like the transaction mempool that we have right now. Then those user operations will be sent to a bundler, and then the bundler will take those requests, let's say something like that, from the users, and this bundler will try to send them to the blockchain. So on the blockchain, they will be received by a smart contract, which is an entry point. But before they get here, this entry point will check if there is a way to pay for that transaction. If it is like, for example, those tokens that I just told you, USDT, USDC, things that are not ETH, and it will check if there is some kind of mechanism for payment. And if everything is okay and the transactions are valid, then it will be executed on the blockchain. I have another diagram here. Again, here the users will send a user operation, which is a transaction. Like here, since those things are getting grouped, there is a new name for transactions here. It is pretty similar to the transactions. It just receives a different name, which is called a user operation. But inside of them, it is almost the same as a transaction. I will show you in the next slide. So you just send here your request. I want to interact with Uniswap. This is what this thing will say inside of it. So then there's another user. I want to do an exchange on a different thing. So here. So once you have like those things in there in the mempool, just waiting, the bundler will read them. It will process them. It will create a single bundle. It will group them, right? And then it will interact with the blockchain. This is the life cycle of a user operation. The DAV or the user will submit the user operation to the bundler, right? You interact with a bundler. You never interact with the blockchain directly. This is not how account abstraction works. So when you start interacting, if you are one of the developers or you're just building things with account abstraction, you will find new actors that didn't exist before. So there will be an actor like a company who is in charge of bundlers, right? Or there's another company for other parts, like for paymasters, for like the payment part. Things like that, there will be new actors that maybe you are not used to them. But yeah, now there's more services in blockchain. So the bundler will validate the transaction, and then it will simulate, just making sure that everything is okay. Once you make sure that everything is okay, you can also validate the payment. If the payment is right, the bundler will accept those user operations, and it will create a user operation hash. Then the bundler will bundle all those things together, and it will submit them to the smart contract, which is the entry point. Then if the entry point validates that everything is okay, it will execute them, and it will charge the funds from the paymaster. The paymaster is the one who has the money to pay for those transactions, so it will charge that money from them. And then if everything is okay, the transaction will succeed, and yeah, and you will see the for example, the exchange being done. So here, I just wanted to recall how transactions look like. Like when you do a request to the blockchain, that is a transaction. So that request needs to have some information like where do you want to send the transaction to, or what's the data that you are sending, or what's the like value of it that you are sending in that transaction. Things like that. All of that is included inside a transaction, and this is how a transaction looks like. So as you can see, it has all these properties, and then like we have the user ops. The user ops are really similar to transactions. As you can see, these are the values. And then we have some things that are pretty similar to transactions. Like we still have the sender, the nonce, the data that you're sending, and other features like the price that you are willing to pay for that transaction to be included sooner. And things like that are really similar to what transactions are. So when you start working with this, you will see, oh, yeah, I know this because it is pretty common. Like it comes from transactions, and I already knew that. So then, what is a bundler? I have been talking about a bundler, but I didn't explain it until now. So a bundler is a special node that monitors an alternative mempool of user operations and bundles user operations from multiple people inside a single transaction, so it can be executed on the blockchain. So you don't interact with the blockchain directly. You send those transactions to the bundler. The bundler will take transactions from many people, and once that's ready, it will submit those transactions to the blockchain. The bundler will validate those transactions off-chain. It will estimate the cost, and it will submit the user ops to the entry point, which is the smart contract. And you have to be wise when you estimate those the cost for those transactions, because if you don't send a good estimation, maybe you will get penalized. Then we have the paymaster, which is the one in charge of paying for the transactions and things like that. So this is the one that helps us to pay with, for example, with stable coins. So one of the uses is it can be used to complete the sponsored transactions of the users. Let's say that you create a game today and then you want people to start using it and you don't care about paying for their transactions, like for the fees to the blockchain. You can do that if you want. So you can create a paymaster and you will say, okay, I will sponsor the actions for all my users for this week, because I just want people to start using my game, and that's it. So you can do that if you want. Or you can say, for example, I want people to be able to pay with DAI for their transactions, not necessarily with ETH. So that's another alternative. And like as these coins, you can have any other coins, and you can integrate them in the paymaster. Also, the paymaster runs in the user operation validation, and it charges the amount from the user. So if you had those tokens, it will charge those tokens from the user. And as I said, if you are like the owner of your dApp, you can also sponsor the transactions if you want. Then here, what is a smart contract account and other things related to smart contract accounts. The thing with the smart contract accounts, it is that it is a smart contract account, right? It is not an EOA that is easy and like cheap and free. So you start creating a EOA and it is free, so you don't have to pay anything. But when you create a smart contract account, you need a deployment on the blockchain. So for that smart contract account to exist. So before that, there is a way for you to start like getting the address of that contract without deploying it. And this is one of the features that we have with the smart contract accounts. Then when you do the first action, you can create your account and also you're executing the first transaction. Then smart contract accounts, as I said, can contain and execute any logic as you do with EOAs, but even better. then the implementation can be flexible. It can be a multi-sig, passkeys, ownable, or any other implementation that you want. And you can have different ways to sign the transactions. As you remember, it can be upgraded. And there's another feature, which is like you can do multi-operations in the same transaction, as I said before. For example, approve and deposit, approve and exchange, and things like that. Any actions that are together, and it can be more than 2. Like you can have 10 or 100 actions in the same transaction, one after the other. And you can also make it so that if one of the actions don't work, then the other actions will also fail, if that's what you want. So you can do it like that. Finally, like some downsides here, we have like technical complexity. Well, I didn't just want to say, yeah, account abstraction is the best for everything and like everything will be easy for someone. But because it is not like that, it has also some downsides. So I wanted to show you that. And it is, for example, the technical complexity. So building and maintaining smart contract accounts can be more complex than building and maintaining EOAs. Some, like as I have seen, since this is quite new, not many of the users of the developers know how to start integrating account abstraction. So if you want to say, oh, yeah, I want to start account abstraction in my project, maybe it will be harder for the developers to understand how to integrate it and how to make it work. So this is technical complexity. Then sign up cost, you have to deploy your account. It's not free as before. Then security risks. Since it is a smart contract, the code that you create there will be public and there is a potential risk that someone will try to hack. So sometimes it is good to use existing implementations that are audited. Other downsides, standardization. There's a lot of different implementations for different people. So there is no like, this is the way to go. So you have options and you have to choose between the best for you. To build account abstraction, it is not as decentralized as it was before because there is already many services that exist, and it is better to just start using some of them instead of you creating all of them from scratch. So since you're using an existing service, maybe it is more centralized than before. And account abstraction is not something that is already finished. There's like every day there is something new ideas that are coming. So this is not finished yet, and it is a work in progress. Some important topics here is that some of the work in progress like that I have seen is that this is EIP 3074 to allow users to authorize smart contracts to perform actions on their behalf within a single transaction while retaining security and control. So this is another implementation that they're doing for account abstraction to improve. There is another idea which is like minimal rollup for key stores to make the smart contracts to be in sync between different blockchains. Because it is a smart contract, you can deploy it on one blockchain and not on another blockchain. So if you want to make them to be synced, like you have this amount of signers in one blockchain, and you want to have the same amount of signers in a different blockchain, like this is being in progress. They are still deciding of what to do with that. So this is the name, minimal rollup for key stores. Then other things that are still in progress. Well, this EIP for 4237, this is the basic for account abstraction. And if you start reading about account abstraction, this is the best way to go. And this is another topic that is important for account abstraction, 1271, which gives the smart contracts the ability to verify signatures. And finally, some useful links that I wanted to share with you. I found this repository, which is called Awesome Account Abstraction, and it has a lot of videos, articles, code, projects, and communities that you can join if you like the idea of account abstraction. And this is how you can find it, Awesome Account Abstraction. And yeah, that's it for account abstraction. Thank you very much. I don't know if there is any question.
Thank you very much. So do we have questions? Please raise your hand. Okay.
And let me see if I can hear the questions because sometimes it's hard.
Can you hear me?
But,
Okay.
yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. 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 Can
I hear you. I hear you. Let's see.
Yes, thanks for the presentation. We're using account abstraction, and like you mentioned, we discovered some downside of it, the complexity, like you mentioned. And maybe one, I don't know if you came into this situation, is alt pools are generating a delay before going to the block. And in some blockchain, the gas fee is moving quickly and then rejecting the transaction. And that's typical to account abstraction providers, I would say, because like there is more buffering and bundling, so there is like a delay. And we discovered that on congestion event, blockchain tend to reject user ops more often. I think maybe Nikita, you know better, right?
Yeah, that can happen. Like I see that similar to what you already have in the normal blockchains. Like you have to compete against other people for the space, and like in this case in the bundler. So the bundler will pick the ones that will be more profitable, and for example, it will pick the ones that have higher gas prices and higher benefit for them. I think that could be one of the reasons of why that is happening, because other people are sending more, for example, paying more for their transactions, so they will be processed sooner. Maybe that's one of the reasons. Or the other reason, like it depends on the blockchain at the moment. Maybe like many people in general in the blockchain, they are sending transactions, and at the end, like even if you send like a good amount of value in your user operation, remember that at the end, all of that will be like in a group with all the user operations that you have in there, and that will be a transaction to the blockchain. But that transaction will be competing against other providers and other transactions in the blockchain. So it is not that you are only competing against the user operations, but at the end, the transaction will be competing against other transactions in the blockchain. So I think that could be one of the reasons of why it takes more time for those transactions to be processed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have more questions? Seems that no, so thank you very much again. And please welcome to the stage Luis. He has his mic already. He is our next speaker and also CEO of Yellow Network. And the topic is Trust Unchained, how Yellow Network redefines trading. So please welcome.
Thank you. So I'm French. My name spells with an O. I'm picky about it. So this is supposed to be a screen. Okay. All right, so there is no prompter, I guess. All right, Trust Unchained. Thank you, everyone. I figured I would wear my chain to go with the title, Trust Unchained. So when you are in the crypto trading business, it's kind of a big deal. The trust is a big deal, and we have a broken trust situation. And so this is what the presentation will be about. So, story time. When I was young, I wanted to be an astronaut for many years. I was making books and pasting planets. And you know, I had this idea of limitless things. But now, picture this. A vibrant lab with brilliant scientists. And here, my father was also one of them, in the US, working with Dennis Ritchie, the creator of the C language. And when I was born, for the story, we had one of these computers in the basement. That was pretty rare in the US. So Unix System Laboratories is born, and those guys have made the computer revolution. And this is, for my generation, the revolution we're born in. Now, imagine a 6-year-old boy, a few years later, running through the corridors, And my dad stops me and he says, I want to show you something. It was a terminal. He typed a few commands, a ping, and suddenly something happening on the screen. He says, we are talking to New York. I didn't even know where New York was, but we were talking to it, so it's pretty sick. And you know, this is the turning point from my dreams, you know, from the astronaut. This is the moment the spark came into my heart. I didn't want to be an astronaut anymore. I wanted to be a programmer. And I didn't want to serve the stars. I wanted to serve the World Wide Web. A few years later, I stumbled into a few problems. I would say an anomaly in the code on the web. And I was facing a dilemma, something beyond code, something very interesting potential. And it's only today that things are coming together. That was more than 20 years ago. I don't have the text, so I don't know what this slide was supposed to mean. Something like, we are going to be on the stage of a new revolution, and my slides don't have much text either. It's not going to be a very technical presentation. So, the first thing we're going to talk about is, you know, the chain that I brought, the broken chain. I wouldn't mean blockchain is broken, far from this, but when it comes to trading, we are facing this situation. So in the next 20 minutes, I'm going to introduce the broken chain problem, why crypto trading is broken. There is some glitch with the font. Yes. So why the crypto trading is broken? How do we fix it together? I think all over here we do have the solution, abstract account, things like that. And our solution, a protocol. So let's get back in the time of this revolution. I would say a silent revolution was optical fiber. That was a big deal, and most of us at home, we didn't see anything, but this is what brings commerce to be global and trading to be planetary scale, and then we had global financial markets. Who cares? But we're talking about trillions of dollars, and it entirely changed our society. There was a silent revolution, but that's, you know, one of these technologies that really transformed the world. And without our optical fiber now, we wouldn't have the economy we know about or watching our Netflix movies. That's also a cool thing. So, like optical fiber did for traditional finance, our ambition here with the Yellow Network is to make the next leap forward on the technology, bringing the potential of blockchain into traditional finance and transform once more the financial space. A few words more about us. So we are Yellow. I think you got this one. The t-shirt, everything. The teams in the back. And openware. Give me a second. So openware is kind of a Ukrainian born and raised baby. Since 2016, we are building trading platform. And Yellow, the story starts since 2014, I believe, or 13. This is from GSR, the first crypto market maker. So GSR, if you want to know, this is the guys who distributed Ripple, for example. And so this is where we come from. A market maker and a software company with talented Ukrainian developers which have been building one of the best trading systems today that is open source. From our combined experience, the Yellow Network is born, and this one is a Web3 project, blockchain project, but it's not a blockchain. So a bit about my team. The team is quite big. We're talking about hundreds of people. I mentioned Alexis from GSR, Bakhtiar, myself, and Camille, the guy we were finding the anomaly with. We started 20 years ago being both programmers and French. We are the founders of Openware. And you can see more of the team here. Some of you can raise your hand in the room. Thanks, guys. So yeah, that was a couple of years ago, the first picture. Interesting event, blockchain Kyiv. Before the war, like so many things have changed, and this is now the first Ethereum Kyiv edition since the COVID and the war, and this is a big deal for me. I mean, this has been long years for us. But thank God, we've been busy programming, so that was something we could hang on. 3 anomalies I mentioned. So why the crypto lending landscape is fundamentally broken? Well, reason number 1, and I think Vitalik can witness from the great blog article, blockchain does not scale. The blockchain trilemma, the famous blockchain trilemma, you can try. It's not horizontally scalable. It's always going to have consensus, bottlenecks, etc. Second problem, liquidity fragmentation. So as I explained, we are market makers. We are distributing tokens all over the planet. And people haven't made our job easier recently because now there is hundreds of blockchain. So the fragmentation is, say, acute, like when you're sick. This is getting bad. Hundreds of different chains, side chains with different tokens, and they are very spare in very short liquidity. And for trading, that just is an extremely complex risk situation to deal with. A token, a USDT is not worth a USDT anymore. Depends where it is. Finally, counterparty risk. Not so much popular word in blockchain world, but counterparty risk is the foundation of traditional finance. The finance that, in US dollar we trust, the trading, the entire system is based on the trust. And one of the foundations of the trust is clearing houses, those financial institutions. I don't have my timer, 18 minutes. A bit about competitive analysis now. I think it's important, and with our point of view, our expertise, like those years working with distribution of crypto, building trading platform, trading in crypto is the #1 business, let's face it. This is the industry that is the money generator, and this is what makes congestions on Ethereum chain. So, on the lower quadrant, and the 1-inch guy is going to hate me for this one, low trade efficiency and high risk. So high counterparty risk. And here, in the corner, you see the small trading venues, CX and decentralized exchange. Well, when you're a small exchange, nobody wants to trade on your platform, and nobody trusts you, so business and life is difficult. And small DEX actually kind of have the same situation, maybe no liquidity, and, they might not have a security audit and all those sorts of things. Why did I place 1-inch here? A risk, because you just allow 1-inch to spend your money into an unlimited way, and I think this is wrong, and I think account abstraction is going to fix that. I think it's a great take, it's amazing, and it's not a 1-inch thing, it's everyone who is allowing cash, so it's just unfair. Competitive analysis, so the Uniswap, the ZK-Link, the DYDX, the StarkX are using blockchain for processing trades. And yes, you can optimize it by moving it on layer 2. you can gain more performance by going a bit off-chain. But again, much better in counterparty risk, much lower trade efficiency. We're talking about minutes to post a trade with, you know, not the transparency that traders need. So again, blockchain is not the right tech for trading. I would keep saying it. It's beautiful for settlement, but not for trading or executing smart contracts. Now, you know those guys, unregulated exchange. What can we say? Well, it's hard today since the Unchained Trust. It's hard to say anyone will come and deposit $10 million on them just because they are in Seychelles, they are unregulated, and you have no freaking idea of what's going on and what they do with your money, and there is like no blockchain trust. They are great companies, maybe, just we don't know, and nobody is big enough to audit them, so that's a problem, but they are very efficient. They use old Web 2 technology, the one with the optic fiber, so here they are. So now there is the next quadrant. I think it's the most interesting one. We can do better than that, right? Robinhood. Surprise. So Robinhood is a regulated broker in the US, the biggest 10,000 trading instrument, and again, regulated with consumer protection, and that works as fast as a traditional centralized exchange, and it's actually more decentralized than a Binance. And yes, it does offer lower counterparty risk because it complies with the framework in place for centuries. And yes, we are pro Gary Gensler in this company. Yellow Network. This is where we think we are standing in terms of efficiency and low risk and coolness of being DeFi. Because being regulated is not that fun. So, ChatGPT work, but I like it. I mean, I didn't say to put the American flags and the everything. He came up with it. I think they patched it since then. So the unicorn is going after the bear, and the unicorn is our bull, and our bull these days is going to be blockchain adoption. So a few words about our vision at Yellow. Getting the high speed from what the industry is used to, when you do a bit of high frequency trading, Binance is extremely slow. High frequency trading are usually looking into 10 nanosecond trades. For Binance, you need to send your orders in Japan, in Amazon Web Cloud Services. You can't get any closer, and it's going to be 300 milliseconds. So this is fast, but this is nowhere fast, traditional finance fast. Minimize risk. Well, here we can learn from decentralized protocol, and I think Uniswap, by its simplicity, is really one of the best. There's many evolutions, but I think it's here to stay, and this is, you know, like assets. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. And our strategy is to decentralize and conquer. Our aim is to build 1,000 brokers around the world. And we're talking about you guys. We're talking about the people who are joining the hackathon. This is going to be our workshop. And this is going to be the first dozens of crypto brokers you can build today in our hackathon. So tomorrow, 10:30 is the first workshop, and I guarantee you, thanks to Anton, after 90 minutes, you go home with a working exchange. That's a statement. I will guarantee it. All right, so a little more about how does it work? Where is the magic? So the Yellow Network overview, the system overview, it's an overlay mesh network. Think Lightning Network. We decentralize trading for real by allowing participants to trade using the nearest node. So everyone is deploying their node in the cloud, and then when you join the network, you're choosing the nearest node by locality, and this is TCP/IP protocol. If you want to use optical fiber, you can. It's capital efficient by design. It's infinitely scalable. You will have local latency. So you could think of, yeah, Binance, Tokyo, 300 milliseconds. Here we can talk about Kyiv server, 1 millisecond, maybe less. Fully non-custodial. Any user can be keeping funds on a hardware wallet using account abstraction that you learned about in the previous speech. And low counterparty risk. Okay, so this is the overview of the network, a global communication network for trading, for high-frequency trading. Now, let's continue from the 10,000 feet view to the 1,000 feet view. Oh, Vitalik, this one for you. Reduce L1, L2 congestion. I think it's a big deal. So our goal is to move trading volume away from blockchain using state channel. So we're working on layer 3. So how does it work? Now imagine Alice and Bob, two participants, maybe they have private keys. They want to enter into a trading business relationship. And so they're going to use our smart contract called ClearSync, which is a clearing house in a smart contract. The margin is locked on chain, say $100 each. And now they are open their state channel. And they have a fast link for direct trading and private trading. So no one knows what's happening in there. But once again, it's a mesh network. So the first event you see, opening a margin account on chain, funding it, it might be something you do maybe once per relationship. It's like signing a contract with Bob. You don't know Bob, you want to have a good contract. So maybe it's going to be there for a while until you break the contract. The high frequency channel is also going to be there all the time during the duration of the contract. It's a pipeline on the optical fiber for sending high frequency trades. And finally, blockchain. And so, let's say once a week, Alice and Bob can clear their transaction, batching and netting an entire week of operation into a single blockchain operation. We call that the netting. And you would do that especially if the remaining margin becomes too small. So usually you don't have to do that and you can settle whenever it is. And this is how we scale and save blockchain a lot of transactions. And now you need to connect again to the mesh network I described. So use your imagination to understand that this is a recursive algorithm. Many people speak about network of state channel. This is an asynchronous network of state channel, a disconnected network of state channel, point to point to point. And so there is like a slow, recursive, cascading mechanism that is pulling the liquidity toward where it's needed. Maybe it starts in Japan and it's magnet liquidity like the moon does to the other side of the planet. So finally, let's have a look to Alice. So Alice is a broker, as we mentioned. And Alice is running our software. Of course, it's not going to be the only software for being participant of the network. And so the software is a software you can install on any cloud with built-in clearing, with the yellow network clearing system. So you have like an ISP and you can directly connect to the Internet of Finance and access all global market from a single link. It's okay? So yeah, few components is an account abstraction wallet system. The more we're working on it, the more we think it's genius because we can use it not only for personal account money storage, but much more. For example, margin account, pledge account, etc. Our Finex matching engine, which is high-speed, traditional trading finance matching engine. And the last component is an interesting one. This is kind of the equivalent of our blockchain node. And for us, these are clearing peers. So they are servers that just open and close channel. Some key benefits. Much lower CapEx, much lower OpEx, capital expenditure, and operating cost. So the startup doing a trading firm has a much affordable and reliable to start business and not dying. Well, I love security. It's extremely time consuming, so better simplify and make simple choice. This way you'll have security by simplicity. The system has been designed to be customizable. It's fully modular. It's building blocks. So it's designed for being turnkey, but rapidly you can modify it for whatever you need. And rapid deployment. How much time, Anton, takes for deployment? 1 minute, 1 minute. You got it. We can do less. You can do better than this. The Dennis Ritchie, everyone is familiar with who is Dennis Ritchie? The creator of the C language. So as I started this speech and I spoke about my dad working at Unix laboratory, this is my favorite quote. Unix is basically a simple operating system. But you have to be a genius to understand the simplicity. And, well, this was the boss of my dad, and I love Unix and I love Linux. And, you know, for all of my life, I wanted to include design principles like Unix has into fixing problems. And so I can say the yellow network design is simple and yet powerful, much like Unix. And what I should be adding here is that it's going to take time to comprehend the potential and how many things you can do and what kind of impacts clearing with blockchain may do and change from crypto trading to traditional finance or even global markets. So, food for thought here. So let's see it in action. I prepared a 1-minute video. It's actually an old video, not exactly the NeoDAX product, but let's have a look. I have to click. So this is our network viewer, explorator of all of the nodes connected to the system. We just open a trading channel. And now you're on global meme market, by the way. It's a test environment. All of the trades are instantly posted. They are off-chain, but you have settlement. So this is not a perpetual DEX. And this is a terminal for clearing and moving assets across chain. The product that we're going to be presenting for the hackathon, all the team are going to be invited to join. Is going to be NeoDAX. So the trading terminal is our network explorer, and NeoDAX is a UI SDK backend that you can download and customize today. And so tomorrow, 10:30, we will be doing the first workshop. My team here is here to assist. Daniel in the back is the state channel guy, Nikita as well. And then we have more Go backend guy, Go fans. I guess Vitaly likes it a lot. So, yellow. And thank you for listening. And thank you for coming to Ukraine. I'm living here for the last 3 years. I mean, the last 10 years, actually. But I mean, I'm stuck here since the last 3 years. So some of you came here, and it's very emotional to go back, on stage in this time. I think it's great resilience we are showing here, and yeah, thank you guys.
We have time for questions. Please raise your hand
Yes,
if you
please.
have any.
My friend.
My friend, yeah. What do you think of continuous pressure on DEXs from regulators, from financial monitoring? How you'll handle AML policies, etc., etc.? Because
So those guys need help. They need our help because they just don't know where to strike. They don't really understand what's going on. So on decentralized exchange, they can go and break their teeth. They can't do much besides blocking things, but then you have IPFS and so on. I think they have a position and purpose. I see decentralized exchange as infrastructure, or DeFi in general, DeFi protocol, as infrastructure for B2B. And in traditional finance, most of the infrastructure is unregulated. This is like global markets. And what is regulated is brokers. Those who need the consumer protection are the customer facing. So I think my simple vision is brokers should be available in every country with a regulation and use decentralized exchange as a liquidity provider. But don't send user directly to a decentralized exchange. It's just too painful. Let's be realistic. My mom is never going to trade on DYDX. And professional trader either, because, I mean, going to Cosmos or going to another chain and then finding your asset, and at the end you're just like, I just need to trade, for example, on Robinhood, 10,000 trading pair, 10,000 trading instrument, which goes from gold to Japanese stock to US stocks. And so I think DeFi is infrastructure and is a necessary tool, but it's not a consumer product, and it should stay unregulated because they can't regulate it, but they have to regulate brokers, and we need to stop. I mean, we need to listen to Gary Gensler. Those are not exchange, they are brokers, period. They are not something else, and they don't have a bank license, and they should not have custody of the customer asset. And that's nothing new. We're doing this for 200 years. And we're doing it with trillions of dollars. I mean, it's rather safe environment because the financial system have not collapsed yet. Thank you. Great question, by the way.
Thank you very much. Maybe someone else have questions?
So in crypto, they're mostly trading spot, right? I mean, you have like a perpetuals, but it's like an unusual form of derivative. But in finance, you mostly trade like derivatives, right? Like options. So do you consider like your network also to serve mostly derivatives, or is it exclusively for spot or for all kind of instruments?
So we are in a lower level of infrastructure. We're doing cross-currency swaps that banking system practice in the interbanking when they exchange currencies. But in traditional finance, moving money does not exist. You're just writing debt here and there. And we stopped moving gold until Bitcoin came. I strongly believe that spot trading is awesome, but that's the most difficult to scale because of the liquidity scarcity and so much of the issues. because when you're buying the asset, the spot asset, you get the utility with it, right? You want to withdraw the asset because maybe you want to keep it in the safest place you consider or stake it somewhere. But maybe it's the asset that's going to pay the game publisher of your favorite game. And so this has a different emotional value than the market price. And in the Yellow network, you can open position, which is more of a derivative kind of thing, and close the position with a settlement which turns it into a spot transaction. That was in the demo for half a second. But yeah, come to the workshop, I will show you a bit, or you can try on terminal.yellow.com. And yeah, we're doing spot, we're moving tokens between chains. Of course, that's not a real thing. Nobody can move token between chains. But we're connecting people who want to withdraw to the correct chain.
I can see any hands. So I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
While our next speaker is going up to the stage, we wanted to remind you that today we are fundraising money for FPV drones for our Ukrainian armed forces. Here you can find QR code and make your donation. Also, it's important to say that these drones are assembled by members of Ukrainian crypto community, so it's a great chance to support each other. And thank you to those who already donated, who still hasn't, please join us. And let me introduce our next guest. It's Tomo, designer and artist, Ethereum Foundation. And the topic is Ethereum culture expanding in the infinite garden.
Hi, good afternoon. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. And I'm so grateful to be in Kyiv, especially under this condition of situation. So, I want to share some of my experience in the Ethereum community. And my perspective is a little limited because I'm not in super tech. I'm more like a designer. So, but I think I have something to share with you, and I hope that will help you a little bit. Okay. Okay, so screen is covering so much, so I'm going to move. My name is Tomoyuki Saito, originally from Japan, and I'm a designer at the Ethereum Foundation. And I'm involved in a couple of projects like DevCon or Ethereum Foundation website, or starting experimental initiative like DevCon Scholars Program Artist Track, and so on. And sometimes I say I visualize the infinite garden. So I want to share some of my work. This is the visual of how the frontier era of the Ethereum. And this is some sort of like a solar punk vision of the Ethereum in the future. And I designed the logo and also some branding for the DevCon. So that's what I do. Okay, so in my perspective, Ethereum is a cultural technology. And that I came to this perspective because when I attended the first DevCon, it was very cultural to me. And so that was my first impression of the Ethereum community. I thought DevCon is Burning Man for tech nerds. Anybody knows about Burning Man? It's like something like this. These are actually my friends from Ukraine. And so again, so I want to talk about what is the Ethereum culture, but in the first place, what is culture actually? So I Googled it. So it says culture, the art and the other manifestation of human intellectual achievement regarded collectively. The second one, the ideas, customs, and the social behavior of particular people or society. It's cool. And the other one, I liked the maintain tissue cells, bacteria in conditions sustainable for growth. That sounds very intriguing. So growth, it's really nature of culture. I mean, culture changes all the time, over time. And then we have some sort of history. And then, so one of the example I like about the culture is music. So we have some sort of like music scene like this, the club culture, with a lot of light and the huge speakers, electronic music, right? Do you know where it started? Berlin? Who said? What'd you say? Garage clubs. Yeah, clubs. But still sounds like a club, right? Okay, so here. In Jamaica in the late 60s or early 70s, they had sound system like this. They were playing music outside at the park. And they were actually playing some sort of dance music, but with the songs, like reggae or ska songs. And one time, a mastering engineer forgot to put the vocal track into the record. So it was a mistake. But they had a record that doesn't have a song, the vocal track in it, and they found out this is rad, right? So that was the beginning of dancing without songs. So that I would say that's the beginning of the club culture. So remind that started with a mistake and it became like this. So it's kind of fascinating how the culture grew. So anyway, so I want to go back to just the definition of the culture that, correct, yeah. So this is the definition, right? So yeah, you can say the Ethereum is a cultural technology. So I want to go back to this point. So experiences of the Ethereum culture that people experiences is, for example, DevCon. Okay, let's move. So DevCon is an Ethereum conference for developers, thinkers, and makers. And the DevCon's goal is to push the boundaries of possible in our mission to bring decentralized protocol tools and culture to the world. And so this was the venue of in Colombia 2 years ago. And we had some activities like music and some play and then some other maker stuff as well. So not only the conference, we had a lot of different experiences. And the DevCon, by the way, is happening this year in November 12 to 15 in Bangkok, Thailand. And we also had DevConnect. It's a week-long gathering of independent Ethereum events to learn, share, and make progress together. So this was happening in Istanbul last year. And we have also local community events, which is, following the principle of decentralization, local community events like this event are flourishing globally. So there's another example. The pop-up city called Zaru is a public good community pop-up city, a playground for the cross-pollination experiment, a debating ground for exciting topics, a testing space for Ethereum-based technology and hub for futuristic-sounding disciplines such as longevity, synthetic biology, network state, and more. There's another example. It's Pagoda, gathering to weave the diverse threads of ages, culture, and philosophies into a united tapestry of Ethereum, aiming to shape a decentralized world that honors shared heritage and distinct voices. Okay, so there's experiences. So what kind of subculture are we building and growing? Cypherpunk. Okay. Cypherpunk build Ethereum's infrastructure and tools with a DIY attitude, staying neutral on the usage, historically focused on the privacy, and the neo-cypherpunk movement called Lunapunk now emphasizes placing privacy back front and center in Ethereum. This is a reference by from the Vitalik's blog post. Please read to go deeper on this. But yeah, keep going with the subcultures. Regions. Many influential voices in Ethereum commit to a regenerative approach to technology. Regions experiment with governance to improve or replace institutions, focusing on public goods, playing positive-sum games. Degens. Users driven purely by speculation and wealth accumulation are called degens. And they take extraordinary risks, focus on trends and hype, and aim to escape contemporary neoliberal capitalism in an ironic and a detached way. Quite interesting. Also, we have layer 2s as subculture. A layer 2 is simultaneously one, an ecosystem, and two, organized around building something. So more willingness to do user outreach, diversity of values, diversity of participations. And in terms of how things are, the diversity, inclusivity, and plurality is very key in terms of now it's layer 2-centric approach is very important. So you're in the center, you're part of the multiple different community or values, beliefs, culture, right? So how are those subcultures growing? So we have the Ethereum Foundation's vision for the Ethereum. It's called Infinite Garden. So Infinite Garden is our vision for the Ethereum. I'm repeating the same, but that is inspired by this quote. A finite game is played for the purpose of winning. An infinite game, instead, for the purpose of continuing the play. James P. Kerr's the book called Finite and Infinite Games, 1986. So you see the difference between those two games. So finite games such as like sports or exam, for example. Right. It's nice to have goals and nice to have a winner and the losers because of some structural situation. But that game is temporary. But instead, the infinite games are infinitely keeps going because the goal is to keep playing. So the infinite games, for example, such as like a city planning or simulation games or other type of games, video games also keep playing, sometimes dangerous. But there were two different kinds of games, and Ethereum ecosystem we vision is the infinite game. So sometimes we use a metaphor of map, and we have those cypherpunk indigenous regions, and then there was a couple of L2 culture exists in the land. And so with the approach of infinite games, it keeps growing. So we will have more stuff around. And I talked about the Zuzer over there. Here's Pagoda here. And then there was another brother called Solarpunk. And there was another thing called the Next Billion Fellowship we have. It's the fellowship for the people who's aiming to a social impact for the next billion users. And I'm part of the artist cohort for the DevCon, as a part of the DevCon scholarship. So we are aiming to reach out to the artists who are not in the part of the Ethereum or Web3 yet, but who would understand and who resonate with the values and stuff. So we are actually little by little pushing the boundaries of this landscape. Okay, so we can understand what the culture and the subcultures. So how to build culture. So I would say there was definitely so many ways to create a culture, but in terms of the Ethereum community, I would definitely say start learning core values. So open global participation, decentralization, censorship resistance, auditability, credible neutrality, building tools, not empires, and a cooperative mindset. These are also listed from Vitalik's post on December 28th. Let's make a Ethereum Cyberpunk again. Worth to read. Please read when you have a chance. And so this is the core values. And then I want you to define your own values. So what is really important to you? Like, you know, the privacy or financial inclusivity or creator first or security first or newcomer friendly or even non-financial focus, etc., etc. I want you to be really creative around here, actually. And then, you know, also you are working on some hackathon projects. Maybe going through these values before you start working might help. And really translate the values to your practices and or product so you can keep playing the infinite game. And then I think the impact is much bigger on culture than feature. And then if you create the feature from culture, I think that's a really good process. Okay, so quick action items for you. I talked about the DevCon. So DevCon is happening November 12 to 15. So please scan this QR code. We have the website. And then it's updating little by little. I think it's currently talking about the programs. Ticket sales is going to be sometime soon. And yeah, I talked about the Scholars program, DevCon Scholars program. And there was a couple of different tracks. Community builders, artists, legal, and then also others. So if you know someone who would like to invite to the Ethereum community, probably this is a really good chance to invite them to in this community. And also, if you win this hackathon, you get the tickets to DevCon. So good luck. And then remember, you are creating something rough. It's okay. It's going to grow to the mega parties at some point. And lastly, please remember we are building a global culture together. ETHKyiv. Thank you.
We also daku you. And so any questions to Tomo? Please raise your hand. Okay.
I'm organizing a rave on Sunday. Are you interested?
Rave?
Yeah. Do you want to see the local rave culture scene?
You go. So I got to know about you, like Kyiv, like really wanted to come over here last 4 years because of that.
Perfect.
Yes,
so yeah, Friday and Sunday we'll have big rave. Underground, different kinds.
Okay.
Be my guest. I'm playing there, by the way.
Really?
I'll be DJing.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That would be awesome.
Thank you. We have one more question.
Thanks, Tomo. That was awesome. Brian Chesky, one of the Airbnb co-founders, famously asked Peter Thiel for advice. And his advice was, don't fuck up the culture. Do you have any advice on how to not fuck up the culture?
That's a good question. I think I would say my approach to the culture is always be authentic, and then just authentic about how you feel, and then just contribute to what you feel like, right? So I think that's accumulate. You don't have to manipulate too much. Like Ethereum community is just nice gathering of the amazing people, and I think it happens naturally. So just let it happen.
So we can see raised hands anymore. So I think that's it. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. And our next speaker is getting up on the stage is Vladislav. He is VP of Law Enforcement of Global Ledger. That's support, yeah. And he will talk us about sanctions specific with crypto.
One, yeah. They just make it harder. Thanks, boys. Yeah, so my name is Vladislav. I'm coordinating Global Ledger with law enforcement and government. So I will speak on a little bit like a boring side of the culture of what's going on with crypto, where we're going, like what kind of problems we can right now see. So I will shortly start with who we are and what we will speak about. So we will speak about who we are. We will speak about the problematics and sanctions, what's going on specifically in crypto, and what government know, what they don't know. We will go to the sanction exposure, something that is basically setting up next series of the sanction, next seasons, how we can catch some spoilers maybe and protect our own business from that. We will go on how to stop funds from moving probably in generally in the blockchain. And as well, we'll go through some things like false positive and what we can do with the DeFi sector. So a little bit on us. We're working from 2019. I will shortly say that we were invested because we provided some new features to the AML providers that will be real time. So you can always see if something was, let's say, so I don't know, burned by Tether or by Ethereum or something like that, which law enforcement will be really happy about. And we can place everything we do on a private server. From legal point of view, it's something, let's say so, from the future, because nobody really trying to stop you from getting dirty finances. The problem is if you're not reporting or if you know that they're really dirty in before you taking them. So we're trying to take this danger away from business. So currently we're looking 5–10% of Bitcoin transactions every day, and in the most cases we see all the needed sources, let's say so. We work with government, we work with business, we work with any startups. To be completely clear, and I think any provider logic in this sphere is to go to the government, supply them with the software that will let them know what's going on the market. And after that, you need to go to the business and tell them that you can see what regulators actually not think about you, but see about you. And we're trying to do it in the most private way by putting it on your dedicated server where you can use your own attribution, not share it with anybody. So yeah, we work a lot with the government, especially like we're registered in Switzerland, of course, because there is no real law on virtual assets in Ukraine still, unfortunately. But Switzerland is good too, because you're kind of neutral. You can work with a lot of different regions in the world, let's say so. But the core team is from Ukraine. So I'm heading Global Ledger in Kyiv and the cooperation with local law enforcement. Also, we've been chosen as a national expert just to educate them on searching about virtual assets. Reason for that is that, unfortunately, crypto is not only for the smart people, but also for really, really evil people. And from information, we see that 99% plus financing of any terrorist organization, any terrorist group that you want to put somewhere is all about crypto. I will give you a short example why crypto is actually really used in terrorist financing, because lots of people think like, yeah, it's used in terrorist financing just because you want to just coddle crypto and make us use standard finances, right? But imagine the situation. So we're receiving a call about that there is some dictator. There is a lot of them, so I will not choose any specific one. So there is a dictator sitting somewhere, and we can, let's say so, complicate it from two sides. One side, why is it complex? Because the guy will probably ask us to drop like $50,000 to his mother, $100,000 to his father, daughter, son, and they will be all around the, I don't know, if we're talking about countries where dictators are still alive, it will be some places where there is not really a lot of business activity, or there could be no agents in some deep rural village or city, I don't know, in Siberia, for example, or something like that, just as an example. And the only way to do it is such a short time and to not risk any agent that law enforcement or special agents were putting there for years will be crypto. Reason for that will be that it was like a conversation with one guy from the Liechtenstein. I was saying, because everywhere you have OTC services, everywhere you have an exchange where you can just go, you can be in COVID mask, you can use a phone, the burner phone, you can go in any, I don't know, shop around, Zara, Armani, Dolce & Gabbana, anything, and you will just change your clothes. You will be with the new clothes, no one's seen your face, no one checked your ID, right? Nothing. So you can basically move any amount in most any country. And for this guy from Liechtenstein, I told him, yeah, okay, you don't have OTCs, but you probably have Jeeps with black windows. So it's still working. You can still order that. So that is why we, of course, I will add that we're the part of Global Coalition to fight financial crime. We work with nearly every FIU in Europe already. So Europe is our domain, let's say, so we're trying to protect it from the risks. And the most important for this topic is that we were allocating sanction funds for allocating virtual assets for FATF on the first place. And we kind of understand the logic, how they create new updates, how they put new people there, because we were in the roots of this process. Yeah, so the problem of sanctions in crypto. So the biggest problem is that Of course, there could be somebody in the middle. It could be a SEX, right? It could be a centralized exchange that kind of should comply, but it's not always the case. And we see a huge shift into DeFi sector, which is also understandable because we all want to have an autonomy about our money and so on. I completely get it. Yeah, unlike in traditional finances where we have a lot of intermediaries, especially banks, where everything been test proven for decades, hundreds of years sometimes, and that's why those procedures of collecting the data and is top notch. So in our case, like let me put it like that, when the government is casting sanctions upon any crypto business, upon any person or something like that, it is not necessary that they really know what is the wallet infrastructure of those people. So, for example, they will say like some recent things like Bitpapa, or they will say Garantex, right, under sanctions. But do they know if they are they really like prevent them from working? What are they doing actually when they're saying that Garantex is under sanctions? When they're saying that Garantex is under sanction, what they really say is that providers, IML providers, which is like 6 companies that can satisfy this need, it's now your hunting period. And we need to understand how Garantex right now is moving money. Please be welcome to visit our website. We have a really huge research on this thing, and we really understand how Garantex is moving money, and still we cannot confiscate some money for law enforcement, but we can still allocate it. That's what we're trying to do. Yeah, so after that, there is something like a dynamic sanction list. So in traditional finances, you say this guy, Ivan Ivanov, for example, he is a politically exposed person, he is, I don't know, terrorist or something. This is his account in traditional, in a bank, I don't know, Goldman Sachs Bank and so on. And he's done after that. He cannot move money from this account if he have no inside person in a bank, which will like take, you know, 99% chance that those money will stay there. For I don't know, for some time being at least. With crypto, what we can do is just like providers like us, like, I don't know, Chainalysis, Elliptic, TRM Labs, any of the guys, they will just mark it as something that is under sanctions. And what will it actually mean? It will mean that businesses that really comply with something, they will try not to receive money from those wallets because they will receive a high risk score on top of them. But a little bit further in this presentation, we will speak about the ways how do sanctioned business actually operates. I will try to give maybe a little bit of insights how they generate a huge volume for things like, I don't know, like Tether or something. And hopefully, yeah, we'll get to the root of this problem. So main problems, allocation, because they don't know what they're actually sanctioning. They just say that's the name of the business, this is sanctioned, and that's all. What infrastructure they are using, they don't know. This is information not open for them. And really for the regulator, the infrastructure of regulator is like that they cannot go to every exchange and just say, this is the guy, give us all his wallets and so on. Because we all understand about money move problems, right? So they will not really know what is his wallets actually. So this is the first problem, that we're sanctioning something that we don't really know what it is. Then we go to, oh, I have a small screen here, sorry, I haven't seen it. I have a really bad eyesight. So how to decrease the chance of interacting with sanction and this, and what to do for a normal business if you already receive something from the sanction entity. So first of all, yeah, use IML providers. It's like a sales point and just a great thing to do if you're a legal business. If you're operating in a few regions, you better use few providers, because a lot of people claim that they use AI in what they're doing for providing and so on, and that's why 100 people in a team can actually allocate kind of like all dangerous wallets in the world. It's bullshit. It's not like that. You cannot use artificial intelligence in our sphere. The reason for that is admissibility of data that you're like providing to the people. Because every time law enforcement is using your software, by the end of the day, he will go to court. And when he will go to court, he will ask you for the attribution, for the source of this label, like why this wallet belongs to somebody. And saying that Gemini or ChatGPT generated it for you, it's not something that will work with a judge. And it's not something that will work with our client if they will receive a huge penalty or a huge decrease in money they are receiving. So the first thing first, you need to try to use as much providers as you possibly can if you're a huge business operating worldwide. You need to find teams that are working with regulators in a region where you're trying to work. Because first of all, you will be on the same page with them. The most likely they will go after you using the data that they are provided by the providers in this region, yeah, and just generally you will have a more precise data on the region, which is logical. About what to do if you already receive funds from sanctioned entities. So this is the question that we usually receive, like we want to protect our business 100% from sanctioned money and so on. It's impossible. It's completely impossible, because imagine that there is let's say, so I will like exchange A, I will not drop name here. So there is exchange A, and there is a like withdrawal from this exchange for, let's say, so $4 million, right? And it will just go into a nucleated wallet, right? Can we oversee this situation like in before? No, there should be other regulations intact to stop it. But then this wallet will, like, this is actually how businesses that are under sanction receive liquidity. So Garantex, I think they have even way more than they had in before they were sanctioned. So it's like nice marketing. Go further, here or here. Stopping from some moving. So yeah, that's what I was touching a little bit, that we, like, let's say so, in, it's a pleasure to have Vitaly here. Yeah, yeah, I have a lot of law enforcement that really wish to have an ability to burn, freeze funds in the Ethereum network. I understand it's a lot of different projects and they can all do it themselves, and there is ability to do so, so it's up to them, which is really cool. But that is like the hottest topic for the law enforcement. What they really want to do, they want to administrate the blockchain. The problem with that is that they are not really expertise in this, let's say so. So we do not have a level of understanding inside of the regulatory sphere, right, that will be safe for Ethereum, for Tron to completely believe them and give them ability to freeze something, or, you know. So we have cases where it's happening, but generally that's somewhere they want to go. That's somewhere they want to go, because money that's stored on a cold wallet, for now, from our practice and from practice we see, the only one who is really in some way kind of responding in some cases is Tether for now. All of other people are kind of ignoring or trying to throw law enforcement through the really long you know, systems like Codex or something like that Binance is using. So it's hard for regulators, hard for law enforcement. They don't know how to do with it. DeFi. The problem with DeFi is that it's kind of regulated and not regulated at the same time. So if anybody here is like as boring as I am reading FATF guidelines and so on, they will know that actually FATF says that if you really want to regulate DeFi like you're regulating a virtual asset service provider, you can do that. It's possible. Unfortunately, after that, they captured the guy who developed Tornado Cash, so not really cool implementation of what they stated. Yeah, but speaking about FATF, in my personal opinion, because I'm an ex-lawyer and I've seen a lot of really nonsense stuff, a lot of things with, how you say in the technical word, legacies, right? FATF is really in a close work with providers like us. So for now, I haven't seen anything that they are asking beside what is technologically possible right now. The question of reasonability, of course, can be raised, but it's already technically possible, so just by the fact they can demand it already. So with DeFi, we'll go a little bit further for that. and new blockchains and small blockchains. So problems with new blockchains that they can be really, really hard to work for us, like for the provider. For example, let's say, so a little bit about TON. It's really hard for us, first of all, like for us it will be maybe a little bit easier because we're real time, but for those guys that are saving blocks, that will be really hard. Because of so much off-chain transactions generate, first of all, it makes the blocks to be always rewritten, let's say so. Second, I cannot say the project we were working for, but we were trying to already to work with them indirectly. And we find out a lot of transactions going out of chain. Because the thing is, when it's saved on some phone or something, right, off-chain transaction, I just do transaction with anybody, with you, and then we will just physically destroy this phone. Then we have no source of this transaction anymore, which is also a problem. And small blockchains. Small blockchains, what is the problem with them? Problem with them that they are small. And providers, when they want to go for something, they need to invest in it. To give you a little, like, little understanding about it, if you do it in Ukraine, if you do it in India, if you do it in Pakistan, implementing and adopting the blockchain will cost you something like, let's say so, $50,000–$80,000 if you are already experienced. But if you will go somewhere like United States or I don't know, Australia, it can cost you way, 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 way more. You can multiply it, extend depending on how much you need to pay workers for, what is the work ethic inside, and so on. So if you are spending something like, I don't know, 100 or $1 million for adopting the blockchain, for companies like ours, we do not know if we will stay on the market for that long. So in Europe, we usually look on the TVL. So for us, this is, I know in United States, people look more for FDT, what will be in the future. So for example, we have a lot of conversations about Solana. So like in our opinion, Solana is something that really risky to step into. And for United States, it's something that is really, really great because they have foundation and all that stuff. But for small blockchains, yeah, you cannot use them in a really big money laundering scheme. Same as Monero. Like you cannot use Monero for a huge, huge money laundering scheme because there's just not so much liquidity inside of there, right? But with small chains, the solution will be to just go straight to the provider or something like that. And if you will exchange the data with provider who have enough, let's say, enough devs, right, you will right away be compliant, which will be a really good thing and will really help you to list on the exchange at least. False positives. So I was touching a little bit grass on the sanction exposure. So how sanctions really works from the point of view of the regulator, how this process for them is created. So what they do, they sanction somebody. So they say, for example, Hydra is under sanctions or something like that. Bitpapa is under sanctions. Garantex is under sanctions. But they don't really know what does it mean. And then they rely on the data of providers like us who are trying to reach them through really, really complicated tenders or something like this to actually provide them with this information. And so we're supplying them with data because we are interested in memorandums. We're trying to get as much memorandums as we possibly can. So after that, we can go in a tender and we can brag with this memorandum and increase our chance to stay profitable. This is the reality of the ML provider market. We're supplying them with a lot of research, of course. So who is exposed, who is working with that, and they're collecting it for some time. They're collecting it for some time, and then when they ended up collecting, they see who is the biggest participators, let's say so. So the biggest participators will be somebody who will receive a secondary sanction, something that happened with Russia, like I think last week or 2 weeks ago. I don't really remember. I got lost in Sprint's hard time. So yeah. And here we have problem. For example, like right now we have Mika intact and we have a really new ideas about how validators themselves can help us with the ML procedure. It's something really, really cool for, let's say, so for Bitcoin that you can now AML Bitcoin and prevent transaction from happening just for setting it up on a mining firm, so on the side of the validator. But kind of the same thing is happening in Ethereum. So there is, I know most of you already know about it, right? But there is block builders and there is relayers. And so we already have solutions for those people. We are providing them with fast enough lists for them in a different delivery way so they can implement it. But what I'm trying to say that this movement is already started, and demand that they have is, first of all, the sanction list. Again, getting back, we have something from OFAC, right? And they say BitPapa. So then they need to create a several lists. So several providers will tell you what they know, what they don't know, what they know, let's say. And then you will compare it in a list and you can supply it to the provider. So this will be the important list, something that will be adopted, I believe, really, really soon. After that, there is a sanction exposure list. That is something that is pretty demandful because you don't want to be, a part of some money laundering scheme for a sanctioned entity, right? And so that is why you will probably need something about, about sanction exposures, who they work with, so you will take this risk away for yourself. And the problem here will be that there will be a lot of DeFi's, there will be a lot of smart contracts there. And so just by the kind of low logic, right, about the exposure, they've been used. But if we as provider will put them in the list, right? We will put them in the list that we will supply to the validator. We will ruin the business of the validator because a lot of people using this smart contract, right? Not only people that are sanctioned. So this is also a question. So for now, they're really, let's say, so they're really used. Of course, they're used cross-chain protocols, etc., etc. They're used, but those lists are already on the validator side, and it really will depend on how regulators will think about it. And so here, for sure, it could be like a huge problem for the community of people, because there will be just a problem with transactions going through. Because if validators will implement sanction exposure lists that will not be manually validated, and there will be smart contracts, maybe they will be not really well-known smart contracts, and then they will be well-known, we will just block the functionality of this smart contract. So it's something that will, I do believe, lead to more regulation for decentralized finances and single-use wallets. So this is the problem. We cannot know who we're sending money to, right? So if there is a wallet, I need to send $4 million there, right? Actually, a huge volume of transactions for Tether in some blockchains is generated solely by providing liquidity to Garantex, but it's something else, of course. And the only way for the blockchain, I mean, like for the whole crypto community to prevent this is to adopt traditional regulations. So the traditional regulations will prevent people from sending such big amounts to the cold wallet. I already see tendencies like speeches around Mika when they say that every transaction to the cold wallet will be prohibited, right? You cannot send money to the cold wallet. I think it's stupid and too much. But if you want to store funds somewhere, if you want to get them out of the exchange, and this is a cold wallet, you need to have some kind of explanation where those money went from. I've been participating in some really interesting projects where you don't need to uncover your identity for real. You can just receive a SOL token that will belong only to you, and it will kind of show that you are a trusted person and you can deal with this money, right? But this, of course, will require a bigger understanding from the side of the regulators. Can we fix it? First of all, I will advise for businesses, it's more like, I don't know, like a lawyer consultation or something. Stay in touch with your regulator. Find a regulator that you can be mostly in touch with. Because if you're in touch with the regulators, that will throw away some other regulators. If you are big on the media about how you're working with, inside policies, how you're trying to detect some schemes that where you were like your business was involved in, right? It will all be like a shield for you, because there is no such one huge regulator. Okay, there is FATF, but FATF for all what? They give a guideline, it's a consultancy role, then the government need to take the huge Q&A list and answer for FATF what's going on, and we understand that a lot of countries, even cool countries, I mean really developed countries like England, don't really know what's going on their market. So choose the regulator and be in touch with those guys. Probably in most cases it will not lead to something huge because there is a problem with financial regulators and law enforcement. How do they cooperate? So I'm always advising my clients to have a manager, conduct manager for law enforcement. This is a good thing to do because there is no such thing that you cannot receive dirty money. There is a thing that you're not reporting about them. And so before we will have a financial monitoring for the whole blockchain, before that will be really, really complicated to report it to somebody, right? So just try to find people that are closest to you and get into communication with them. I'm sure that it will be like really, really available and like another safe belt for your business. Banking standards, I touched about it a little bit. Yeah, banking standards, they will go in crypto and banks are going in crypto. I'm not talking about crypto banks that are like really like exchanges, but they just have a bank license. I'm mostly talking about real big banks going in crypto. We've done a big research about it. Of course, we don't have a time about it, how they are stepping into the market, right? But I do believe that as soon they will step big on the market, we will see some standards that are usual for banks going into crypto. And validator's role. I do believe that validator role will be huge. And AML on the side of the validator, it's something that we will experience soon and something that will be major, and maybe it will ruin. I don't know. I don't believe that people will understand it really fast, but I already was speaking with the guys today and trying to, like, there was conversation about Bitcoin, you know, like, will Bitcoin will that or this or no. So I do believe that in 5 years, the validators for Bitcoin will be AML'd because, like, I kind of see the process from the inside. And so hold this myth about that you can take, I don't know, you can have your wallet in Bitcoin, then you can go to prison for something for 50 years and go out as a billionaire, will be kind of gone. Because then you will have a wallet that will not go anywhere. And the only way around it, so like, for example, I see countries like Kazakhstan going really big way on the regulations with the validate, like on the side of the validation. But of course, they will set up some mining, mining stations, let's say on Virginia, an island or something like that. They will set up VPN just to serve their own purposes, right? But when we will exclude every like big regions like Kazakhstan, etc., and we will stay with validators that are based on some islands on the neutral waters or something like that, we will just be able to red flag, everything that going through them, and it will not be a really huge help for them by the end of the day. This is my contacts. This is me. If you'll have any questions for me, we'll glad to speak with you. If you have any questions right now, it will be also amazing. I'll try to do my best to answer you.
So, okay, we have a question.
Oh.
Thanks for the talk. You did quickly touch on Tornado Cash, but didn't really expand on it. I would like to see how you're feeling about that, how you can deal with that in your side of the business.
Well, I do believe that there should be some ways for people to anonymize their transactions. I heard that even in Ethereum there will be ability to actually use like installed mixer. Maybe I catch some, I don't know, bad post, but I think it will make a real huge sense. So in general, I'm voting for the ability for people, right? If you want to donate to United 24 and you are Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? You want to use mixer. You want to hide what is your original wallet, so you will not receive 1,000, one coin transactions with like, I have your baby or something, right? But it's a more philosophical question about it, because like, if I will just right now, I don't know, give a scheme for, I don't know, a K47 that you can build from air or plastic or something like that for 3D printers, and people in school will start to play Counter-Strike Unlimited, like, will I be a bad guy? Should I go to prison for that? I don't know. So I cannot easily answer your question about Tornado Cash. For a lot of cases, yes, it should be used. But I think it should be used in a way that if we are sure and there is enough of evidence that this is something that is crime or under sanctions, there should be a way to reveal the data without capturing the developer of this protocol or something. Because we all want to live like in the world like of, I mean, automized, some anarchy vibe and so on. But as soon as we'll lose, and that's, I think, what's going on, when we're losing the ability to economically influence somebody, and that's why I think crypto will be amazing. You can just take $50,000 from the wallet of the guy who took it from you, right? And there is no need for special forces agents going there risking $10 million of equipment just to get my $50,000 in public adjustments, right? So yeah, it should exist, but it should be from the people who can, you know, who are trusted by the community in the same way, and so like, you know, because I will give my personal information for them by the end of the day. Yeah, so I think those things should exist, but they should be, I wouldn't say centralized, but coming from somebody who is authorized enough.
Maybe more questions? Okay, thank you very much, Vladislav.
Thank you, guys.
Our next speaker will join us online. It's Alex, CTO of Hackenproof, and the topic is post-audit security solutions.
Super. So, hi everyone. Hello, Kyiv. I understand that most of the people would prefer to watch football right now, but I promise to finish it fast, so you still will have a time for a second round. So yeah, I'm Alex. I'm Hackenproof CTO. Hackenproof is a Web3 crowdsourced security platform. And today I'm gonna talk about post-audit security solutions, how to protect your project after the audit, and put as much security as possible to not lose assets of your community. So yeah, let's start. So how you usually develop your project? We have a hackathon here, so I believe that steps are pretty common for most of the projects. It's starting from idea, choosing a stack. After that, you're starting your development, trying to test your solution, implement some fixes, and if everything goes well, in most cases, you are going to do an external audit to be sure that the code is safe and can be used by community, especially if your TVL is growing. You want to ensure that the code is safe. But what may happen if we skip the audit stage, or when we skip the audit stage? Current market stage show us that probably you may be hacked, and your assets of your users will be stolen. We can see that in 2022 we had 3.7 billion of losses in user assets from crypto hacks. In 2023, that number is a bit lower, but the reason of that is crypto winter. Not much new projects were growing, were rising on the market. A lot of projects closed their operations at all, and of course the market cap of whole crypto industry were a bit lower than in 2022. But we expect that number will grow several X's in 2024, and we'll see the final numbers in the end of the year. And yeah, that analytics was prepared by Chain Analysis, so you can check it out on their websites at any moment. So yeah, how to secure the project? Of course, we can start from the audit. it's most common way to secure the code and your users. And usually it works from you deployed your code, you pass the audit, you implemented the fixes with recommendation from auditors, you deploy it, and repeating. It's like continuous process when you just code, audit, fix, deploy, and repeat until your whole code base is audited and you can start the operations. Two most common external audits on the types of external audits on the market is crowdsourced audits and general audit. What is the difference between them? So yeah, let's start from the difference. Difference is the general audit usually prepared by auditing firm, like many auditing firms are on the market. I will show several examples later, but usually it's just the auditing firm who do security code review for your project. And crowdsourced audits usually prepared by the community of security researchers. It's open contests where anybody can participate to check your code base, submit some vulnerabilities, and get payouts for that. So yeah, let's start from general audits. It's pretty easy. Stages are, I believe, that known for most of our audience. You're sharing the code base with the auditor. It's starting from the you collecting contacts of each auditing firm on the market, reach out to them that you are looking for audit. They asking you to share the code base, you sharing the code base, receiving a quote with pricing and everything, selecting your preferred auditor according to the price, for example, or the reputation of the brand, receiving the final audit report, implement the fixes. Usually auditing firm also help you with remediation check. It means that after you implemented all fixes, they can do a re-audit of your fixes, because sometimes you can fix the vulnerability but create two new issues. So yeah, remediation checks is still also very important stage. And yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, here are some examples: consensus diligence, Open Zeppelin, Hacking, of course, from Ukrainian company, and yeah, very known names on the market. But if somebody didn't know, here are a few examples. Pros and cons of this type of audits is pros is reputation. I mean, track record. You can check on a Rec News or somewhere else how many projects were hacked after the audit from that company. So it's easier to select the preferred one according to their track record. Guarantees that whole code base will be reviewed. It's very important step because we will see it a bit later, but when you sign in an agreement with the auditor, they commit that they will check the whole code base, mention it in scope of work. And if later in that code base, the vulnerability will be discovered, the auditor take responsibility on them because they missed it. So yeah, guarantees that the whole code base will be reviewed. And marketing, it's social media marketing, branded report, and connection with VC. Why we mentioning here marketing? Because usually a lot of crypto degens follow auditing firms' Twitter accounts and looking for new projects which they are audited, just because it's simplified the due diligence process. You don't need to check every single project arriving on the market. You can have your own lead source, for example, where you're receiving new projects on early stages. And if the project passed the audit with, for example, consensus diligence, it means that they are going to launch on the mainnet new features or something, and you can just start your due diligence and maybe invest in that project. So yeah, marketing is very important step if you are going with general auditing companies. Usually they have a really big Twitter accounts, and you can get your first community and first TVLs, especially from them, from their community. The cons, first of all, your audit is limited by the team. I mean that, for example, 4 people will be reviewing your code base. Usually it's 4 or 5 different auditing firms allocate different auditing hands into your project, but usually it's 3, 4, 5 people in a team auditing your code base, and they are limited by their own skill set, and that's basically it. Yeah, limited by team. The second one is limited by time, because if you are in hurry, you want to get your auditing report as soon as possible, and for example allocate 2 weeks for audit, and really complex issues may be missed in such short period of auditing. So yeah, limited by time, because auditor will allocate only that time which fits your budget. For example, if you have only 2 weeks, they can do the audit in 2 weeks, but maybe not all issues will be discovered. If you have more time, they can allocate you 1 month or 2 months. So yeah, and the third one is the price. Of course, if you are choosing a famous auditing company, the price will be pretty big. It's expensive type of security services, unfortunately, but it's very important still. Okay, if we are talking about crowdsourced audits, as you can see, the stages are pretty similar. The only new stage which we have is creating a profile. It means that usually crowdsourced audits are performed on some platforms who collecting a community of security researchers, and you need to have a profile where you will set up all rules, documentation, for example, specify the bounties for each issues, and so on and so on. So yeah, the only additional step here is create a profile, company profile. And yeah, here are several examples. It's very known companies who do crowdsource audits on the market. You can find them in the internet as well. But how it usually looks like, it's yeah, let's step back. You're sharing the code base with the team of the crowdsourced security platform, receiving a quote. For example, the pricing of auditing your code base will be $100,000, yeah, and the team preparing a profile for you, and it may take, for example, 1 month, where anybody, it's open, usually it's open contest where anybody can participate. Open your code base, it should be public, check the code, and if they found something, they will submit it and receive a bounty if there is something valid. So yeah, examples, pros and cons as well. Of course, the main benefit from crowdsourced security audits is more eyes will review your code base, since in crowdsourced security audits, anybody can participate. You can collect the best eyes on your code base. It can be auditor from Consensus Diligence, it can be auditor from Open Zeppelin, and thousands of other people from whole world can look into your code and try to find some holes in it. So of course it's not limited by stack, because some auditing firms may not audit Kyiv, for example, or very new specific programming languages like Move, Rust, or something. And what else? Access to fixed issues, it's really a huge pros. just because you can learn from them. And if you're building fork of something, fork of Uniswap V2, for example, you can open public reports and review valid issues from previous contests and fix them before you are going to launch crowdsourced security audit or external audit with any team. Cons, no guarantees that all code base will be reviewed mentioned here, just because security researchers are independent. They don't sign any agreement with you. They will look for holes in those specific lines in a code where they are expert. So no one will give you a guarantee that he will check the line by line the whole smart contract, for example. Usually code base should be public. Yeah, it's what I mentioned before. The code base should be public just because you want to have as many eyes as possible. So usually you just open in your GitHub repository to the public, and anybody can review it before or during the audit contest. Of course, they're also limited in by time. Yeah, it's not a lifetime process. It's just a contest with duration, for example, 1 month. And price usually crowdsourced audit contests are more expensive than general audit. But according to the Reg News leaderboard, who don't know, they collecting most of hacks on the market and writing postmortem for them, really useful resource if you're from security team or from development team as well. So yeah, according to the Reg News leaderboard, we can see that audit is not enough. Only 7 out of 21 hack cases in 2024 had unaudited code base. What does it mean? It means that 66% of companies had at least one audit. Okay, we can do one more audit, of course, and still 40% of companies had 2 and more audits, and that the issue that audit is not enough. That's why we, excuse me one moment. Yeah. So how to bring more security into your project? I will describe you several ways how to give more security into your project, and let's start from VDP. VDP is a vulnerability disclosure program, very common in Web2 sphere. How does it work? You setting formalized process of bug submission from the community and formalizing process of bug submissions where anybody can participate, submit vulnerability in your live code base already if you're on a mainnet. But usually company do not pay for that. You're limited by your own community. If somebody else don't know about your project, how they can check for vulnerabilities your project, yeah? They have no SLAs, no clear program and severity rules, and spoiler, it doesn't work for crypto at all. Because when you're dealing with real money, if you're on a mainnet already, nobody will submit you a vulnerability for free just because you are nice. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for Web3 at all. Okay, next one. Bug bounties, very common. It's almost the same as a vulnerability disclosure program, but here you pay for a security researcher if they find something. So really popular security measure in Web3 sphere because it's clear rule for all parties. It's understandable for companies. It's understandable for hackers. Why they need to submit an issue for you just because they will receive a bounty for that. But excuse me. So yeah, formalized process of bug submissions. You receiving community of researchers from from the platform where you host your project. You receive professional triage. It's a security team who helping you with reviewing of all incoming reports. But from cons side, it's really hard to attract community to a specific project if you pay not big bounties. I mean that it's pretty competitive sphere. We have thousands of crypto projects, and if you set 1,000 or 2,000K per issue, most of security professional researchers will skip you. So yeah, as I mentioned, it doesn't work for small bounties. Yeah, here are several most biggest bug bounty platforms on the market. It's Hackenproof, as I mentioned on the beginning, it's Immunify and Heads Finance. All of them are really good. You can check them all. You can even host your bug bounty on all of them in the same time. The next security measure which can help you to secure your project is on-chain monitoring tools. On-chain monitoring tools. Basically, it's like a firewalls for your crypto project. It's very similar to incident detection and incident prevention mechanism. Yeah. So real pros and cons. From pros side, we have real-time monitoring, so we can monitor security incidents in real time. So if anybody will try to hack our project, you can detect it and prevent it. It's usually is deploying on top of your smart contract and yeah, where you can set up the rules for pause your contract or stop it if malicious activity is going on. Cons, there are a lot of false positives. Unfortunately, they are all on very early stages, but it's one of the cheapest way to secure your project because you're paying a subscription like several hundred of dollars per month and receiving a pretty good deal from those companies just because if you're really good in setting up of that and usually the company will help you with setting up. You can cover yourself from most of the security incidents like previously discovered on the wild. So yeah, it's one of the cheapest way. Just because if you will compare with audit is pretty expensive. If you are talking about bug bounties are usually even more expensive. The model of bug bounty is that you pay pretty big how to set bounty payouts correctly for your project. Usually you just getting your TVL, for example, 1 million, and telling if anybody can steal that TVL, which is 1 million, I will pay 10% of the bounty from that. And it's 100K, it's still a lot. And what to do if you have billions in TVL? It's huge money. So bug bounty is expensive, but still effective way to protect your project and user assets. And on-chain monitoring tools is, of course, one of the cheapest one from these three types. Yeah, here are several examples who can provide on-chain monitoring services for you. It's Forta, Extractor, developed and built by Hacking team as well, and Hypernative. All of them are pretty good. Most of them collaborating with each other. That means that you can use Forta, for example, with detectors from Extractors or Hypernative, because internal team building incident scripts, and you implementing them into your smart contract, and dashboard will monitor for specific incidents which happen with your contract on chain. So yeah, one more way how to secure your project need to say is formal verification. How it usually looks like, it's pretty similar to implementing a security team into your development pipeline cycle. So you building a code, the external team implement it into your GitHub repositories, they validate the code, doing an audit for each pull request, and writing their recommendation or improvements. But the issue is that it's really time consuming and really expensive, because you're paying like the auditing firm will charge you per hours, and it can cost a lot of money. So not really relevant for early stages projects. And yeah, also several examples, trial of bits, of course, runtime verification, and Nethermind. So now you may think that if I following all these steps, I'm secure for 100%. And of course not. Of course, you can't be secure for 100% because nobody can give you a guarantee that you are secured. The biggest issue of each system is that you are as secure as your weakest point. Sometimes the project can be hacked even just because somebody from finance team opened a wrong link, you know. So security is a continuous process, and you of course need to follow as much steps as you can, and as much as it's fit your budget, because for early stages projects where you are not funded yet, you can't just put a 1 million bounties for a bug bounty, for example, and if somebody will find something there, you will just do a payout and close your operations at all. So it doesn't make sense at all. So yeah, but you still can follow very useful resources just to be up to date about recent hacks, to learn from them, to learn from them and to not repeat their mistakes. As I mentioned before, Rect News. Also, there is a pretty nice Telegram community, which is ETHKyiv. Most of best security researchers in the industry are sitting there and sharing their own insights. There is a pretty good joke that if you are CISO, it means Chief Information Security Officer of your project, you always receive always get information about hack of your company from social media or Telegram chats, not because of not from your team, just because media is much faster than even your incident response team. So yeah, follow Twitter accounts of your favorite auditing companies, because they also sharing a lot of insights, how to write secure code, how to build how to do and implement some security measures by your own with minimal budget or without budget at all, just by writing a well code. And read the post review of bugs. Usually they can be found on the Twitter as well. So yeah, Twitter is the key to secure your project, one of the main security measures which you need to follow. And yeah, thanks for the attention. If you have any question, I would be happy to answer them. And yeah, follow me on the Twitter if you have Twitter account.
Thank you, Alex. So any questions? No, I think it's clear. Okay, thank you very much once again.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, have a nice hackathon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Our next speaker will join us as well online. His name is Wes Floyd. He's solution engineer at Eigen Layer. And the topic would be decentralize your off-chain app.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, very good. Okay, excellent. All right. Very nice to present to everyone today. Bear with me 1 second while I share my screen. All right. Can you let me know if the screen is being shared, if it's coming across okay on your side?
We cannot see your screen at the moment. We can see only you.
All right, let me just jump right back in. I'm going to make sure I'm going to update the settings, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, cool.
Very nice. All right. Thank you so much. Please stop me if there's any audio, video issues. But to give a little bit of background, thank you for letting me present today. I'm a member of the DevRel team at Eigen Layer and with Eigen Layer. Some of my personal background, prior to working at Eigen Layer, I was at Protocol Labs building decentralized compute infrastructure. And prior to that, I was working on centralized cloud infrastructure at Google Cloud and other decentralized database organizations, like building the Hadoop ecosystem. And in the evenings, I was an Ethereum proof of work miner. So I'm really passionate to talk to you today about this project because it combines the best of robust cloud solutions for developers with decentralization that the Ethereum network affords us. And please follow us at Build on Eigen. This is our DevRel team. We've got Nader David, Kajesh, and Ike. And you'll get a lot of updates there around new example reference architectures that we've released, as well as ongoing hackathons. All right, so this talk is really about your project and its roadmap to decentralization. I'm going to go through some architectures of how you can take your existing project and make it, I'd say, more trustless, how you can decentralize it further using Eigen Layer, and we'll show an example demo at the end of an example project. We won't go into as much the new Eigen token white paper, although I will strongly encourage you to read this when you have time. It goes over a new topic, which is around intersubjective attribution of security. Today's talk will focus more on on-chain provable security, and then this additional white paper will go into a lot of additional topics as well. So please read that when you have an opportunity. And so to give a little bit of background, this is your Web3 project. It's a beautiful ecosystem. It's decentralized. It's serving its users. You've got a token. Everyone's happy. It's a robust, beautiful ecosystem. But there are also some opportunities for improvement. This robust, beautiful ecosystem might have one or two centralized components. Maybe you have a service running in the background that runs once a week. Maybe you have a daemon that aggregates some information, writes it on chain. Maybe you have plans to decentralize that component. You were busy building initially, and so over time, you really want to get that last piece decentralized, but it was just easier to build it on AWS. This is a lot of Web3 projects today. And so this talk is geared at how can you further that roadmap to decentralization? How can you bring those additional systems to Web3 in a fully decentralized way using Eigen Layer and shared security? And so there's a lot of reasons why you may want to do this. Your Web3 project, in order for it to be fully decentralized, needs to be running in a way that you can pay for it in a crypto native token. If your users are operating your native token today and they're paying for it in fiat, it's a bit of an awkward conversion for your community. There's also legal and regulatory constraints. If your organization is running in a centralized ecosystem, you're subject to that individual country's requirements for centralized infrastructure. But more broadly, in the markets, we see that projects get a premium for running as decentralized as much as possible. Even recently here in the US, there was regulation that was passed that said that if projects have no single stakeholder has more than 20% of the tokens, it will be considered a commodity and it will be regulated by the CFTC. The Bitcoin ETF was approved because it was seen as decentralized enough that it was not a security. So in many different ways, decentralization is a premium. Your community values it, the market values it, and also regulators are valuing decentralization. And so the solution is to integrate additional shared security and permissionless innovation into your project by building or enhancing your backend service as an AVS. And so let's talk about what shared security is briefly and what the state of unshared security is and what that means for your project. Many services today have to build their services on their own token, their own economic security, and they have to recruit their own network of operators to run those services. If you look at a lot of the file storage ecosystem or a lot of the GPU rendering ecosystems today, they each have their own silos of capital and their silos of operators. So I have my service, you have your service that you've built, they're independent, and they're each decentralized to the extent that they can be. The approach of using shared security is to say, we're going to take that capital, take that operator network, and we're going to combine it so that we'll have a pooled set of capital and a pooled set of operators. So this gives us a tremendous amount of benefits in terms of capital efficiency. So the marginal cost of a
Yes, just a moment.
Hey Wes, can you hear us?
Thank you for letting me know. All right. So we're going to build AVSs. We're going to build these services as actively validated services. And what does an AVS look like from an Ethereum perspective? We're at an Ethereum conference. Let's kind of start from the basic smart contract layer. On top of Ethereum, the Eigen Layer protocol is going to include three components. The first component is the staking component. If you go to app.eigenlayer.xyz, you want to add capital, restake capital, that is staking. You become a staker. You could be an individual, you could be a Ethereum validator, a node operator that wants to natively restake that capital. And then we have operators. Operators could be anyone. It could be an individual. It could be a sophisticated operation, like one of the more prominent, long-standing operator services that run basically small data centers. They're professionalized operators. And then you have these services, these AVS. Each of these has contracts associated in the Ethereum ecosystem. The stakers will delegate their stake to operators who run the services. They exist as a registered entity in the Eigen Layer contracts. Those operators will then choose any number of services to run, these actively validated services. When the operators are running these services, they're providing it to the AVS consumer. The consumers pay for these services. And if the operators run these services well, they get rewards, they get payments, they also pass those along to stakers. If they perform them maliciously, which is really the secret sauce for Eigen Layer and most important for decentralization, a portion of that stake can be slashed. The detailed rules and implementation for payments and slashing are just being worked out right now. But this is what really builds the decentralized trust in the ecosystem. So for example, a consumer up here, if I were providing an AVS that were, let's say, an AI service, AI inference, the consumer would call this service that lives amongst these network of operators, pay for the AI inference or maybe generating a stable diffusion image. And then that payment would go to operators and stakers. There are a broad variety of AVSs being built today. There's folks that are building specifically services that cater to rollups. EigenDA is one such example that's trying to build the largest amount of capacity and throughput for rollups to write as a data availability layer. There are bridges, there's decentralized sequencers, there's MEV services. And then if you look at the other categories here, co-processors, cryptography, these are all things to help improve the Ethereum ecosystem. Some might call it middleware services, things like trusted execution environments, proof of location, MEV. These are all valuable AVS categories, and I think we'll see more of this built out. We'll also see things built out that are traditional Web 2 type services that are decentralized, like storage, compute, networking, databases, those sorts of things as well. And so today's talk is about taking your existing centralized service that may be running on a public cloud and bringing it to Eigen Layer. So why shared security? So we talked about the value of decentralization growing. It's also important to note that the marginal cost of decentralization is improved through shared pool security. If I was going to launch my own token network, Westcoin, and I want to start it from scratch, it's very expensive to raise capital and raise value for that token. If I'm tapping into the existing capital instead of Eigen Layer or restaking protocol, then I can tap into that capital and I can use that capital to run my AVS to back and to build the security there. I can also really customize the decentralization for my needs. It could be geographic. I just want operators that run in South America and maybe in Africa continent. I could say that I just want operators that can run my token specifically for my network, as along with ETH, they also stake my token so that they're economically aligned. So decentralization is a very big term, but it's really meant to be customized and nailed down to each specific team. All right, reason number two, and this is a very important innovation within Eigen Layer, which is dual staking. Rather than having to stake in order to run a given service, let's say the service we're going to work on today, the service coming from your existing project today, you can ask the users and the operators to stake both ETH and your native token, which is a powerful bootstrapping mechanism for a new token that may not have a large market cap, so that this both establishes trust among the operators and it helps increase helps grow the utility of the token that's staking. And again, getting back to the initial purpose of this is to allow folks to pay for services in your native token, not just in fiat. Reason number three is the operator network. We've got a large number of operators, there are over 250 that are online today and ready to run your services. These are folks that want to, they have stake or they have been delegated a large amount of stake and they want to provide yield back to those original restakers. And so they're hungry to find good services like yours that have users, have existing demand, and can provide that for their users. So the supply side is very much there and ready to get running on these services. All right, so we talked about how or the reasons why to run your service on Eigen Layer. Let's talk about how to get started. Breaking this down, migrating your existing backend service into Eigen Layer in bite-sized pieces. And the goal of this is going to be a minimum amount of effort to transition that service to Eigen Layer and the maximum benefit for your community. So first, try to identify a simple starter service. You know, if it's something like a cron job or a batch process that runs semi-regularly, anything that runs on a traditional centralized network is a good candidate. The first thing to do is just check to see if someone has already built it, because we looked at AVSs and you can see that there's a lot of services that are already being offered. The second very interesting new topic is to identify the trust model needed to support your service. When that service is running on AWS, the public cloud, you would just naturally assume that AWS is going to run it. It's not interesting for them to interfere. It's a fully trusted network. In this new model, there's a bit of thought and engineering that needs to go into how to ensure that that service is going to run in a trustless mechanism. We'll get into some nuances there, but this is kind of a fun and interesting new area where not only the AVS designer responsible for building the service itself, but also exposing points where we can build trust and validation that that service was ran correctly. It's a new space of trust modeling, trust engineering that I think is a lot of fun, interesting intellectually on its own, but it's going to be a component of migrating your service. And then lastly is to build a minimum viable AVS proof of concept for your community to start testing out, deploy on Plesky, and get running. So the first piece here, to check to see if someone's already building it, please go to app.eigenlayer.xyz/AVS tab there to see if someone has already built this type of service. You may just be able to plug in and reuse it today with no effort at all, which should save you some time. Alternatively, if you go to our testnet on Plesky, you can see the AVSs that are available there. You may see some additional folks there. We have a GitHub repo where we're keeping track of some examples of AVS code that's publicly available and open source. This is our awesome AVS repo, so have a look there. So thinking about trust modeling, it's helpful to start mentally segregating into two different camps. One is the objective trust that's provable on chain. So for example, EigenDA is a very good example of this. The purpose of EigenDA is to ensure that a blob that is written from an L2 sequencer, before it's written on chain, is written to a data availability network, and that all the nodes in that network have stored that specific blob on behalf of the rollup, and they'll actually write a proof that they've stored that blob, a KZG commitment, back on chain as an aggregate signature back on chain. So there's proof, there's trust, and you can actually open up and inspect that that signature on chain to ensure that all the operators have written and have written their signature to prove that they have stored their blob. So there's an on-chain provable trust component there. Alternatively, there's this broader topic, which is intersubjective verification. And this is what the Eigen token white paper goes into. It was recently released. There's a broad space of truths that may not be easily provable mathematically on chain, but through consensus, we can all agree. So for example, we can go to google.com right now and we can pull up our web browser. We can agree that yes, in fact, google.com is up and available. These are the sorts of things that I think are going to be a very good fit for migrating existing services that might be obvious for all of us to agree subjectively, but they may be a little more difficult to prove on chain. So right now, Eigen Layer supports objective, provable on-chain verification through payments and slashing soon to be released. And then in the future, we'll be releasing intersubjective token forking, which will enable us to kind of broaden the space of verification. So try to understand where your verification needs are for your specific project. And we'll get into an example of proving an example off-chain system here in just a second. In the third piece, building out your proof of concept, we have a Hello World example for AVSs, which is very easy to fork and get started. It's got all the integrations to the Eigen Layer core contracts you can build off of. You can customize your on-chain contract to this example. And really, the biggest work here is to build what's called an operator daemon, a component that can interact with your existing binaries. We want to try to leverage your existing work as much as possible. I'll show you an example here in just a second that does exactly this. And then package it in a way that operators can run the code set. So you could package it into a Docker container. Kubernetes is very popular for some of the more sophisticated operators. Something that can be easily rerun, because these operators are not necessarily developer operators. They want to understand what provide the best uptime possible. They want metrics to see how the service is running, but they're not developers of the system per se. So we want to make it as easy as possible for them to run your service. And this is an example of the Hello World AVS that's available. All right. So let's just give a quick walkthrough of what this looks like architecturally. When you're building your off-chain service, you have the Ethereum ecosystem here, core Eigen Layer contracts. For your AVS, you will build a set of contracts for that AVS that plug into the Eigen Layer contracts that register your operators, that register your AVS on chain. And in this example here, you're also going to take your existing binaries as they exist today. Maybe it's a Docker container, maybe it's just a Linux executable, whatever that is, and create a new custom off-chain daemon that's going to interact with it. Think of it almost as middleware that's going to interact with your existing binary and your AVS contracts. This is going to show up in the Hello World example as a task manager service where tasks are going to come in on chain. The daemon is going to listen for those tasks, and it's going to invoke the off-chain binary here to run that task. In the case of this example, or the Hello World example, the task is just to write Hello World effectively. But in the example I'll show you in just a minute, that can be broadened to any set of off-chain contracts, and particularly the centralized services that you might have running today. All right. I'll do a time check real quick, and if the facilitators have any amount of time left for the talk, if you guys have any guidance, I can shorten or extend the talk. But please let me know if we're coming up on any deadlines for this section.
We are good to go, so please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So here's an example. This is an example of taking a off-chain service. It's very popular today, integrating it to run as a decentralized service on Eigen Layer. And the name of the example service is called Pinception. It's around IPFS pinning. And this is the name, if you ask ChatGPT, give me a name for a witty project that decentralizes IPFS server pinning, this is the name that one of the names you get is Pinception. So what is Pinception trying to solve? First of all, IPFS is fantastic. A lot of decentralized ecosystems use it to store large amounts of data off-chain. It's a peer-to-peer network. It does not have crypto incentives natively, but it is trustless in the sense that anyone can operate an IPFS server node. But there's some opportunity to improve this, just like your service that might be running as a backup service. Self-hosting an IPFS server is not ideal because that requires one person in your DAO or your project to run the service. You have to run on a trusted infrastructure. There are existing IPFS pinning services that you can use, but those services are somewhat centralized services, and they have to run on cloud infrastructure as well. So it's not as decentralized as you might want in order to take advantage of say, DeFi or other services that rely on heavily decentralized, trustless systems. So what can we do? Let's use the same architecture we talked about before, fork from AVS Hello World. Let's take the daemon, the existing daemon that exists for IPFS, which is called Kubo. It's a Docker container. And we'll just add in a lightweight local operator daemon to interact with that service. And we'll write it in JavaScript. Why JavaScript? Because almost everybody knows JavaScript. It's easy. It's a lingua franca. This operator daemon does not need to be highly performant. A lot of folks might choose to write this in Go or Rust, which is fantastic. You can effectively choose any language that you prefer to write in for this daemon. And then we'll use minimal task management to communicate with the on-chain and off-chain components for requests to pin a given file and then store it off-chain. This is what the architecture looks like with this new set of components here. We have the IPFS Kubo binary running. We have an off-chain daemon that I'll show you in just a minute, just a few lines of JavaScript code, and then the contracts for the AVS. All right, so let's jump to a quick demo. I want to just check and see real quick, maybe for the facilitators. Can you guys let me know if my screen is being shared? If you're able to see the Visual Studio code?
Yeah, we can see the code.
Excellent. All right. So this code is publicly available. You can go and check it out. What I want to show you a couple of things first is this is the IPFS daemon code that I wrote off-chain. It's a very minimal JavaScript code here, and it's going to do a couple of things. It's going to have a task to add an IPFS hash or unique file in IPFS locally. It's going to interact with the local IPFS daemon running a Docker here. You can see an example of the HTTP call that it's going to make. It's also going to listen on chain for new tasks. It's going to say, hey, listening to ethers.js, is there a new event? An event name is CID to pin. So it's going to listen. If it hears an event, it's going to pin it, and then eventually it'll write that back on chain. So for the purposes of the demo, this is going to be kind of a quick, easy three-part demo. First, we're going to start a local instance of the Anvil chain. So I'm going to run that command here. We've got Foundry Anvil running now on my local machine. It's up. It's got my chain ID right there. In the second terminal, I'm going to do a couple things. I'm going to deploy contracts. These are the AVS contracts on chain. So let me just run that command here in my second terminal. This is going to deploy this AVS contract. If I go back to my Anvil chain, I can see that transaction was accepted. Now my AVS contracts are on chain. So we can use that to communicate. And let's see here. We're also going to start this IPFS daemon. Now, I'm going to start a couple here. I'm going to start one IPFS instance for the local operator, but I'm also going to need to simulate a remote IPFS server because in order for this to work properly in the network, you need to upload a file to a remote IPFS operator on the network. We could do this in a cloud somewhere else on a different machine. I'm going to do it locally just for demo purposes. So we have one that represents the true operator's IPFS instance and one that simulates the remote one here. So let me start up these two Docker instances. And then we're going to run the binary. This is the local JavaScript pinner binary here, and now it's just going to sit and listen, and it's going to wait for some event on chain on this Anvil network to say, I want to pin a file. This is taking what would have easily been an off-chain service and then making it now listen and interact with the on-chain service to make it truly decentralized. All right. So in the third instance here, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to create a message. Hello, IPFS today is da-da-da, and ETHKyiv is amazing. So add that message right there. This is just a string we're going to create here on the network. We're going to make that a CID, a content give it a content ID that we can write into IPFS. Okay. And now I'm going to post. I'm actually going to run a command to add that to my local, my remote IPFS server. All right, now let's just check to make sure that that file is available. And yes, we've got the CID. Let's echo the CID. CID1. Here we've got ending in YMR right there. So we've got that file that's pinned remotely. Let's check our local operator. So we have not made the request yet to pin it on chain. Local operator does not have that file. So now we've got this scenario that the file is waiting on the IPFS network, but our local operator has not yet made the request to pin that file. So now as a consumer, I can come in and I can say, I want to pin that file. I'm actually going to send this request on chain. I'm going to say, I want you to, in a decentralized way, pin that file on the Pinception network. So let's send that command, pinning that specific CID. And look at that command came here on an Anvil network. And if I go back to my JavaScript pin, it says, okay, it detected the event on chain that it wants me to pin this CID. It pinned it to the local operator network and it's added it. So now it's added to our network. And even though this is a simple example, you can imagine multiplying this to multiple operators. So now my file has been pinned to many different networks and it's ready to use for AI, for file sharing, any purposes that you want to have. So let's go back now and let's check the remote server has this file that we had. And now let's check the local operator. And it also has this file that's been added. So now what we've done, just to come back to the architecture, is we went from requesting the file on chain to be added. The daemon listened to it. The daemon interacted with the local operator service here, pinned it to the IPFS network, and responded back on chain that the file had been stored. So this is a very lightweight example, but hopefully it's inspiring about how you can start to migrate your existing services to Eigen Layer and build better shared security for that ecosystem. So in terms of next steps, please do follow us on Build on Eigen. We also have a couple of hackathons going on. We'd love for you to build in the current active ETHKyiv hackathon, some solutions that are related to Eigen Layer as well. But thank you so much for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today, and I'll pause there in case there's any questions or time for Q&A.
So, anyone questions? I think it's there is no question. It's clear. So thank you very much for your presentation and for the demo. See you. Bye.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. And last but not least speaker will join me on stage. It's Sina. He is core developer at Ethereum Foundation, and the topic is the tools to build the next Etherscan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sina. I work on Ethereum for the Ethereum Foundation, and I'm working for the Go Ethereum project. This is my first time in Kyiv, and wow, it's such a beautiful city. So thanks a lot for inviting me and listening for your time. So today I want to give you some tools that you can use to build a project like Etherscan. And my colleague Tomo was actually speaking earlier. He was telling us to build a culture, you need to build tools instead of empires. So here you go. This one's for Tomo. Before we get started, I do want to say that I love EtherScan. I think they made a great product. Kyiv loves EtherScan. In fact, they're so good, that's why they're in the title of my talk. And there's always a but. A while ago, I was doing some development. I was adding some changes to Go Ethereum regarding the Cancun network upgrade. And most people, including myself, were excited about the decreasing layer 2 fees, and that was great. But alongside that, there was another feature that was shipping. It made a connection from the execution layer of Ethereum into the beacon layer of Ethereum. And until that point, there was only a one-way bridge from the beacon layer to the execution layer. And it boils down to adding a new field to the header. It's called the parent beacon route field. And I wanted to test something, so I go on EtherScan, as I usually do, to look up the value of this field. And to my surprise, it was not there. I actually made these slides. This is a parenthesis. I made these slides for ETH Dubai. And after that, somebody from EtherScan saw my talk, and he was like, okay, fine. I will add it for you. So since there, I'm happy to say that this field is actually there. Yeah. But at that point in time, I was thinking, I wish I could, I wanted to make a PR to EtherScan to add it. But I don't know if many of you know, but actually EtherScan is closed source, which is, for me, maybe the first time I thought about it was a surprise. And here's how I think the world would look like if everybody was using one closed source product. And here's how it would look like if we had choice, multiple open source block explorers that people can use. And luckily enough, we have a couple. So I do want to send some appreciation to bloXroute, OtterScan, and Beacon Chain, among others. They can attest that building a block explorer is hard. So I hope that the tool that I'm offering here is going to make it easier. So with that, here's going to be the gist of my talk. It's about a new feature in Go Ethereum that allows you, and I'm reading out loud here, to stream observable blockchain data out of Geth programmatically and in real time. But before I actually dive into it, I want to talk about my good friend, the JSON RPC API. Now, you might not know how it works or what it does. Maybe you heard somebody complaining about it on Twitter. I'm going to tell you what it is. So this API allows you to fetch or read data about the blockchain history or state, some things like the block information or the transactions, or what were the account balances or contract codes. And it also allows you to write to the blockchain, namely by submitting a transaction. And I think it's actually great. In fact, it's so good that it's being used in every layer of abstraction from the top, from the user, end user, down to the protocol, to the client nodes. And here, this chart from my friend kind of visualizes it, because when you have a dApp, the dApp is talking via the JSON RPC interface to the Ethers library or VM library. VM in turn uses the same interface to talk to the wallet. Wallet talks the same interface to the provider, provider to the client. So all the way, it's the same interface. And I actually have, I think it's not great that we have such a tight coupling. I think we need an interface for each of these layers. But yeah, that's a problem for another day. So a JSON RPC is great for most users. If your use case is to interact with the chain, it's great for you. But then again, block explorers are not the same, they don't have the same data requirements as the degen flipping NFTs next to you. So they need more performance. This is not going to cut it for them. They need better ways to index data. You might ask, what is the problem with JSON RPC? To me, the first two problems are JSON and RPC. And what I mean by that is that you're basically tightly coupled to a serialization scheme. And JSON is great when you need compatibility, but as a blockchain explorer, you don't really need this wide compatibility that it offers. You could opt for a more efficient solution. And when it comes to RPC, in my opinion, it's not good for combining requests, combining different data models, and batching requests. And I'm going to demonstrate that with some experiments that I did a while ago. So like 2 years ago, I was super into something called GraphQL. And I don't know if you know, but Geth actually has a GraphQL endpoint. I thought that it has great potential. It's really nice, but not many people are using it. I did have a rude awakening though, because around this time, we were with the team coincidentally one day, and we get an angry email from one of the exchanges, because a bug in our GraphQL endpoint almost caused them to lose a lot of money, but funds are safe. So anyway, I realized at this point that it's actually being used. Not a lot, but still. So I wanted to see if it's really as good as I think it is. So I started doing some experiments. This is the first one. And I did a query to ask for the receipts of all the transactions in many blocks. So in this example, we have 25 blocks, and I'm like asking for all of the receipts. And with JSON RPC, it took something like 20 seconds, a bit more. And with GraphQL, it was half a second. So here, GraphQL blew JSON RPC out of the water. Around this time, somebody was telling me about a use case they had. So they were doing map searching. They were looking for opportunities in the mempool, and they needed all the speed they could get for fetching the storage slots of, like many storage slots. And I wrote a script that gets the storage slots that were accessed in a block with JSON RPC, and it was like something like 600 milliseconds. I wrote that in GraphQL, and it went down to 80 milliseconds, so it was like almost a 10x improvement. I was happy. And then my colleague Felix comes and tells me like, hey, Sina, you know that in JSON RPC we can also do batch requests. Why don't you try that? So I did, and to my disappointment, the batch JSON RPC request actually performs just as good as GraphQL. I was pissed at this point. I was like, I need redemption. So I started digging, and I found a bottleneck in the GraphQL library that we were using. By working around it, I managed to improve the speed to 40 milliseconds, which is like, again, a 2x improvement over the batch JSON RPC. I was happy. The point I want to make about these stories and experiments that I shared with you is that if you want to have JSON RPC work for your use case, you might need to do a lot of these tweaks and workarounds and things like this. And it's good for users who want to interact with the chain. But anything beyond that, and it starts to become clunky, sometimes slow, and sometimes just not enough. And here I want to bring the example of Otterscan. So Otterscan is a blockchain explorer. It's open source, and they built it on Aragon. And what they realized is the same thing, that the JSON RPC is not enough. They had to hack Aragon to add a bunch of new methods. And here's two of them. So one of them is to get the details of a block. You might know that we do have a method called ETHKyiv or getBlockByNumber, but they just needed slightly different fields. So ETHKyiv was returning way too many unnecessary fields, and it was not returning some of the fields that they needed. So they had to come up with a new method. Or if you want to get the creator of a contract, then you're basically out of luck. So the data model that it offers, in my opinion, is not really sufficient. And with that, I'm going to circle back to the gist, which is, again, a feature in Go Ethereum that allows you to stream observable blockchain data out of Geth programmatically and in real time. And this time, I'm going to dive right into it. So it's called the Live Tracer. And if you scan this QR code here, then it will take you to the documentation. What it allows you to do is it lets you write statically loaded plugins into Geth. Unfortunately, we cannot do dynamic loading because the Go ecosystem doesn't offer a great solution at the time for this. But the important point here is that you will not need to fork Geth. And I will get back to this later, and I will show you why this, in my opinion, is so important. It works on a push-based model versus the pull-based model of JSON RPC or GraphQL. So in JSON RPC, you would have to ask all the time, like, give me block 1, now give me block 2, block 3. And in the Live Tracer, the client will just notify you of all the events that are happening. And it has a rich data model. So because you're writing the plugin in Golang, then you get access to all of the data structures that are used within the Go Ethereum source code. So you can pick and choose the fields how you want them, you can transform them, and extract them out of the client. So here's the general flow of how it works, and this is going to take a second, bear with me. So say you wrote your plugin in Go, you compile it together with Geth, and you start a full sync. The first thing that you will hear, like the plugin will hear, is, okay, blockchain just started, and here is the chain configuration. So you will know what chain we are running on. And it will tell you the genesis block. And then from there, it will start crunching through all of the blocks in history. It will say, okay, here's block 0, it's empty. Moving on to block 1. Block 1 has 2 transactions, so I'm going to process them. And it will go down deeper and deeper into the EVM until it gets to the opcode level. And all at the same time give you things like state updates, so balance updates, code update, nonce update, logs, and so on. And then it will like go back, so okay, this call ended, now the transaction ended, block ended, and so on. So the crucial point here is that you will process like the whole of history, and then when the client starts, like is synced and is at the head of the chain, then it will keep up with the head. So you will receive all the live updates as well. This is why we call it the Live Tracer. So with this, you are not only able to show the list of blocks and their information, you can also show the details of a transaction or more minute things like which logs were emitted, during which transaction, or even during which call and in which order. You can also see how the state changed, like you can see here, balance updates and so on. And if you didn't notice, these are all screenshots from Etherscan, like different features of Etherscan. So there is a one-to-one equivalence. Or if you're one of those brave users who has ever clicked on this little button here, and chosen parity trace or Geth debug trace, and you saw a screen like this, well, these stuff are the bread and butter of the Live Tracer. Initially, this feature was not developed with the blockchain explorer use case in mind. It was a collaboration with the Streaming Fast team. So you might know one of their products, the Substreams, which basically is feeding data into the graph. The problem they had was they reached out to us. They have a fork of Geth. They have patched it, and they were extracting all of the data that they needed. But it was very difficult to keep this fork up to date, because to get this data, you will touch a lot of sensitive parts of the code. And these are the stuff that are changing all the time because of just normal development, because of the hard forks, and so on. So now, after this, they just have one file, and it's much more easy for them to maintain this project now. The second use case that we were thinking about is Ether supply tracking. You might know that this information is not readily available through a client. No client offers a JSON RPC method or a command to give you the total supply of Ether. It's a notoriously difficult thing to generate. EtherKyiv actually shows you via a chart what is the total supply, and I will read this out loud. So in the description it says, the Ether supply growth chart shows a breakdown of daily block reward, uncle inclusion reward, uncle reward, ETH2 staking, and EIP 1559 burn fees. So you have to puzzle together all of these different pieces, because you have issuances, you have burns, and you have to add them all together to come at the total supply. And I will tell you that this is actually not the whole story. So there are 2 more cases that can cause Ether to be burnt in Ethereum that are not included here. And they involve the sneaky opcode self-destruct. So when a contract self-destructs, it can choose the recipient of the funds that it controls. And if the contract were to say, okay, I am the recipient of the funds, then those funds are burnt. A similar thing happens if funds are sent to a contract that has self-destructed, but within the same transaction. So contract is self-destructed, I then send funds to it. Because of the semantics of the EVM, those funds are also burned. And to to know these amounts, then you really need to do EVM processing of the blocks. So what we did was we wrote a live tracer that can give you basically the supply changes for every block. And we hope it can power tools like ultrasound money or Etherscan. So if you didn't know, ultrasound money website also shows the total supply, and they break it down to how much was issued versus how much was burnt. And I know that they also had a fork of Geth. They actually have a PR open on Upstream with their changes. It's been open since September 2022, so 2 years now. And I know it's not going to get merged. In fact, it was recently closed. So I was telling the maintainer recently about the live tracer, and this is what he told me. He said, if it means I never have to rebase again, I'm sold. And this is the point that I wanted to make, that, okay, maintaining a fork is difficult, so if you can work around with it by having a plugin, then all good. And finally, I want to basically demonstrate how I see it should be. So if you write a plugin, I think in your repository you should only need 2 files. The plugin.go file and a config file. And the config file should be something as simple as which Geth repository should I use, which version should I build against, and where should I put out the binary. So you should only need these 2, and the tool should just build Go Ethereum source code together with your plugin and deliver you the binary that you can run for your use case. And I do have a prototype for this. Unfortunately though, I wrote it on my home PC and I forgot to push the Git before coming here, so I cannot demonstrate it to you today, but I'm going to publish it soon, promise by next week after I go back. So there you go, guys. That's all I have for today.
Do we have any questions, Tessina? Nice.
Thank you. I was just curious if you guys had considered storing data in a better way on GoETH, because it's really unpractical and there is so many other ways, so many better ways, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, so something that is changing is that I think data is stored nice on Go Ethereum, but when it comes to archive nodes, then we have a big problem. So archive nodes are right now on Go Ethereum upwards of 15 terabytes of storage. And it has been demonstrated by other clients that this can be done better, and we're working on that. So stay tuned for that. Archive mode in Geth is going to get much better.
Are you involved as well in maintaining the data layer?
I'm not, personally
Okay.
not, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what else I can say on that.
And on the RPC side, I mean, personally, I like JSON. I'm not using JSON RPC, but I use small arrays inspired by message pack. I don't know if you guys looked into it.
So the good thing about what I was talking about today is that you can choose what you want to. Basically, the plugin can choose the serialization scheme, and you can say, I want to use protobuf or message pack, and then use that to get the data out of the client. And I think definitely it makes sense to use something else for some products.
Yeah, sounds like what we need.
Thanks for a great talk. Also, thanks for building this live tracker. So I had a quick question, maybe a simple one, but is it live because I've been a big fan of like the streaming fast solution, but indeed it requires this fork of Get. And then I've recently been active on GnosisChain, and they're actively working to support Get, but it would be great if there's not a double patch, because I had in my backlog of like, can I maintain this patch of a patch?
It's on master, yeah.
So it's on
LiveTrace is on master, and streaming fast. They have the plugin also. I'm not sure if they are using it in production now, but I
should be soon.
90% sure that they are.
Right. I mean, with GnosisChain, I think we're like end of summer, aiming to get support for Go Ethereum.
Okay.
And so that would be ideal if we can use streaming fast after that. I'd be very happy. Thanks
Yeah,
for
for sure. I do know that, for example, some other, like, I think on Arbitrum, this was merged, and they started using it before us. Like, they merged it upstream before, and so we made some changes. I don't know if those changes made it back, but yeah. So yeah, very cool to hear about GnosisChain adopting it. All right, thank you.
Bit biased. No, but I recently was into Rust, and I was like, oh yeah, I think I'm fine with Go. Yeah, it's such a steep learning curve. The Rust, yeah. And Go, I don't remember learning it.
Okay, may I have your attention just for 1 minute, and then we will proceed with working and speaking about Go and other stuff. So we listened to all the presentation that were planned for today, and we are very thankful for you being here, for your participation, and also you can find the lecture schedule for tomorrow on your page right here, or in your mailbox, so we will happy to see you tomorrow as well. Also, we would love to remind you that today we are fundraising money for FPV drones for Ukrainian army. I hope we will see QR code soon here. And after you donate, please, we encourage you to proceed to the main hall and participate in networking. Thank you.